der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Nürburgring for the 2024 edition of the ROWE 6 Hours ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. My name's Johnny Palmer, joined throughout the day by Peter Snowden, a regular voice, of course, for the NLS Championship, and for this latest edition of the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. We have a massive entry. 126 cars have at least entered into this meeting, but we already have news of a couple that cannot take part. However, I'm afraid this weekend we are racing under somewhat of a cloud because of a major incident that happened in the paddock yesterday, and the decision has been taken late last night and also overnight into this morning to work out whether actually running the meeting today was the right decision. The organisers have chosen to go ahead, so at least we have a 6-hour race to concentrate on, but our thoughts are very much with those in hospitals nearby because there were a lot of casualties due to a major incident that took place in the paddock, and I'll detail precisely what happened, or what we know at least, as we go on. But certainly, Snowy, this is not the mood necessarily that we want ahead of a 6-hour race, but we will try and concentrate on the racing nevertheless.
No, at least it's not. At least it's not on the track incidents, but it's something that's happened in the paddock. As you say, we'll put on that a little bit later. But thoughts with those concerned and people affected by that. 108 cars took part in qualifying this morning. There's a couple of stragglers that have fallen by the wayside, shall we say. Perhaps most notably is the number 6 entry, the Team Advent Mercedes AMG. That was actually qualified on P2 on the front row with an 8:06.107. That's been withdrawn due to an accident that I think it was Dennis Fetzer maybe at the wheel of that. I might be wrong. I think it was Dennis Fetzer at the wheel of that in qualifying. I think in the very last minutes as well of qualifying had an incident that's damaged that car. So that's withdrawn, unfortunately. That leaves the P1 car being the other Mercedes of Team Landgraf with Lucas Ralph Aron and Jules Gounon. That did a 7:53.23, so there was quite a gap there between the 9 seconds between P1 and P2, quite extraordinary. Second row is the other Team Advan Mercedes. That's of Salman Avega, David Schumacher and Hubert Haupt. And alongside that is Aston Martin in P4, the Pro Sport entry with Maxime Dumouriez, Marek Buchmann and Simon Valassen. And that's the front 2 rows. We did also lose, sadly, I think it's being repaired though, the 5th place car, which is the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. That's number 4 entry, 3 and 4 as they traditionally are. Interesting lineup in those teams, or that team this weekend. Timo Glock has been drafted in alongside Nico Menzel, the number 4 car. Unfortunately, Timo did slightly blot his copybook with a bit of an incident at the Hatzenbach in the dying seconds or minutes of final qualifying. damaged the back of the car a little bit, enough to get the car out again. I think it was relatively light. We always say light, but it never is that much. And in the other car, Fox Motorsport car number 3, which is actually 6th in qualifying, alongside it, we have Alessio Pecorello as normal. Alongside him is Alex Lynn, which is a late involvement in that. He normally obviously drives in WEC in the Cadillac, Team Cadillac, so he said he wanted to do a little bit more GT3 racing, and here he is. At the circuit itself, we get the famous shots of the Schloss, the castle. That's okay on the pit straight, but there's a little bit of fog still as we look out the commentary box window. It's not going to prevent racing, as we've had a couple of times this year, most notably, of course, the 24-hour. We do have there's quite a bit of fog a little bit earlier on. I think it's fairly well cleared now for race start, but not perhaps 100%. Yeah.
Fog in this place do tend to go hand in hand, as we discovered over the weekend of the Nürburgring 24-hour race, racing until just before 11:30 on the Saturday night, and then we couldn't restart until well into the afternoon. So it's one of those places that sort of governs whether we are okay to go racing or not, and definitely when you race the elements, there's only one deciding factor there. There's only one element that is going to win, if you like, but thankfully that early morning mist, low cloud, whichever it is clearing steadily, and it will leave the racetrack, well, not necessarily clear all around, of course. The troublesome spot earlier on in the year for the big Keystone event, the 24 hours, was actually the Grand Prix track, whereas normally the main North Loop can be affected. But marshals will be reporting back with the current visibility conditions, and clearly we're okay to do a race start. Fans young and old have descended upon the Nürburgring then for the latest edition of the NLS race meeting, and that is the race 4 of the year. Of course, we've had a double header already this season and the qualifying races as well, so there's been plenty of action throughout the course of the year so far. A bit of a pause since the last event took place here. We were racing the second weekend, or rather the weekend that followed Le Mans, and that saw the end of just over a 2-month break right after the qualifiers, which were race 1 and race 2 over the weekend of the 13th and 14th of April. So slightly bizarrely, we've only had 3 racing weekends for NLS, housing 4 different events. Patrick Simon very busy on the grid, making sure that we are covering the key players that will be taking part over the next 6 hours. But we can grab some of the headlines from this massive entry. I mean, namely, to have 15 SP9s, where we were struggling a little bit the week after Le Mans. And it's a good spread of manufacturers as well. I know you've already run through the grid, Snowy, but people coming back in force for this mid-season event in NLS.
Yeah, and I think it's the proximity of 24-hour races, isn't it? You have we had Spa, we had Nürburgring, we had Le Mans and Nürburgring were just 2 weeks apart. There was the weekend off in between. Well, we went to Linden Hill in the UK for fun, didn't we? We did something totally different to rest our souls when too much motorsport is never enough. But I think next year we've got, is it Nürburgring, Le Mans and Spa 24 on 3 consecutive weekends? Yeah. And you can never underestimate the toll that a 24-hour race takes out on the entire team, not just the car, the drivers, the whole infrastructure, the officials, the marshals, the whole setup. It is quite extraordinary. So 3 back-to-back, obviously there'll be 3 separate teams of each of those, but there'll be obviously teams, drivers, participants, officials, marshals that will will literally migrate from one to the other as well, and they'll be possibly some of them might be doing all 3 events. That's pretty hectic. I mean, at least they're fairly close proximity. Spa and Nürburgring 60k apart. Le Mans a little bit further up in France, but it's going to be a busy schedule this time next year, which is going to have that natural effect. You just mentioned we had a few less cars at the first round after Le Mans this year, and it's always the case. And I think the 24-hour here is never part of the official championship. It's still the big one you want to take part in at the Nürburgring. So naturally, people do a lot of data collection and gathering before that event at the beginning of the season, and then have a little bit of a respite and a kind of natural summer break, if you like.
So we have a couple of Porsches from the Falcon Motorsports outfit with, yes, some very interesting drivers, as you've already made the point, Snowy. Timo Glock in the 4 and Alex Lynn in the number 3 car. Herbert Motorsports with a 911 GT3R as well. What else, being Herbert? The Jutta Racing crew are back with their SP9 AM entry, which is an Audi R8 LMS for Alex Verimenko and the driver simply known as Selv, and various other different manufacturers represented as well, as the grid is now starting to form up on the start and finish line. 3 different grids, remember, 3 different starting groups, including for the number 148 Black Falcon entry. 148 is the car from Losch, Team 48 Losch, for Steve Jantz and Tobias Muller. And this is a mixture of Pro and Am cars in the category known as Cup 2 for Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. Cup 2 will be started also in the leading group, and is also always a fascinating one. We've got 15 cars in that as well, so they are going to be nip and tuck throughout the course of the 6 hours. BMW number 721 heading to its correct position as well. 721 is the Thomas Reiner, Manfred Schmitz and Katja Thomas BMW 325i, which runs in the V4 category. But to continue on with who else we've got in SP9, Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin for Maxime Dumouriez, Marek Bachmann and Simon Balkan, number 17. Huber Motorsports Porsche for Hans Wehrmann, Joachim Tyson and Thomas Kiefer. The Car Collection Motorsport Audi for Alex Fontana, Klaus Koch, Florian Spengler and Johannes Stengel. And then some Valkenhorst Motorsports Aston Martins as well for, amongst others, Stefan Aust and Anders Buchart. On the Mercedes from Team Landgraf could be definitely one to look out for as well. The AMG GT3 car for Lucas Auer, Ralph Aron and Jules Gounon. That looks like a very strong lineup on paper. But we should also deal with some of the teams that are not taking part this weekend, who had planned to, because Manthey EMA have had to pull out of the event today after the Friday paddock accident. We're told that none of their crew members were hurt in the incident itself, but it is nevertheless withdrawn in the wake of Friday's events. So the no Grello car, Thomas Preining, Hanshin Guven and Lawrence Vantor were due to be taking part in the event, and the official statement from the team issued on Saturday saying that because of this incident it will not take part. Let me just pull you out some quotes. The thoughts of Manthey and the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring are with those affected by yesterday's incident. As many of you have asked, Manthey was not involved and no members of our crew sustained injuries. We appreciate your kind messages of concern. Due to the incident, Manthey EMA will not be participating in today's NLS race, as the routine investigations are still ongoing and the number 911 is unable to start today's race. Now, there is some suggestion that the incident itself took place in close proximity to Manthey's garage. Not sure whether we've had that confirmed or not, but clearly there is an incident scene which has had to be cordoned off, and therefore I think Manthey given little choice but not to take part because of the, as I say, the proximity to where they were based during the weekend. Plenty of injured people having to be taken to local hospitals via air ambulance because of the incident that happened fairly late on yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, John, just further to that note on car withdrawals, the entire Schmickler team withdrawn their cars. Not fully clear on why that is. But it is consistent across all their cars. That's entries 184, 950, 970, 400 and 319. So across, as you know from the numbers there, various classes there, but Schmickler have withdrawn all their cars, and no official statement from them as to why. So I'm not going to speculate, but just all those cars are out or withdrawn.
Okay, thank you for that as well. So let's just put some some more information into the mix, because some of this we can tell you because it's been issued via an official statement by the NLS and by the Nürburgring. During the test and practice runs ahead of the 4th round of the Nürburgring Endurance Series, NLS, an explosion occurred shortly after 6 o'clock last night behind a pit, behind a garage in the Grand Prix paddock area. Preliminary findings suggest that the explosion was caused by a pressure cylinder, and extensive emergency personnel were on site, immediately initiated appropriate first measures and secured the accident scene. The test run was immediately interrupted. Initial reports indicate that there are several injured individuals who, after receiving immediate care at the Nürburgring Medical Centre, were transported by rescue helicopter to nearby hospitals. The police are investigating the scene, as is customary in these situations, and further information will follow. So that's where we are. And as I say, there's been a tricky decision, not initially made in fairness, but the race organisers at VLN announced yesterday evening, late yesterday evening, that after this incident had happened, it occurred during the test, and we are all deeply shocked, and our thoughts are with those affected. This is from the VLN boss, Mike Jaeger. However, the incident's not directly related to this event, so we have decided together with our teams to continue with today's race meeting. So thoughts with everybody obviously affected by that, either still within the confines of the circuit, but more importantly those that have had to be taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. A big shock for everybody, and I'm sure that's still being felt for much of today as well. So there'll be a podium ceremony, no doubt, but it may well be somewhat muted at the end of this 6-hour race. But we have to press on, I suppose. The show must go on, and a 6-hour race in actually a bit sunny conditions now out on the Grand Prix track. So only about 10 or so minutes ago there was a fair bit of fog lingering around. There will still be in the lower parts of the circuit, but it's good to see some sunshine now, which will potentially burn off the early morning, mid-afternoon, or rather midday mist. We're at just after 11:30 local time, and one of the Hyundai Elantras being released onto the racetrack as well. Tim Shearbart about to be interviewed by Patrick Simon. We will try and keep you appraised of what's going on up and down the order, because there are so many different classes in this 100 and, what did you say it was, 108 cars now?
108 cars actually qualified, yes. We obviously, you lose a bit sometimes anyway, of course. And I just going back to that Schmittler thing, my understanding is that their garage was fairly adjacent to the one where the incident was, which will mean that quite naturally, given the nature of the event or the incident, it's a routine investigation. Obviously, nothing wrong with that. That's quite as you'd expect. So I think that's probably why. I think that's probably what's affected Mantai as well. I think they were in a neighbouring garage. So it's quite right that we find out exactly what's happened to an investigation. And as I said, we can only reiterate thoughts for everybody involved and concerned in that. Just not something you expect. I mean, it's quite extraordinary. So.
I mean, paddocks are traditionally dangerous places, but
busy working environments.
They are. But you know, we don't know the situation as to how this pressurized cylinder exploded. But that is the last thing that anybody expects, because they're normally tested quite literally to destruction, the pressurized cylinders. So it's very unusual for one to just suddenly go off. But as I say, we don't know whether it's being moved at the time or what. And also, I mean, 22 people have been affected by this incident, which is absolutely huge. But I do know, you know, when a pressurized cylinder does start to release its contents, then it is very, very tricky to get out of the way and also to control it as well. But we need not think about that because all of the necessary emergency work has taken place, is still taking place in hospital. And let's hope that all that are involved can be back at the Nürburgring to take part in an event similar to this as soon as possible.
Quick weather update for us, Johnny. It is the fog is clearing. It has been, but I think it's okay to. I see no reason why the race won't start and be okay for the rest of the day. However, humidity is high for the day, so you just never know what may change. As you said, a few minutes ago, the one element that always wins is Mother Nature here at the Nürburgring. And just a very quick update, car 702, which is one of the cruise racing cars. That's the BMW 325 from that class V4. That's had a little bit of an issue going very, very slowly to the grid. And of course, they only go out and do the Grand Prix circuit and round to rejoin the grid. And that'll be in starting batch 2 or 3, won't it? It'll be 3, I think, that will. A V4 class car. So that's got an issue where it's, shall we say, perambulating its way to the grid, which is...
Nice word.
Suboptimal.
Yeah, okay, slower speed than expected or indeed wanted. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about my driving now.
Although I could be.
Well, we could be, yes. Now, there was a segue for you.
Some cracking names on the top of the Herbert Porsche, and again a reminder that Frank Stippler is no longer driving an Audi because he's in the number 5 Porsche. Frank Stippler joined by Vincent Kolb. Now they are long-time driving mates, so they've been transposed from the Four Rings to the team from Weissach instead. And the 5 car could be definitely a strong one, depending on Vincent Kolb's performance. And the other question is, with so many Porsches, notably, with only 2 drivers, rather than, what would you say, a normal 3? I mean, particularly with a 6-hour race, you can understand teams going with 3 drivers, but Porsche have decided to go with 2. A lot of them have. And what I was going to address was the order then that you approach it in. You know, do you do double stints or do you change your driver each time? But do you think for a 6-hour race, that's a lot of work for a 2-driver lineup?
It is, depending on temperature as well, of course. Cockpit temperatures, cars are much better cooled these days. They do have, far better have aircon, etc., that kind of stuff. So far more in friendly environment inside the cockpit of a racing car these days, closed top. But it's an interesting mix, you would say. So I'd have thought naturally 3 drivers at 6 hours, 2 hours apiece, approximately. That's what you want to try and do your split. It is interesting, you've highlighted there, Johnny, that quite a number of these teams, these races are normally, of course, 4 hours our point. So 6 hours, this is a one-off. We have a 6 to 12 and the 24, not in the series, of course, the 24. So the pattern doesn't seem to follow there. So 2 drivers for 6 hours. You can do 3 hours apiece, but do you want less time in the pits, as ever? We tend to see quite a few people early on in these pits, and people like Falcon, Herbert, they're experienced team players. This isn't their first rodeo. They will quite often short stint the car to start with to get a better stint at the end, a better fuel run at the end. So quite often do something like maybe a 5-lap run. I think we can go to 7 laps is marginal, isn't it? I think we can just about do 8 because your first lap on your first stint, that is, because your first lap, of course, is running behind. You've got the formation lap, so you're using far less fuel. So you can, but some people opt to do just 5 at the start and get a quick change in. Now, is that just a refuel to run a longer second stint? So say 7 laps, or to a change of driver as well. It's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out. And this is one of the things I love about this sort of racing is it's not just about men, women, boys, girls, whatever, driving cars really fast. It's about the strategy of the people behind in the background, of the drivers doing their best jobs. The Timo Glocks have just been being interviewed on the grid by Patrick Simon at the moment, and Frank Stippler, those sorts of people. We know what they do. They put them in the car, and kind of it's a known quantity. That's probably playing it down an awful lot, but they're reliable, is my point. They go and do what they do. They do their job. It's the strategists that might just say, right, we're going to do this. And they're watching the other teams all the time as well to see what other teams are doing. And even to the point of looking down the pit wall and seeing how body language and animated people are. Are they calm, relaxed? Is there a flurry of activity? Are there tyres coming out? Is there anything going on in the pit box? And you're watching this all the time. And it's theatre playing out. It's almost like a set changing in the background, and you're sort of keeping an eye on, oh, what are they doing? Well, they've got sandwiches out, so they're fine. They're not doing anything. But those sandwiches might just be a foil, not in foil, but just for, let's get the tyres out now.
I see what you did there.
It's going to be a long 6 hours, isn't it?
Timo Glock's debut Formula One season was 20 years ago.
I know.
20 years ago.
I was looking up that stat myself. It's frightening, isn't it? Yeah.
That was with Jordan. And then he came back in 2008 with runs for Toyota, Virgin and Marussia. And although he never won a Grand Prix, he did manage 3 podiums in How many starts? 91 starts. So even he will be perhaps a little disappointed with that. But he was always, he was a little bit of a fly in the ointment, particularly, of course, that year when everybody in Brazil wanted Felipe Massa to win the F1 championship.
Oh, yes.
And the positioning of Timo Glock made it go to Lewis Hamilton by, was it about a point or something?
It was
crazy?
a single point. That was a point. The whole point was, sorry to do that, was really bad, wasn't it? Was that Massa across the line thinking he was world champion, and on finishing further down that lap, Hamilton got ahead of Timo Glock and took it back again within the space of that last half lap. I think it was about 3 corners from the end as well, which was, I mean, great for Lewis Hamilton, desperately sad for the Timo Glock. And Massa just getting in that there. But
Massa's dad mainly, because I remember Massa's dad absolutely jumping like crazy.
That footage, yes, in the garage.
Thinking, we've done it, and then he's told, no, we haven't done it.
Here's a thought for you. Timo Glock, he said 20 years ago was his debut F1 season, yeah?
Yeah.
He's only 42 now, which makes him 22 20 years ago, which actually, ironically, was quite old for a Formula 1 driver for your debut season.
True,
yeah,
true
that's the madness of it, isn't it?
Yeah, first race was in Canada, so that won't have been at the start of the year. It was in June, in fact, so he brought in partway through the 2004 Formula 1 season, and may well have thought that his opportunity had gone. But as you say, at 22 years old, got the go-ahead. Probably a test driver for Jordan up until that point. But anyway, before we disappear down that particular rabbit hole, we'll be heading down the foxhole in a few minutes' time for several occasions as well, because the other thing I need to look up is how many laps we tend to do for a 6-hour race. It's all very dependent on the amount of caution out on the racetrack, the amount of code 60 as well, because remember, there is never a full course caution or a full track safety car here. We have safety cars or pace cars at the start of the events leading each of the groups, but then when there is, if there is, or more specifically when there is an incident on the Nordschleife, that is dealt with locally by double wave yellows, by code 120s, as in don't go any faster than 120 kph, and then into code 60s. And that is normally the order of the day, regardless of the incident. So if it's a broken down car, or if it's a car that's done significant damage to a large stretch of barrier, the barrier is still repaired whilst the rest of the track remains live. And that is an opportunity for the complexion of the race to change as well, because huge gaps can disappear in moments when cars are heading into initially yellow flag areas where simply you must not overtake, but you can catch up with the car in front. And then after that, you're restricted to, as I say, either 120 kph or to 60 kph as you head past the scene. And the first to spot the green flag on the other side of that can get going as quick as they like and start to overtake again, of course. 1 or 2 stragglers getting into line fairly late on, but the cars in start group 1 are now starting to head around the racetrack. It's not until really the start of the first lap that we'll be able to definitively give you starting drivers. I was still in the middle of giving you highlights of those entered into SP9, because the dynamic GT Porsche, another crew that have decided to enter with only a couple of drivers, Adrian Delina and Bastian Boos, the Danish Porsche Carrera Cup Super Cup champion. And Bastian Boos also took part in the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier in the year as well, so I'll be interested to see how he gets on for Dynamic. Renazzo Motorsport team, their Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 for Sack Nana, Christoph Breuer and Dieter Schmidtmann is number 786. In SP7, we normally struggle for numbers in SP7, which is the old category for Carrera Cup cars. SP7's kind of morphed into Cup 2 these days, but nevertheless there are 5 SP7 cars and a mixture of 991 Cup GT3 MRs. There's a couple of Caymans in there, in fact 4 Caymans, 2 of which are the 718 version, prepared to GT4 rules. And Fabio Sacchi is in one of those cars. Lucas Drost, the German in the GT Motorsport by WS racing car. 15 Cup 2s, though these will all start in the first group as well. And then SP8T which is for, again, a number of GT4 cars with the turbocharger, but for whatever reason they sit outside the normal SP10 entries. SP10 is for the global GT4 category, whereas SP8T, there may have been one or two tweaks to take them out of the regulation set. So that's where in SP8T there are a couple of Toyota Supra Evo GT4s and a couple of BMW M4 GT4s, plus the BMW M2 of Matthew Hampson and Andrew Schultz in their number 149 car. But SP10 could provide a cracking race. This is where the GT4 normal cars are, the global category machines. 10 SP9s, and again, a mixture of manufacturers. There's a couple of Aston Martins in there, which will please the man to my right. 718 Caymans, 4 of those, a couple of BMWs as well, and GT4, we say this all the time, but yes, SP9 GT3 is the very top category, should I say, but GT4 provides a terrific race at the same time.
Oh, fantastic cars! I mean, and a great stepping stone for those aspirational drivers, whether they be young pros coming through the order or amateurs that are the backbone of GT endurance racing, wanted to build their way up through. Fantastic experience. A GT4 car these days isn't just a road car converted; it is based on the road car, as is technically a GT3 car, although they are very much a race car. Let's face it, they are very, very different when you sit next to one. Certain panels might well bear a similarity to the same production line, but as they should be in some ways. I think if the public can look at it and recognise it as their brand, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari, whatever it may be, then one they want to, that's fine, as long as it looks visually like that's fine, and it's based on it. A lot of it is, the engine in a 296 Ferrari, even the 499 hypercar, the block is the same one that's on the road. Yeah, and that's great continuity, because the man on the street, he says in open close brackets, it's relatable. And that's what it should be. GT4 cars now are so advanced, they're amazing. One of the great things with them is that they've got so many driver aids that you can start in that with let's say an amateur. But what we mean by an amateur is somebody new to racing. So often a professional individual, made the money, wants to go and do this. They don't want to do the tired of golf or yacht racing or whatever. They want to try their hand at car racing, and you can start with a car with everything turned up fully, to make the car completely compliant, while the driver coach can teach them how to drive that car and gradually dial things back as they get more and more used to it. And then you can move up to GT3 if you're brave enough and your pockets are deep enough, and you can do that. Then you can go into LMP1 and do the same process. So there's a fantastic opportunity and so many series out there, and we see it in Le Mans still, in World Endurance Championship, of people in LMP2 cars that are still having putting in good, strong performances with a pro driver, and it helps one another. The coach, the driver, the pro gets a career and gets to lead the way and set the references, and the amateur gets to have the glory and unfortunately pay the bills. But
yes,
that's motor racing.
Yeah, I know.
It always has been.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, the earlier you realise your role in the whole clockwork combination, then the better, I suppose. But without the other side, none of it could happen. So without your pro drivers to pedal the car as fast as possible, you're not going to be in the hunt come the end of the race. But without the funding, without the car, without also the foundation that the non-pro provides, then you can't even get the car on the racetrack. Yeah, so it's very much, it's a 50-50 effort. If nothing else, actually weighted a bit more towards the gentleman driver.
Entirely so, entirely so. I was been privy to many a conversation in offices of trucks over the years, but I remember being on a GT1 test a good number of years ago, and there was somebody that we tried out, and they'd done okay. They've been quite successful in lower formula, mostly single-seater. Big GT cars are very different. They're brutish. They're very raw. Big, heavy, fire-breathing front-engine cars. Very, very different to single-seaters. And this, let's just say, lad hadn't really got his head around it quite the way we'd hoped. And it was basically put to him that to be a part of the team, he had to bring one of two things: lots of speed or lots of money. Which was it going to be?
His choice.
It was his choice. And I remember sitting thinking, whoa, that's brutal. Glad my seat's safe.
Yes, exactly.
And I haven't got a penny, so it was like, okay.
Yeah, so you know exactly what you're there for.
That goes back to what you said. Need to know your role, and you've got to. It's a brutal sport. You've got to understand it, because there's a lot involved. There's a lot of expense involved in getting a car to a grid, and then there's a lot of jeopardy of driving a car on a track and being part of a team, which I always enjoyed in endurance and GT racing, is that you're part of a team. It isn't just quite that selfish. Your side of the garage, their side of the garage. You have to work as a team, and you take that collective responsibility, which I always relished.
And it's a massive challenge, and that again is sort of irrespective of what you're bringing to the party. And then it makes the team work. When it does evolve into success, then you suddenly realise this is why we're doing it. This is why we've all got together, and it starts to make a bit more sense then when the silverware arrives. Looking further down the order of the production cars, V6 is the sort of top line of those, where Porsche Cayman S's can be found, and the 911s as well.
Der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird.
So it's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage of the fourth NLS race of the season, the 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, with practice and, well, mainly practice happening yesterday, and then qualifying early this morning. As I say, though, we are racing with thoughts all the time for those affected by yesterday's incident in the paddock, and wishing everyone a speedy recovery there. As many as 22 people affected as that pressurised cylinder exploded and caused an awful lot of problems in the paddock, as you might expect. So the organisers of the event, VLN, have thought for many hours as to whether we should be starting the 2024 edition of the 6 hours of the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, and because the incident itself in the paddock was unrelated to this race, then we are going to be seeing the 6 hours take place today. Tricky weather conditions as we got going this morning, with the mist and low cloud taking its time to clear, but I have to say, as the cars are waved off onto their rolling lap, and it's a full lap now under green flag conditions, or rather with the green flags being waved, the green flag rolling lap, this is a chance for all the starting drivers to assess precisely how much grip is out there, and also, maybe more to the point, how much visibility there is. But we would hope that if marshals can see one another from post to post, then you should be okay to pick out the racetrack in front as well. The more pressing issue for visibility is often when you've got a wall of cars right in front of you. If you're starting on maybe row 3 or 4, it can be very tricky to pick out the braking and turning in points at turn 1, which will be the route onto the Mercedes arena, because it gets very, very busy, particularly in that starting pack on the opening lap.
It's very much a pinch point there, isn't it? You've got a very wide pit straight and, of course, a rolling start. You come out of Tiergarten and out onto the rise, keep formation, the lights go out, and it's just a flat run down, and then everybody can move around. There's so much room on the pit straight there. Everybody can move and spread out. You can end up with 5, 6, 7 cars wide if you wanted to. But then at some point, physics takes over. You've all got to get through that first corner, and it's a funnel. You've got to get through it. It's an extremely tight right. There is the option to go to the left-hand side, but not if we're on. Yes, if we're on Mercedes Arena, which is the same format we use for the 4-hour races, isn't it? So you haven't got the immediate tight left there. So you've got a room. You have got space to. If it's getting a little bit too crowded for comfort, then you can sort of blend out to the left, and you've got a bit of room. On the 24-hour race, there's an immediate flick left, so it's a right-left. Here it's a right and a run, and then into that Mercedes arena, which, again, that's a corner that tightens up on you, though. So if you get onto the inside, you can arrive quite quickly and sort of, that famous racing driver phrase, send it. That's all well and good, as long as you can pull it up and miss the car that you're sending alongside. And if there isn't room to do that, and the corner tightens up, the radius tightens up on you there, you can't do that. So you've got to be very mindful of that. And there's nothing worse than going out on the first lap, especially something like a Porsche, where you touch somebody, those radiators at the front, all of a sudden you've got a radiator gone, and you're potentially out of the race. It's usually quite unpopular back at the garage, that one, I found.
Yes.
Up hotel.
It takes a lot of explaining, and even that's not sufficient a lot of the time.
Weather-wise, by the way, it is humidity I mentioned is quite high, 81% currently, due to drop down to as low as 63%, so an 18% drop by 6 p.m. End of race time here in Germany. 12 o'clock till 6 p.m. Remember, it's a 6-hour race. This, not a 4-hour as normal.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause.
Indeed, so we're both settling in for the long haul, and there is a bit more, well, different strategy utilised for this because of well, the drivers that you've entered into your cars. Have you gone with 2, 3 or possibly 4? Well, it's the case with some of the cars further down the order, and then how you deploy them through the course of the race. The Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, weekend 3. This is race 4 though. Remember those things we started with a double header back in April. The Nürburgring looking resplendent in its summer green. Doesn't seem to matter what time of year these races take place in. It is still the vegetation is often very, very thick, and the nearby fields and trees, this rich colour of green. I suppose when we get later on in the year, the golds and the browns will start to creep in. But this in a warm portion of summer in Western Europe, so I'm sure some of the campsites are well subscribed this weekend. Certainly on the main start and finish straight, a huge amount of fans, including a lot of children as well, now enjoying their school holidays. So an opportunity to come to the ring nice and early, maybe on Thursday or Friday ahead of this event. But regardless of the time of year that a race meeting is taking place here, the challenge is still exactly the same. I suppose the beauty of today is that we have so far not had any of the wet stuff. There's no telling what might happen though. I noticed quite a bit of cloud cover above the number 4 Porsche. Now Timo Glock looked very, very chill talking to Patrick Simon, so I'm going to guesstimate that this is Nico Menzel driving during the opening stint, although what colour helmet did Glock often have during his Formula 1 days? I'm just wondering whether it did have a tinge of yellow on it. Let's guess that Menzel is doing the opening stint for car number 4 though, because well, Timo Glock wasn't even in his race suit, so he would have had to been hurrying up at the end of that interview. So Menzel with an Aston Martin in front of him, but are you Googling?
Yes, I am sad, but it is, as is classic of F1 racers of the modern era, just change it every time.
Do the same for Nico Menzel to see whether you get any results in that regard. But I think I'm fairly safe with that bet for the starting stint.
Yeah, Nico, blue and white. It's a very, very sort of Formula 1 Renault colours of the day.
It is. Yeah. So he was using that helmet in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia of the past. Down the Dottinger they come then at the end of this formation lap. This seems to have gone by very swiftly indeed. Takes about 20 minutes to complete the lap at these speeds. And now Alex Lynn, I can spot Alex Lynn's eyes in his open visor helmet, or not open face, but the visor is tipped back, and he's taking the opening stint in car number 3 for Falken Motorsports. Probably about 3/4 of the track being used by those weaving from left to right though. They're not quite getting to the white lines, although there is a Porsche further back that virtually is, and is having to do a kind of drift at the turning point there to not just get some rotation in those steering wheels, but almost chucking the rear into a bit of a slide so that the rear tyre temp is being built up nicely as well. They're the powered wheels, of course, on most of these cars.
And that's where, just at this point, which is round about Marshall's Post 198, that's where they need to start effectively coming into 2x2 formation once again. So the freestyling, using the whole width of the track to get those tyre shoulders up to temperature, needs to sort of cease a little bit now, or certainly lessen. to take formation, but of course it's quite difficult to come through the Tiergarten side by side because it's so narrow, which is wonderful at high speed, but that's what they need to do. Now, of course, you mentioned earlier that my love of Aston Martin, unashamedly so. Of course, the number 6 car that was in front of it is there's now a gap on the grid. So the Pro Sport Aston has the chance of a run down the outside.
That's a good spot, that, because often gaps will help those behind, give them a clear run, certainly onto the next row. So yes, one car on the front row with a slightly bizarre rolling grid, which comes into vision now on the approach to Tiergarten. They've gone through the left-hand kink at Antoniusbucher. And when we head through here the next time at racing speed, sensible in the early stages at least to stay well off that tricky red and white curbing, because it's at quite an angle, quite a camber, and when the tyres are still coming up to temperature, you want to try and stay off that as much as possible. So all of starting Group 1 now contained within Hohenrhein, Tiergarten and the back end of Antoniusbucher, as the Mercedes, the lone Mercedes on that front row at exactly midday local time, is about to get the signal that the 2024 edition of the 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen is about to get going. Those red lights now turn to green here at the Nürburgring. You're listening to live coverage of this year's 6-hour NLS race on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and it is Mercedes 1 and 2, but the Aston Martin around the outside of a couple of the Porsches, in fact 3 of them, that are dicing with the Aston for third position. And if the Aston leads, it's braking later than the Porsche, but it can't do it. So one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches squeezes into third position, and that should be Nico Menzel. Although, well, Menzel and Lynn started neck and neck. It's the car with the red door mirrors, which is now gunning for second position, in fact. So slicing its way down the inside of the number 9 car of Hubert Haupt, as the race leader Jules Gounon in number 48 is leaving everybody else in its wake. Got a very decent lead of about 10 or 12 car lengths, Jules Gounon. Just being kicked up, though, as so many cars run wide out of that sharp hairpin, which forms the cut-through partway around the Grand Prix lap. We're not using the full Grand Prix circuit as per usual for an event like this, probably about 2/3 of it instead, so we don't go through the left and the right and then all the way down the hill to the Goodyear Kera, instead rejoining just after the Michael Schumacher S. And already door banging happening between a couple of the Porsches as the 5 car around the outside of Frank Stippler on Alex Lynn. And, well, Alex Lynn, still fairly early on in his racing career, dicing with the man in his late 40s now, but he's still got plenty of life left in him. And was that the dynamic GT car that was in between as well?
It certainly was. Yeah, dived down the inside, beginning of the Hatzenbach, just an insertion. We came off the Nordschleife through off the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix circuit, onto there, through speed, but dived down the inside, and just the door was ajar. It wasn't open, but it was ajar, but very swiftly in there and got the job done. Starting Group 2 now, Johnny. Obviously red lights again for them. It's another start procedure for them. Those lights are out. Another great batch of cars here. So some of our GT4s, SV8s are in the first category. So this is our Cup 2, mostly Porsches at the front. Although I can see no change into the first corner. There's a Volkswagen there that's into second place, trying to work his way through, trying to go all that way around the outside. It just wasn't entirely possible, not quite. People running off wide to the left-hand side, out-braking themselves, but no harm done. Three of them in synchronised out-braking there at one another. Nobody touched one another, which is quite keen. Yeah, not keen, sorry. Clean.
Well, keen and clean, perhaps, but always good that cars survived the early dicing. That's the last thing you want, is something happening on the opening few corners of a 6-hour race. Ben Leuchter in the treble 3 Golf now trying to outbrake 320, which is one of the Halders. The Halders tend to race as a family in various cars. They're in the 4 Motors Bio Concept Porsche this weekend, and now the Leuchter-driven treble 3 Golf to the inside. You'll have to try and make it around the outside though, but they're going to both head to the curb.
He's done it.
He does. Terrific overtake So clearly not in the same class. Well, actually they are, bizarrely, because they're alternatively fueled cars. So you wouldn't normally see a VW Golf and a Porsche 911 in the same class, but they are both in the AT division, and that's why they're 3-digit race numbers starting with a 3. And also right on their tail is the 962 car of Bednarski. So Bednarski runs in Cup 3, Josh Bednarski for Avia WNS Motorsport. He's sharing with Moritz Oberheim and Lucas Daugard, so some familiar names there to be found in the Cup 3 part of the race. 15 cars in Cup 3 as well. So 15 in Cup 2, in Cup 3, and we have 15 SB9 cars, or at least that was the case on the original entry. We have lost some, including a car to start on the front row, and the Manthey Racing Porsche as well, which, because of yesterday's nasty, horrible paddock incident, Manthey EMA have had to announce that they will take no further part. No crew members of theirs were injured in the incident, but because of the investigations that are continuing, they are unable to take part in the 4th NLS race of the season. We have a similar scenario in start group 3 as we do in start group 1, in that, unless the grid's slightly out of order here, now we have got gaps on it, deliberately so. And the front row only had one car. Red lights are still being displayed. Now they turn to green, and it's a Porsche versus BMW fight at the head of the order, but again in different divisions. So the Nexen tyre livery Porsche with its white and purple will be the first down into the first corner. Porsche, BMW, then another Porsche in 3rd, and then one of the Hyundai TCR cars in 4th position. Everybody else in Startgruppe 3 filtering through the first few corners, and it's going to be very, very tricky here. Not until you can hear the engine note in the background, not until you go down to ground level, and hopefully you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, because the rear-facing camera on one of those cars shows you just how busy it is in that mid-pack through the Mercedes arena on the first lap.
Race control reporting rain at Flugplatz, and we've also got a code 60 at exactly the same part of the circuit. Now, the two may or may not be connected. That said, I have reports that cars 35, 127 and 164 are involved in something at there on that opening lap. So 35 is Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston from the SP9 category. 127 would be the Maxi Cruise Racing Porsche 911 GT3, and the 164 would be the 708 Cayman from SP10 of Aviva and WS Motorsport. So there may be an incident there, and it's looking a little bit foggy at the end of the Nürburgring GP circuit as well.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the rain to arrive, did it? Now the Herbert Porsche very late on the brakes. This is a few minutes ago, but now, is this to do with tyres? All of a sudden I'm thinking, because the Mercedes that was in 2nd and the Aston Martin that was in 3rd are nowhere in terms of performance and have just been swamped by a couple of Porsches. Then the Aston Martin gets ahead of the then 2nd placed Mercedes. So it's not Jules Gounon that I'm talking about, but the number 9 car of Hubert Haupt in the team Advan by HRT Mercedes that seem to have no speed, or comparatively no speed, on the run towards Schwedenkreuz and then down the hill from that very fast left-hander towards the right-hander at Arenberg. So an awful lot changing this early on in the race. Now quite a queue developing behind Hubert Haupt, which will contain one of the Volker Motorsport Porsches. That, I think, is Alex Lynn, but also Frank Stippler and Bastian Boos in his green and black dynamic GT Porsche.
Well, he had a little bit of an incident there when that Mercedes slowed up. He actually tagged the back of Frank Stippler, not much to put it out, but he's much, much quicker than Stippler now. Got the toe on him down the Dottingham, got the job done. Stippler tries to squeeze across to the left-hand side and trying to take that air off and give that side drive off it, which indeed has worked for Frank Stippler. He tucked into the rear right of Bastian Boos's dynamic Porsche, trying to do exactly the same. He's not going to get to carry it all the way through.
But what about the change for the lead?
Yeah, and it's rain, heavy rain.
For the lead, though, that's not the 2nd Mercedes, that's the Gounon Mercedes that has now been overtaken by 1 and 2 Porsches. It might be 3 by the end of the lap.
It is.
It is 3. So what tyres is Jules Gounon on? As now there's going to be a potential lead change again as Frank Schnippler breaks late. Oh, he's taken the front off the number 4 Porsche of Nico Menzel. Now, does Menzel pit? He's not going to pit.
He doesn't know.
Maybe he doesn't know. Well, yeah, very good point. So he's going to have to now do a full lap without that, well, with the front bumper still intact, but it's surely going to start to do some damage to maybe the front right tyre. All around the back of him now is Bastien Boost trying to be late as he dares on the brakes. Is he going to go shooting off into the gravel? No, he's controlled it nicely and actually stayed within the track limits down in the first corner. Boost around the outside of Frank Schnippler for the lead of the 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Can't get there, but this rain is hugely distracting now.
He's off. Yeah, Menzel off there. I think he's got front right steering damage, Johnny, from that little tag there. It's taken the front PU off on the right-hand side of the car, but of course he won't know that. He'll know there's contact, but he can't see. There's nothing flapping for him to see. It's too low on his line of sight there, so he won't know, but he'll know the handling of that car. I've got to say, Frank Schnippler, we know he's got talent, but what time was he on to be able to pull some of the moves off he did on that lap? But Bastien Boost it is now. That's a dynamic car into the overall race lead. Frank Schnippler is in second place. Nico Menzel completes the top 3 in a limping Falcon Porsche, and I think that's going to potentially drop down the order this lap. I think that car is wounded, not just physically from the side of the PU off, but I think it's got steering damage.
Trying to drill down into the sector times. If I tell you Hubert Haupt did sector 3 in 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Now the race leader's off onto the gravel at the Vidal chicane, and he's completely outbraked himself with no immediate pressure from Frank Schnippler. Schnippler nearly piles into the back of Bastien Boost as they go through the Sabina Schmitz curve and onto Hatzenbach. This will probably bring an ailing Nico Menzel back into the mix. Is that still Menzel there?
No, that's a different car.
That's the sister car.
The sister car
of Alex Lind.
Now, Bastien Boost there, he ran wide. To be fair to Frank Schnippler there, he made the mistake, Bastien Boost that is, ran across the gravel and rejoined. And Frank Schnippler was entirely in his right to go to the left-hand side, and Bastien Boost just closed the door. It was going to be cars off.
They are all off. Boost is off.
And Schnippler.
Now Schnippler. And that was Menzel.
Menzel. Everybody's off. That's 5 cars off at Hatzenbach. Make that 6, the other Falcon cars off, and collects the others. We've got 7 cars off at Hatzenbach now. It's just an absolute skating rink down there. I would not be at all surprised if this is a red flag, Johnny.
I think it has to be, purely because
track's blocked. It's just not safe to get through.
Well, you can't take to the asphalt now. We're talking about the Hatzenbach area where the tyre wall is, and thankfully everybody else is slowing down in time and actually taking to the grass in order to get around this. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all in the barrier, and Hubert Haupt will be very, very happy that he has taken his time on this lap, because he's not been involved in this huge incident which has taken out the top, well,
four cars. You've got Schnippler, Menzel, Boost, Gounon.
At the time?
Yeah, no, you've definitely got Schnippler, Menzel, Boost and Gounon now. That's 5-4, 54 and 48. So the Herbert Falcon number 4, Menzel, dynamic, and the Langstrecken Mercedes.
Another one of the Porsches, which is, it is a red flag, perhaps no real surprise, but the 119 car managed to rotate well before that. But that, thankfully for Robin Cherzanovsky, means that he's not been involved in the crash at the tyre wall. But I had seen that Frank Schnippler was flying off the racetrack, and even though Nico Menzel was a couple of meters, several meters further back, he just could not react in time. And regardless of whether you'd chosen full wet tyres, you were never going to stop sufficiently partway down the 2/3 of the way into the Hatzenbach, because there was that much surface water that everybody was going to aquaplane towards the scene of the accident. And I have big concerns now about some of the amount of impact, because we had very fast racing cars hitting stationary cars in the tyre wall, and despite the marshals frantically waving double-waved yellows, nobody could react in time, mainly because of the visibility. I actually mentioned on the rolling lap that there was no sight of any of the wet stuff, and that changed so quickly. It has a habit of doing so here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, but when you catch out the quality drivers of Schnippler, Menzel, Boost, Gounon, all at the same place, there's something clearly wrong. So the Aston 17's in there. Schnippler, the number 3 Porsche. So that's Lynn. That's Alex Lynn, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder whether Menzel actually got... No, I think Menzel's involved as well, but he got further around. But I cannot imagine that Menzel continued on. He did, you know, because he got to the end of sector 2. So my apologies. He's carrying damage, remember?
Yeah, but he's got time to pit and get that sorted now. And that actually possibly, ironically, did him a favour. Because it was Alex Lynn that managed to progress up the order. Because they say we saw the two Falcon cars swap order. Because we suddenly realised that front PU was still attached. And then it was very much not attached because it's gone into the barriers and collected one of the Mercedes. Stippler in behind that. That Stippler's car was then also collected by the... I'm trying to see which car that is.
The black car's the Jutta Audi R8.
Correct. Yes, it is. And that's got rear wing damage where that's been, I think that went in first, higher up, rotated round. The Aston, Pro Sport Aston's facing the wrong way, as is the Landgraf Mercedes at the front?
It was the Jules Gounon car.
Yeah.
So that's the Losch car, but it may well be called Landgraf as well. Yes, indeed. Team Landgraf,
yeah.
48 for Jules Gounon. So Hubert Hout, despite him doing a 2 minutes 14 through the second sector, or was it the third sector on that first lap, which was nowhere in comparison, actually that slightly more conservative approach has resulted in Hubert Hout being able to continue. Bastian Boos is out of the 54 car and is able to walk around the dynamic GT.
Alex Lynn just getting out of the Falcon car on the right-hand side. Of course, it's a left-hand drive car, and he can't open the left-hand door because it's against Stippler's Porsche. So how do you get out? So he's got to climb over it, and I can tell you that's no mean feat. He's only just got out of that, not because of any injury. He's absolutely fine. He's out of his own power, but climbing out of a current GT3 or 4 race car is not easy. You've got to climb over the centre console. Now I think Menzel has also now stopped on that red flag lap. He's now stopped as well. So I think that damage he sustained, I did say it was wounded. Well, we had a lot more happening in between. I think Menzel's out, so not a good day for Falcon at the moment.
Not a good day for so many of the teams we would have expected to have done well in this race. And now so many drivers, including Alex Lynn, taking the helmet off.
Just at the other side of Foxhole, or approaching Adenauer Forst, is Alex Lynn in the other Falcon car. That's out as well. Drivers, a little bit of psychology here. Some of the drivers wisely, as they got out of the car, keeping helmets on, just in case others think it's their fault and want to come and remonstrate. Always keep your helmet on until they've shaken hands. A little inside there. Especially if you're guilty.
I don't think anybody's guilty in this.
No, I think the weather was guilty on that one.
Because bizarrely, the rain's actually stopped.
Yeah. On a positive note, the barriers, which are at this part of the Hatzenbach, obviously covered by 2 layers of tyre wall and then conveyor belting. The barriers are absolutely fine. Nothing's got there. Everything's gone in quite slowly, light impact, enough to do lots of damage to the car. The team probably will remonstrate with me, take umbrage with the phrase light impact. Let's just see. So it was Stippler coming through Tiergott, wanted to just clip the front of the number 4 Falcon car, which is Nico Menzel. To be fair, he was kind of alongside. Now this is the bit where Bastian Boos runs wide and then cuts back across, and Stippler had every right to have a little look down there. This is going off the end of the GP circuit into Sabine Schmidt's curve. They carry on a bit further and then they sort of get to Hatzenbach, isn't it? Where they don't get very far, and it's just huge impact for Bastian Boos on the right-hand side of the circuit. He just understeered off and could do nothing about it. Frank Stippler tried to miss him, and everybody else then, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars include, so there's the there's Alexander Lynn going in as well, and then it's the Audi arriving at some pace, and that's probably done the biggest damage to all the cars. There is the Audi arriving, total skating ring. It's exactly what happened to the first Porsche of Nico Menzel, just completely understeered off on the right-hand side. That's why there's little damage to the conveyor belting, because the damage is on the big impact is on the right-hand side of the circuit, and it's done quite a lot. Taking the front right-hand wing off that dynamic car, hasn't it?
Nearly taking the front right-hand wheel off the dynamic car. Yeah. So it's going to take some recovering of those 6 cars. Nico Menzel was definitely involved. He actually hit the barrier to further damage his Porsche. But weirdly, I wonder whether the front bumper had actually sort of partially gone back on. I couldn't see any more gap between the front of the car and the front bumper, and I think the force of the airflow was actually doing him a favour and pushing the bumper back onto the front of the car. But then he hit the barrier, as did so many other cars, and Nico Menzel's did incredibly well to get down to the foxhole. He was hoping he might even be able to limp the car all the way back so that they could do some relevant work on that. A red flag allows you to do that. But it is not the case, and I mean, we are denied what could have been a bonkers race there. The way it had started, it could have been absolutely superb, but sadly, it's taken 6, now 7 of the key runners out in one fell swoop. And bizarrely, as I say, the rain has now stopped. So it was a short, sharp shower. There have been thunderstorms in a lot of Western Europe this week, including a significant portion of the UK. It's the tail end of a storm that's been heading across the Atlantic. So how much warning did Alex Lynn have that cars were going off in front of him? I spotted Frank Stippler's white Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's him hitting the barrier further ahead. And Alex Lynn just cannot shave off the speed in time and bang into a car park that had already formed.
That's when he's hit by the Audi, isn't it? The second impact. Yeah, he's already stationary by Stippler's car, and that's when the Audi came in and collected it.
He was actually dealing with that very calmly and coolly, and then he suddenly realised, oh, hang on a minute, there's going to be more piling in a second. Then he puts his hands across his chest, crossed them to make sure that the steering wheel wasn't going to break any fingers, and just waited for the noises to stop, and thankfully they did shortly after that. But I mean, one of the biggest impacts was the latter one, which was Alexei Veremenko in that all-black Jutta Racing Audi number 8 slamming in, and that kind of came in sideways, cleaned out a bit of Alex Lynn's Porsche, and also squished the Herbert Motorsport car even more into the barrier.
Sadly, John, I think there's two elements to the delay we're going to have here. One is clearing the remainder of these cars. There's only so many flatbeds we've got. You don't expect to find 6 cars off at the same place. None of those cars, or potentially quite a high proportion of those cars, are not going to be easy to move under their own. They're not rolling, obviously not under their own steam, they're not drivable, but quite often when the car's rolling, you can tow it out of the way. You can't here, you've got to go onto lifts and get them onto flatbeds, which is why we knew, and I called it going to be a red flag, because just need a certain amount of instant vehicles on it, on the track to get them moving. So there's the first one being towed out of the way, which is, I think, one of the Falcon cars at the back. I'm not sure which one that was there, potentially at the back. No, it's a bit further in. So one is being rolled out of the way. The rest are going to have to be picked up onto flatbeds. That's going to take some time to resolve. The damage to the barriers is minimal on the left-hand side. As I mentioned, the tyre conveyor belting, that's probably fairly easy to straighten and stretch and put back. The tyres are intact, it's just the conveyor belting is a little ruckled. I'm surprised that hasn't been pulled off the barrier even more, but it hasn't. But my concern is further back up the Hudson back as they start to approach that, the descent down from Chablis and Smith's curve on the right-hand side, where the dynamic Porsche Bastian boost went off on the right-hand side. That was a big impact on exposed barrier. There's no tyre or conveyor there. It's directly onto the barrier. So whilst the crew will be working simultaneously, there'll be one crew deployed to that area, sorting that out. That's going to be a lot of work to get these barriers and things straightened. And I think we could. I hate to say it, but is it going to be potentially a shortened race?
Well, I don't necessarily know whether it's going to be shortened. I mean, the clock, as far as I know, is actually still running. By the way, there are cars off in other places as well, because 2 cars that are being retrieved also from Hatzenbach, I'm going to guess, but none of those that I recognise of the 6 that had ended up all together in the tyre barrier partway along Hatzenbach. But shortened, well, maybe in terms of actual race time. The thing is, with a 6-hour race, we were running fairly close to, I want to say, the limit that we can run anyway, although, of course, the Nürburgring 24 hours runs all the way through Saturday night and into Sunday morning. But is there indeed, this year not. But is there a time on a sort of standard Saturday that we have to have finished the action? This was originally billed to be a race starting at midday and finishing at 6 p.m. And even though there is a red flag, if this was a World Endurance Championship race, for example, the clock would still be running, and then we just do a restart and still finish at 6, rather than bolt on the red flag time at the end. Although, of course, there was a World Endurance Championship race earlier on in the year at Spa where we did do the, what was it, hour and 40 minutes or so, that the red flag was out, much to the surprise of so many people. Very little that Nico Menzel could have done about that, but amazingly, he then kept it out of the tyre wall on the left, drove across the grass, and was able to rejoin the racetrack. He looks in his mirror, where all hell is breaking loose behind, and he got as far in the end as the exit of Arenberg, start of the Foxhole. But we could see the damage on the front right car, of his car. It was already partially damaged, thanks to the slight bit of contact that he and Frank Stippler had at the end of the previous lap. The racetrack's still absolutely sodden, although I don't think it's still raining. But yes, Nico Menzel ending up with no front right wing on that car, although bizarrely the front bumper is still attached, just about, by a couple of cords, and nothing more than that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We've got an aerial shot of that car, the number 4 Falcon car, you see, of Nico Menzel, and it's got a huge amount of negative camber on the front right. But of course, they've run that standard, and normally you can't see it quite as obviously because the wing's covering it. And now, courtesy of the wing, it being an open wheeler Porsche 911 now, you can actually see the amount of camber. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, actually. But
really?
No.
I mean, the camber, no, but I'm not sure that all of the suspension is necessarily
It's not
intact.
towing out massively. It might be the few degrees that cause it a problem, but it's not pointing at a ridiculous angle compared to the left-hand wheel.
But the rate that he hit the barrier at Hatzenbach, I would have thought that would have buckled maybe a top arm.
Yeah, so more likely a toe link or a tie rod or something would.
Well, yes,
could
that are maybe almost designed to break rather than the wishbone itself, perhaps.
As you say, actually, that design to do that is a very valid point, Johnny, because the engineers that design and develop these cars will do exactly that, because you actually want. It's better that a component breaks like that and actually takes the wheel or something loose, albeit it's slow back to the pits if you can get it back. But what you don't want is loads being transferred down to the chassis and causing greater problems that is more difficult to repair, and also there's more of a financial limitation to that as well, because it damages it. It's a lot more work to do, whereas if it's a corner, you can effectively unbolt it and bolt a new one on, have it all to the right geometry, and away you go again. It might be the next meeting that you do that, but it's not the end of it all. You know, by Wednesday in the workshop, it's done.
Yes.
It's not gutting on Saturday, but by Wednesday it's sorted. A chassis buckled, split, hairline cracks is the case. You know, that's not good. We had that at Monza years ago, actually, in a FIA GT3 European. We had an incident at two weekends before at Bucharest, where me driving, we'd come through Michigan and tapped the right wall, just on the right rear, and it just appeared the load was taken equally on the end of the wheel all the way down the wishbones and damaged the suspension component, which was fine. So that was replaced. 2 weeks later, we were at Monza, and myself and teammate, somebody's not going to do quite well, somebody called Tom Ferrier. We were having huge tyre deflation issues on the Michelins at the time. Obviously, we spoke to Michelin. You know, our drivers going over curbs where the tyres are not warmed up, the sidewalls aren't strong enough. We covered that many a time, and no, it wasn't. In the end, I had a massive moment in qualifying at Curva Grande.
We'll get more on that in a
go on,
second.
Johnny, yes.
Hold that thought. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited Network. So, we should have been almost half an hour.
Liebe Fans,
lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Just before 12:30, it's the Nürburgring 6 hours, the 2024 edition of the Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer, cars limping back in various forms of disrepair, including an Audi. Now, this is not the Jutta racing Audi, because that, I think I'm fairly confident in saying, is out of the race, but another one of the Audi R8s, which may well be the Equipe, the test car of Arno Klassen. That car has now suffered some damage. I can't imagine that it's a puncture. It does appear to be down on the left-hand side. Or is it, in fact, the SP9 Pro-Am car of Bruno Spengler? I'm just trying to work out whether... No, Arno Klassen has made it back to the pit, so it's not Arno. Hubert Haupt about to catch up with Patrick Simon, but this interview will be in German, so we won't hold proceedings for that. Yeah, the 33 car is that is limping down the Dottinger Hohe. I'm sure one of the questions being posed to Hubert Haupt now is, could anything have been done about that? But sometimes, Snowy, weather hits that quickly that from an officiating point of view, from a stewarding point of view, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I think the key word you used there was the track was flooded. It was like somebody had just literally turned a tap on it that bit. And as I said, to catch the likes of Stippler, Menzel, Lynn, etc., all those, just all of them consecutively at exactly the same place. They're all super experienced, platinum grade drivers. They don't make mistakes like that easily. All of them to do it, there's consistency. There's one governing factor there. What is interesting is the red flag procedure. Okay, so just looking through the rules here, because I'm sad like that. If less than 2 laps of the race, just bear with me, Johnny, if less than 2 laps of the race have been completed, then if the race restarts, it'll be as per the original grid. Free positions on the starting grid may not be taken up, but if there's a free row, you can close it up. So if row 3 is empty, those 2 cars are out, row 4 can become row 3, okay, because it's no competitive advantage to either. They're both just moved up one, yeah? That's fine. However, if the leader's completed more than 2 laps of classified, those that started, every car started with classified as a starter, then it will become a suspended race and started as per the finishing of those 2 laps. If that's the case, because we had, how many laps completed? 2.
By the red flag?
Well, we've got 2 laps on the timer's still running on the clock, and that's still at 5 hours 28, just coming up now exactly. But we've got 2 laps recorded on the timing screen.
Only because, though,
the car's coming back to the pits, so it's not at the time of the red flag. So I was just trying to think that we could have some extraordinary cars out at the front of the grid, but I don't think we're going to. Is this the Lamborghini that was coming back? What was the Audi?
Audi of not Bruno Spengler, sorry.
No.
Florian Spengler, who drives this. But yes, I'm expecting this to be car 33, because one Audi we know...
Oh yeah, front left damage and tyre coming off.
One Audi we know, which is the Jutta car, is definitely out of the race. There is a second Audi of Arno Klassen, who's already made it back to the pits. So this is Florian Spengler, car number 33. And is this a tyre that's gone down as a result of hitting a barrier or a tyre wall? I would suggest yes, because there's a big sharp bite out of the wheel arch as well, unless it's damage to or damage from the tyre.
Very sensibly though, he's driving it partly on the grass to keep that tyre cool, because it's rain, the grass is nice and wet, to keep it cool, to stop it delaminating any further, and driving it back. The most difficult thing a driver has to do is drive a car back slowly. There's quite a, you said there's a big chunk of that missing, isn't there? Now he can't go on the grass because there is none at this point. So he's nearly there. That is painfully slow, but the race is stopped, so it's no big disadvantage as long as he can get it through the last little bit of Tiergarten. All right, and into the bits now. We've got one of the Supers coming up behind, and one of the Catemans. They just go past that stricken Audi. And there's some of our, there's our Astons, our Pro Sport car. That's number 35. That's the Valkenhorst car, isn't it? The 35. Yeah, the Valkenhorst Aston on the back of the flatbed, heavily damaged front and rear. That was from the earlier incident at Hatzenbach.
Well, was it though? Because that car wasn't in. That wasn't one of the 6 cars. There was an Aston Martin involved.
That was the Pro Sport 17. You're right.
So where's that gone off? 35 is another one that I'm afraid you can strike from the list because that is hugely damaged. The car of Sami Matti Trogan, Ben Mazatis, Anders Buchart and Stefan Aust. I did notice that Trogan had gone further around, so maybe had managed to get through the carnage at Hatzenbach, and whether he's then crashed a little later on, it's difficult to tell. And of course, has that car now started to trigger timing loops purely because it's on the back of a flatbed? In fact, Trogan's not even showing 1 lap completed, let alone 2. So he's obviously had a crash on the opening lap somewhere.
And bizarrely contrasting scenes in the grandstands as you look out, Johnny, of people in shorts and t-shirts and having cold drinks and just having ice creams. And what's all this fuss about? What's it mean? What rain? What rain? Such is the scale of the Nürburgring. And actually, to think about it, in the grandstand here at the main bit of the GP circuit, Hatzenbach is only just the other side of the pits, really. In reality, it's not like it's out in the woods, as it were. So there's the 33 Audi into the pits, looking decidedly second-hand. Just want a jet wash, and be fine. Well, jet wash and a bit of TLC.
It's got a lot of vegetation on the left side, mainly because
it's gone green.
Maybe because the Grüne Holler and the Grüne Audi. So Florian Spengler spent most of the Dottinger Ruhr straddling the white line. But it's not just grass that's done that damage. It's been in the barrier fairly severely because the inner wheel arch, the skin, is intact, which tells me that it's actually had contact from an outside force, probably a red and white tyre wall, because there's red scuffing all around the headlight, which is partially broken, and the outer wheel arch, if you like, is in a very sad state of affairs. So that's been in the barrier, which has caused the puncture, Detective Sherlock Palmer says.
Would you say not too heavily, because the anti-dive planes, which are light carbon fins on the outer edge of the front wing, that they're still attached and intact, not marked. So it hasn't had too heavy. It's not, as you say, it's not been solid. It's been looks like conveyor belting, which does absorb it. So it might get away with it. We might see that car back out again. No reason why not.
Just getting word as well of more cars stationary at Flugplatz, which is a little later on in the lap. So we had rain at Schwedenkreuz, and also cars stationary, yes, on the opening lap at Flugplatz. So sounds like there's been a fair bit happening just on lap 1, and then and Flugplatz isn't a million miles away from the Hatzenbach either. So rain may be coming in from there. It does tend to creep in from Arenberg and Schwedenkreuz and then work its way in the wrong direction. The weather system tends to work its way towards Flugplatz, Kittelbacher Hohe, and then on towards Hatzenbach itself. And by the sounds of things, that's precisely what has happened. So cars 127, 164, and 35 were all stationary at 5 minutes past midday. So that will have been on the first lap. Car 127 is the Van Roon-driven Max Cruiser Racing Porsche 911. Sami Matti Trogan in the number 35. So that has had an incident either at Flugplatz or just afterwards. And then the other one is the 164 car, the Avia W&S Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman of Still. Now that might well be Henrik Still. Let me just check. But it would make sense to me as to those 3 cars all being involved in potentially the same incident. So yes, it is Henrik Still in the 164. There are stories that are even more full of sorrow than what happened to those 6, 7, maybe 8 cars on the Hatzenbach, in that at least they completed a lap. There are others whose race came to a finish on the first lap and at Flugplatz, which is probably 2/10 of the way through the lap of a potentially, I mean, how long could we have gone? 28 laps normally on a 4-hour So we would expect another 14 on top of that, 30, maybe 42 laps. And you get two tenths into your opening lap, and that is all that she wrote. Hopefully the Audi number 33 of Florian Spengler can actually be fixed, but it depends how long this red flag is out. It also depends on how much repair work is going to have to be done on Hatzenbach, but also at Flugplatz and perhaps some other locations as well around the racetrack. And the track crew here at the Nürburgring, we know, are outstandingly good, but they're going to have to tend to about 3 or 4 different scenes all at the same time.
Yeah, well, the 3 additional cars we lost separate to the Hatzenbach incident, as you mentioned at Flugplatz, were the number 35 Aston Martin of Valkenhorst Motorsport, the 164 VIA and WS Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 from SP10.
Henrik Still.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the Valkenhorst car was SP9 category. And the other one in there was the 127 Porsche Maxi Cruise Racing 911 GT3 Cup. Those 3 were involved in something, not necessarily together, but they all went off at Flugplatz. I'm not saying that it could be exactly the same as Hatzenbach, as in Walter and all 3 went off simultaneously.
And Jan-Jaap van Roon was driving that, the bronze-rated Dutchman, who has been racing on the Nürburgring since 2020. Our first meaningful season in NLS was 4 years ago. He's also done at least 1 season in the Dutch Supercar Challenge as well. Despite the rain, the weather temperature is still pretty good, hence why everyone is here at the Nürburgring in shorts and t-shirts. But it would have been wise to also pack a raincoat, a thin raincoat, and maybe a brolly, because this rain, which is still in the area, is now expected to run until about 1 o'clock. So, I mean, I'm just checking the radar for this part of Germany. It's very much the west side of the country, and not actually that far away from the Belgian border. You have to drive past Spa-Francorchamps to, well, if you're driving from the UK or indeed from parts of Belgium and France, basically drive by the front gates of Spa-Francorchamps in order to get to this part of Germany. And there's been quite a lot of yellow and red on the radar, which indicates to me thunderstorms or heavy rainfall. But now we should be left with a clear afternoon. I'm sure many of the teams knew that some rain was coming, and they may well have hoped that much of it would be let loose onto the track actually during the pit walkabout and the grid walkabout, even though that would have been not a nice situation for the fans. We may well have been able to keep a number more of those cars in the race, because so many of the key players are now out and very early on in the piece. It's a real shame, considering we managed to attract 15 cars initially in SP9 to this event. We were a couple of cars down, but nevertheless, with some drivers of much repute, sadly, they are now going to have to watch from the sidelines and maybe even make a quick exit to their next duties. Not that far away from in the ACO rule set, the next World Endurance Championship race, that is at the end of the month at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. But whilst Alex Lynn is not taking part in that for Cadillac, he had clearly a free weekend to be racing with Falcon this time, and thankfully able to walk away. But it was an incident that involved a number of bits of contact, not least for him ploughing into the barrier at high speed, then into parked cars, and if that wasn't enough, he was then collected further. Let's pause for this interview, because one of the Black Falcon drivers, Italian racer, is now chatting to Patrick Simon. We'll see whether we can home in on this. Okay, so he had an Italian flag on his belt, but clearly his German is also very good, so apologies for that. Just as soon as Patrick moves in to speak to a non-German speaking driver, we can pause for that. We have a decision on the new race distance. So the race is going to start at 2 o'clock local time, and it is now going to be a 4-hour race. So we start at 2 o'clock, which is a little over an hour and 15 minutes away, and we will race for 4 hours. And that seems to be a sensible decision for me. So the pit exit will open again at 1 o'clock, and it will open for 20 minutes to assemble the 3 different groups, and we will race for 4 hours rather than the scheduled 6. A real shame, clearly, for everybody still that can take part, because it's fascinating to spice things up now and again and bolt on a couple of extra hours, but that is, in a sense, the least of our problems, the fact that we can only run now for 4 hours of racing laps because we have so many cars out of the race. And the fact that we hadn't completed 2 laps at the point of the red flag rather suggests to me that it will be an original grid, but with the gaps still present. Well, yeah, as original as we can make it.
Original, new and improved with gaps grid. Yes, because just looking at exactly there, because we've got 3, 4 out, which is the 2 Falcon entries, 5 Herbert Motorsport, Frank Stippler. The Utah Racing Audi is out. The 17 Pro Sport Aston is out. The 35 Pro Sport, Valkenhorst Aston is out. Shall I continue? I think you should. It's going to be like a child going to the dentist, isn't it? Lots of gaps in the teeth, yes. Too much sugar.
Position 4 on the grid, removed at the age of 7.
Yes.
And gap closed. Well, some gaps can be closed, as you've quite rightly pointed out. I've not really ever thought about that before, but if we have both cars out, as is the case with the Falcon Porsches, and they were due to be, where did you say, on the 2nd or the 3rd row?
Well, the Falcon cars were P6 and P5, yeah, so they were 3rd row.
So we're now going to imagine that the 3rd row's not there.
Yeah.
And those cars on starting position 7 and 8 will be allowed to move up. But it is where we've got one car.
7 won't, because P7 was actually the Herbert Motors car with Frank Stippler, so that car's out. So P8 was alongside it, would have been Dynamic.
Not there.
So that's rows 3 and 4, non-existent. So row 5 becomes row 3.
Where did you say the Falcon Porsches were supposed to be starting? Row 2?
Yeah.
So we don't have row 2?
No, P5 and P6.
Ah, so row 3,
yeah.
Put a line through it.
Correct.
Row 4.
Put a line through it, because that's Herbert and Dynamic. Yeah. Exactly. So
how many of the top 4 cars on the grid do we still have? That's 1 Mercedes, the Hubert Haupt car.
Well, you've got the so Gunon's out, isn't he, as well?
He is.
That one's out.
So he started on pole.
Yeah. Now the P2 was the Team Advan number 6 Mercedes. That's out, isn't it?
The Advan number 6 car is the Haupt car, isn't it?
No.
Hubert Haupt. No.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Hubert Haupt.
Oh, no, that's 9.
No. That's 9. That's 9. So this is Dennis Fetzer.
I thought Dennis Fetzer. Oh, Dennis Fetzer didn't even start.
Correct. That was withdrawn. You're absolutely right. So that's out. So that's why there was the gap. Yep. So P1 doesn't exist. So I'm trying to establish what P1 will be. So P1 is the Mercedes Landgraf of Jules Gunon. That's out. P2 didn't start. P3 was the Hubert Haupt Mercedes. Was that involved?
Hubert Haupt got back. You know, he was one of the ones that managed to escape.
So he's effective now, de facto pole position. Okay. P4 was the Pro Sport car, the Aston. So that's out. So P4, 5, 6, and 7, which is the Pro Sport Aston. 5 is the Falcon, number 4. 6, sorry, yes, P6 is number 3 Falcon Porsche, and P7 is the Herbert Porsche of Frank Stippler. They're all out. So P8 on our original grid was the Dynamic, and that's also out. So we've got to get to what was P9, haven't we? So the P9 car is now effectively on the front row. It's second on the grid anyway, wherever that might be on the grid, but we're going to lose 2 rows completely. It will make more sense when it comes out there, but it's that interesting rule there. You say that those gaps can't be filled, but if an entire row is missing, that can be filled. Because obviously that's fair. It's not, nobody's getting, somebody taking up a slot is gaining. You're basically grading a grid slot to the disadvantage of the person next to you. Yeah. Because you haven't qualified alongside them, therefore you're taking that position alongside. That's not fair. It's not sporting. But an entire row missing, well, just move the next lot up. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to the restart at 2 o'clock.
Well, it rather opens the door for those cars that we wouldn't have necessarily thought that would get a good result overall, and they are the Cup 2 cars and potentially some SP10s as well. For example, I know it was under red flag conditions, but the race at the end of lap 2, as a stream of cars headed into pit lane, actually it was a top 3 of Cup 2 cars for Jan, Tobias Muller, Gabriele Piana, who I think was the Black Falcon pilot that Patrick Simon was catching up with. Gabriele Piana spent so much time, though, in Germany that his German is absolutely perfect by the sounds of things. He drives the 103 car. Hubert Haupt, as mentioned, did get by, but did get through the whole incident and managed to get back to the pit lane with very little damage on his car. Amazingly, he was able to stop in time as well, I suppose, with frantically waved double yellows in places. He was able to get out of the gas at the crucial time and back to the pit lane. So if you're just joining us, wondering why on earth we're not racing, it was a very quick shower indeed, mainly affecting Hatzenbach and Flugplatz, Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. So that northwest corner of the racetrack, where so typically the weather first arrives, and the rain arrives so quickly, even though I'm pretty sure we had different types of tyres being utilised by the different teams. Certainly we've got different tyre manufacturers always in these types of races, but the difference was greater than that. It was a cut slick versus a slick. It might have even been a wet tyre versus a slick, because of the speed differential between the two Mercedes and those Porsches that were catching hand over fist. And the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Frank Stippler, the Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Nico Menzel, and the dynamic GT car of Bastian Boos were being driven at a terrific speed and with great care and accuracy as well. But unfortunately, nobody quite accounted for the amount of standing water that would be on the Hatzenbach just a lap later. And the sorry sight of Frank Stippler and Alex Lynn and Bastian Boos maybe now working their way towards the paddock again, but on foot. So having to take that very long walk back the wrong direction down the Hatzenbach, which is a terrific place to go walking on the weekend of the Nürburgring 24 hours, by the way, because it's absolutely full of fans and all sorts of different types of music, and generally of drink as well, drink and food, shall we say, but slightly quieter this weekend. There's fairly minimal damage on the front of Jules Gounon's Mercedes. The front right corner is still just about intact. The grille is a right mess and the headlights cracked, and the front bit of the wheel arch, front right wheel arch, is no longer there. Also, the bonnet has been peeled up very slightly, but I would imagine that if you'd managed to limp that car back, say during the 24-hour race, that wouldn't be the last we'd see of that 48 car. But sadly, it had to have appeared at the end of the lap under its own steam. So Porsche number 3 from Falcon out, Aston Martin number 35 out of the race. So too the Jutta Racing Audi, the 54 Dynamic GT Porsche, and that Mercedes number 48 as well. And those that are still left are being worked on, which is of course what a red flag allows you to do. Spare parts may well be being located though for one or two. It remains to be seen whether the 33 car of Florian Spengler will be able to continue. It was only a front left puncture, in fairness, that looked to be the damage there, although it had rattled the barrier. Front left corner was stained with red paint from, I'm guessing, a tyre wall, which then popped the front left tyre, and that car was limped home by Florian Spengler. But Car Collection are a mean team in terms of repairing cars at speed, and they have often entered, well, Porsches of old and many Audis as well through the years in things like the NLS, but also further afield, 24H series. Car Collection have been champions in that before, and winners of the big races, i.e. the Dubai 24 hours in previous years. So I'm sure frantic work will be ongoing there. And instructions about to be given to the marshals, because we're only now 6 minutes away from the pit lane reopening. Tyre stacks are being moved around a little low. Not entirely sure why that is. Oh, that will be in order to allow cars through the gaps in order for the starting groups to begin again, of course. So yeah, that allows access from one side of the Grand Prix track to the other. So a pause in proceedings, but we're not that far away from hearing race engines again, because the pit lane is due to open for 20 minutes in 5 minutes time, and we'll get that big feeling of deja vu as 3 groups are assembled. I rather think that start groups 2 and 3 will be higher subscribed than those cars that are able to take a race start in the first starting group. We are at least 8 cars down, and possibly more after absolute carnage wrought.
I've counted 10. I've just gone through. Just listen to the headline teams here. Never mind the names of Lynn, Menzel, Stippler, Bockmann, Gunon, Bus, etc. The teams are taken out. Both Falcon cars: Herbert, Utah, Pro Sport, Falkenhorst, Landgraf, Dynamic, and then Maxi Cruz and Avia WS as well. So 10 cars out on lap 2 of the race, and 6 of them at one place. Not extraordinary scenes here at Nürburgring on Saturday, August the 3rd. You'd have thought that the weather would be bright and clear and sunny. I did say there was a lot of humidity earlier on. Did I report 81% at the beginning? And I said I thought fog after qualifying this morning, because that was also shortened from 90 minutes to 60 minutes was the qualifying today. And the track, just looking down over the pit straight, it's still that shiny, slippy, wet, that, you know, do you risk slicks or not? And you go on to an intermediate, and it's a shortened race now. It's going to be a 4-hour race. It was due to be the Ruhr-Pokal 6-hour event, midday to 6 p.m. CET time. Our safety car is indeed on the pit straight ready, and there are dry patches at the end of the pit lane as they drop down into turn 1. So my eye on that would immediately tell me that's probably worth going onto a slick, but that's only one little bit of the circuit in the sun and the higher part front of the grandstands here on the Grand Prix circuit. It's the rest of it that it'd be the concern, as we saw on lap 2 just 40 odd minutes ago, of how difficult it can be.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You're tuned to the 2024 edition of the 6-hour race to the end.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Es gibt viele Gründe, warum gut ein Viertel der Teilnehmer am Langstrecken-Pokal in Fahrzeugen dieser Machart startet.
Hier, das ist einfach in dieser Gruppe H noch Fahrspaß pur. Vergaser hinten drauf und wenn man aufs Gas tritt, dann hört man auch etwas. Das heißt, das subjektive Fahrgefühl ist einfach in der Gruppe H am besten.
Weil für uns die Gruppe H die einzige Klasse ist, wo wir genug Freiheit haben, unseren technischen Spielereien freien Lauf zu lassen.
Gruppe H ist einfach ein Rennauto, wie man so DTM-Vergleich, Klasse 1. Einfach, weil es Spaß macht, man darf viel machen und das ist irgendwo weit weg von der Serie und das ist das, was richtig Spaß daran macht.
H steht aber nicht für Hobby oder gar für hemdsärmlich, sondern für liebevoll vorbereitete Tourenwagen. Wie für jede andere Wertungsgruppe auch, steht vor dem Renneinsatz erst einmal der Gang zur Abnahme. Geprüft wird, ob der Wagen den technischen Regularien und allen Sicherheitsaspekten entspricht.
So, das ist soweit okay.
Ist alles in Ordnung, gibt es den Eintrag in den Wagenpass und den Abnahmestempel. Die Gruppe H ist das Auffangbecken für Fahrzeuge, die streng genommen nicht mehr für den Motorsport zugelassen sind. Wird ein Typ 5 Jahre lang nicht mehr gebaut, verliert er seine Motorsport-Homologation. Erst im Alter von 25 Jahren dürfte er wieder eingesetzt werden, nämlich bei den historischen Fahrzeugen. Genau diese Lücke schließt die Gruppe H. Tourenwagen neueren Typs sind auch startberechtigt, vorausgesetzt, sie wurden vor dem 31.12.1987 zugelassen. Das ist zum Beispiel bei den VW Polo der 1300er Klasse der Fall. Diese Klasse ist eine von 4, für die die Gruppe H reserviert ist. Die Motorleistungen liegen hier bei rund 150 PS. Das ist aber noch nicht das Maximum.
Es geht weitaus mehr. Es geht also bis in die Region 160, 165. Manche Leute reden davon, sogar knappe 170 PS zu kriegen. Allerdings nur unter horrendem finanziellen Aufwand, den wir uns leider mangels Sponsors nicht leisten können.
In der nächsthöheren Klasse fahren die 1600er Fahrzeuge. Hier ist der Aufwand schon sehr viel größer. In diesem Opel Kadett zum Beispiel steckt statt des serienmäßigen 2-Ventil-Motors ein 4-Ventil-Aggregat. Die Toyota Corolla von Ludwig Hölzel und Herbert Lingmann gehört fast schon zum Inventar der Klasse. Eigentlich ist die Corolla als Gruppe A Tourenwagen entwickelt worden. Der Weg in die Gruppe H fand über Umwege statt.
Ja gut, wir haben mit dem Toyota Corolla jahrelange Erfahrung. Ich bin damit mit Herbert Lingmann in der Europameisterschaft in Gruppe A gefahren. In A haben wir natürlich viel zu wenig Starter, um anständig punkten zu können. So haben wir das Fahrzeug auf H umgerüstet.
Bei den 2-Liter-Fahrzeugen ist der technischen Auf- und Umrüstung dann kaum noch eine Grenze gesetzt. Mögliche Variante 1: Man nehme einen Opel Manta, rüste ihn zum Tourenwagen um, verziere ihn mit aerodynamischen Hilfsmitteln und kröne das Ganze mit einem DTM-Motor aus dem Opel Kadett. 280 PS. Und fertig ist ein Kandidat für das Siegertreppchen. Möglichkeit 2. Man wähle einen BMW 320i, verfahre karosseriemäßig wie beim Opel Manta und ersetze den Serienmotor durch ein waschechtes BMW Formel-2-Aggregat. Das hat offene Renneinspritzung, denn Ohr und Auge wollen auch etwas davon haben. Probleme, die Kraft auf den Asphalt zu bringen, gibt es keine. Die Haltbarkeit macht Sorgen.
Ja, okay, die Haltbarkeit ist natürlich dementsprechend kürzer als bei einem Serienauto. Man muss bald nach jedem Rennen oder spätestens nach 2 Rennen eine Motorrevision vornehmen, die natürlich einiges kostet. Aber aus Gründen der Zuverlässigkeit muss dieses gemacht werden, weil die Autos doch anfälliger sind.
In der Klasse über 2500 Kubikzentimeter sind die Porsche unter sich. 2 Typen unterscheidet man: die 935 Flachschnauzer und die Carrera RSR. Mächtiges Flügelwerk schmückt die Klassiker. Probleme mit der Haltbarkeit der 6-Zylinder-Boxermotoren gibt's hier nicht.
Normalerweise haben wir nie Probleme mit Motoren. Wir fahren das ganze Jahr mit dem Motor. Wenn man natürlich jetzt noch vielleicht an den Mercedes rankommen wollte, müssen wir mehr am Motor machen, nur dann werden sie auch eben anfällig werden. So sind es eben Langstreckenfahrzeuge, wo man eigentlich keine Probleme hat.
Den Wedol-Langstrecken-Pokal ohne die Gruppe H. Dieses Unding können sich die Fahrer dieser Klasse nicht vorstellen.
Langstreckenpokal ohne Gruppe H wäre auch Langstreckenpokal ohne Gerd Durberg.
Es würde sicher einiges fehlen, den ganzen Flair.
Also im Prinzip ohne die Gruppe H wäre das Ganze vermutlich ein bisschen langweilig. Also die Gruppe H gibt dem Ganzen doch so ein bisschen die Würze im Ganzen, weil da doch wesentlich schnellere Fahrzeuge antreten und nur Serientouren waren. Das wäre auch für den Zuschauer ein bisschen langweilig.
Die Startaufstellung zum 6. Lauf. Auf Platz 3 stehen die besten Gruppe H-Vertreter, Hans-Günther Engels und Edgar Dören auf Porsche Carrera RSR. Die Pole Position scheint in diesem Jahr für den DTM-Mercedes von Uli Richter und Olaf Mantei reserviert zu sein. Bereits zum 6. Mal in Folge steht dieses Auto vorne. Dahinter dann die BMW und Porsche Armada. Im Cup Carrera von Jürgen Ahlsen und Bernd Mailänder schauen wir uns den Start an. Mailänder ist am Steuer. Auf den ersten Metern geht der Youngster auf Nummer sicher, steckt etwas zurück und hält sich aus dem Gerangel heraus. Er weiß genau, dass er noch 23 Runden Zeit hat, Plätze gut zu machen. Hier überholt er Hermann Tilke im BMW M3. Den nächsten, den er im Visier hat, ist Friedrich Leinemann im GT Cup Porsche. Mailänder muss schon alle Register ziehen, um zu Leinemann aufzuschließen. Und teilweise fährt er jenseits von Gut und Böse. Schließlich hat er sich Friedrich Leinemann zurechtgelegt und geht vor der Auffahrt zum Flugplatz vorbei. Mittlerweile hat er den Porsche bis auf den 6. Platz vorgefahren. An der Spitze des Feldes kann Uli Richter relativ ruhig seine Bahnen ziehen. Er führt souverän vor Joe Weber im bis dahin bestplatzierten Gruppe H Porsche und Otto Rensing im GT-Cup-Fahrzeug. Der wird seinerseits von Edgar Dören, Startnummer 18, unter Druck gesetzt. Dören kann 2 Runden später vorbeigehen und liegt damit bei Halbzeit auf Platz 3. Szenenwechsel die Boxengasse. Uli Richter übergibt an Partner Olaf Manthey. Sein Vorsprung bis jetzt 3,5 Minuten. Während sich Manthey und Richter noch besprechen, werden routinemäßig die Reifen gewechselt und der Wagen durchgecheckt. Dann kann Olaf Manthey auf seinen Turn gehen und wir blicken einmal auf das Geschehen in der Gruppe H. Eindrücken wieder zum Renngeschehen. In der Gruppe H bis 1300 Kubikzentimeter müssen sich Gerd und Jürgen Neuefeind nur um 45 Sekunden ihrem Markenkollegen Klaus Bachmann geschlagen geben. Ludwig Hölzel und Herbert Lingmann sind die großen Pechvögel bei den 1600ern. Bis zur 18. Runde führen sie die Klasse überlegen an, dann kriecht der Teufel in den Kabelbaum ihres Toyota Corolla.
Neue, noch eine. Hol eine, komm.
Fluchen und Muskelkraft helfen nichts, sie müssen aufgeben.
Hier.
Gregor Schulte und Stefan Kiesling übernehmen so kampflos den ersten Platz und können ihren ersten Saisonerfolg feiern. Über 2/3 der 2-Liter-Klasse fallen aus, darunter auch der Opel Manta von Joachim Utsch und Peter Kreuer. Sie führten bis zum Achsschenkelbruch in der 8. Runde. Der Sieg und Gesamtrang 21 ging schließlich an Volker Imhoff und Wilfried Golombek auf einem weiteren Opel Manta. Sehr viel weiter vorne, nämlich auf Platz 5, da übernimmt Uwe Alsen den Porsche Carrera von seinem Partner Bernd Mailänder. 10 Rennrunden warten nun noch auf den Kraftfahrzeugmeister aus Betzdorf. Jürgen Alsen ist übrigens der Bruder vom DTM-Senkrechtstarter Uwe Alsen. Auf den ersten Metern lässt es Jürgen Alsen noch etwas ruhig angehen. Es ist die Eingewöhnungsphase, das Schauen, ob alles passt und stimmt. Und dann auf der Nordschleife gibt es nur noch die Faszination Fahren. Vor ihm im Bereich Kesselchen plötzlich Rauch. Klassenkollege Fred Müther ist von der Strecke abgekommen. Problemlos kann Alsen das Hindernis umfahren. Mit fortlaufender Renndauer bekommt der Betzdorfer 2 Probleme. Die Sicht durch die Frontscheibe wird immer schlechter und der Motor seines Porsche immer kraftloser. Scheinbar mühelos kann ihn Olaf Manthey mit dem Mercedes überrunden. Am Sieg von Olaf Manthey und seines Partners Uli Richter gab es nie einen Zweifel. Zu überlegen ist derzeit die Kombination aus DTM-Technik und Kennern der Nordschleife. Dreieinhalb Minuten hinter dem Führenden Hermann Tilke und Franz Dufter auf BMW M3. Dufter fuhr den Schlussturn und legte eine sagenhafte Aufholjagd hin. Buchstäblich auf den letzten Metern rang er noch die Markenkollegen Werner Felder und Georg Severich nieder. Für die besten Gruppe H-Vertreter Hans-Günther Engels und Edgar Dören reichte es zu Platz 4 auf dem Porsche Carrera RSR. Jürgen Alsen wird mit einer Runde Rückstand Fünfter und feiert seinen ersten Klassensieg. Seine Freude darüber ist mehr als verständlich.
Wir gehen jetzt voll auf die 50, an die Push ohne Ende, volles Risiko, wir gehen auf einen vollen Slick deswegen. Nee, Quatsch. Heute zum ersten Mal mit dem Turbopilot in der großen Reifendimension, sind wir noch nie gefahren im Rennen und deswegen ist es ein interessanter Test für uns und da vorne ist tatsächlich nicht mehr so viel. Also mal schauen, ob am Ende vielleicht ein Auto aus der Cup Pro vielleicht das Rennen gewinnen kann. Ne?
Mit dem Sandler gemeinsam auf dem Auto. Wir sehen, Andi, dass du jetzt den Restart fahren wirst. Der weiße Helm mit den zwei bekannten roten Streifen mittlerweile steht da. Den neuen Reifen, wie viel Erfahrung habt ihr schon? Wie viel Ungewissheit ist jetzt dabei?
24 edition of the 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen is about 45 minutes away from a restart. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with me, Johnny Palmer, and Peter Snowden. Unfortunately, with a rearranged schedule now because of a very quick shower which absolutely doused the Hatzenbach sequence of corners, but also before that Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, which meant that there were several cars in the barrier partway round the first lap, and then when the leaders for the second time of asking arrived on Hatzenbach, there was basically no grip whatsoever, certainly compared to a lap ago, so 8 minutes prior to that, where it was virtually bone dry. And despite the red and yellow striped flags that were being waved by the marshals at the end of the first lap into Hohenrhein and then at the start of the next, nobody was quite expecting that amount of rainfall on the racetrack. So Jules Gounon, first of all, skating towards the barrier, and he came back across the track and into the tyre wall, and then those in behind, including Alex Lynn, Nico Menzel, and others as well. Also involved Alexei Verimenko in his Audi from Jutta Racing. Frank Stippler, someone of his experience around here, could do nothing about it, because even if he'd been on wet road tyres, there was no way at that sort of speed that the car was going to stay on the racetrack. So everybody aquaplaned off. We had 6 or 7 in the barrier. Nico Menzel, incredibly, even though he hit the Armco on the right-hand side, did actually get across the grass and continue on, but only for about a couple more, maybe 3 or 4 kilometres before finally coming to a halt just out of Arenberg and down into the initial point of the Foxhole. So many cars will not, sadly, be able to take the restarts. SP9 has taken a big hit in terms of its initial well, we have 13 cars about to take the start of that car that race. We had 15 initially on the entry list, then Manthey were not able to take part because of the events yesterday in the paddock. A very horrible incident surrounding a cylinder, a pressurized cylinder, which effectively exploded, and we had as many as 22 people injured in that incident. And because of the ongoing investigation now, Manthey were not able to take today's race start. Dennis Fetzer in his car was a non-starter anyway, and now you can add maybe as many as 10 cars that will not take the restart today at 2 o'clock. So we're down from a 6-hour race to a 4-hour race, Peter Snowden, but at least we are going to get some racing in before the day's out.
Absolutely, kind of like a standard NLS round, isn't it, of a 4-hour race. I reckon, by my reckoning, we are 5 cars in SP9 left, which would be the number 9, which is the P3 car, which is number 9 Team Advan Hubert Haupt car that was running, so that made it round, didn't it? Yeah, so that was the highest placed car on the grid originally. That was actually P3 on the second row of the grid originally. We've then got the Huber Motorsport Porsche 911, number 25, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, number 33, the number 50 Keep Vitesse Audi R8, and the 786 Rinazzo Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, which has also made it round. The rest have either had accidents, or just bear in mind that the 911 Manthey Grello car was withdrawn anyway and didn't start the race from the SB9 category, and as was also the P2 position car had an accident, Dennis Fetzer at the wheel of that in qualifying, so that was taking itself out. So we had 2 out of those there, so Manthey and the Advan Mercedes were out anyway, and then we had a further 6 taken out anyway. So we've only got 5 cars left in SB9.
So bitter luck when it appeared to be a very good race on paper for SP9s. We have struggled, I suppose, a little bit in the really busy spell of the season where there are 24-hour races here, there and everywhere. A huge entry, obviously, for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring at the end of May, start of June. But then other drivers focused on either Le Mans or the Spa 24 hours or their exploits elsewhere. Maybe in the World Endurance Championship, as is the case with Alex Lynn, maybe in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, because that tends to, these races in Europe will draw upon the IMSA entry, particularly if they are European races, mainly based in this part of Europe. Then you want to try and get some Nürburgring racing on the calendar where other commitments allow. So Arno Claassen could be on the verge here of getting a very, very good result. The 57-year-old from Karlshausen, who will be starting the number 50 Audi. Just having a quick word with Patrick Simon now. And the 33 Audi is on the grid. So despite it looking very dog-eared indeed, particularly down the left-hand side of that car, they've cleared all the vegetation away, but it's scrubbed a tyre wall somewhere and just taken the top layer of that wrap off, which this car looked glorious at the start of the day. It's been patched up. There's quite a lot of gaffer tape now been offered to the front left wheel arch as well.
Proper racing car.
From a very long distance away, it looks as good as new.
Absolutely, it's a proper racing car now.
You have to stand in order to witness that, the car collection motorsport car, and the amount of repair work that's been done to that machine. And starting that will be Alex Fontana, who is trying to get on board. Well, he was in that car. Now he's choosing to step out again, maybe just to stretch his legs to give him a chance to walk around, because we're not actually going to be sending the cars off from this standing grid, the dummy grid, until, well, about another 20 minutes or so. 1:42 is the official sending them away time for their rolling lap.
Yeah, you've got 21 minutes. Yeah.
21 minutes to go, as the old phrase, well, kind of the old phrase goes, and that song lyric that the kids will know. Not even the kids now, probably the generation above that. So this is going to be a race, definitely, for Cup 2 entries, because Cup 2 are always the strong ones at the end of the opening stint, when some of these Porsche Cup cars can go onto an 8th lap of the starting stint, bearing in mind that your window, if you're in SP9, is anywhere between 5 laps and 7 laps. So you could start with 5, you could start with a maximum of 7, but you can't, very rarely can you do 8, unless there's an awful lot of code 60 around the racetrack during most of that stint. When we get into the stride of the race and the real rhythm of it, then you can do 8 comfortably, but 7 is generally the order of the day to kick things off. However, SP7s and Cup 2 cars are much better on their fuel mileage, so we'll see how they go, but certainly there's the potential today to get a Cup 2 Porsche on the overall podium. The question is, which one might that be? Because there are many, many cars in the entry that will want that as something to put onto their CV.
I was also going to have a quick look at the timing screen, which of course is reset now automatically to blank, ready for the start of this new 4-hour distance version of the 6-hour race, Royal Polka, we're going to have in the first place. I'm just interested to see what the SP8 cars are in terms of GT4 cars, how well they might perform. Now they've got so many of the GT3 cars non-running, so they too may have quite an opportunity. I just need to see where those were that finished on that end of lap 2. But an extraordinary opportunity for those. It's obviously commiserations for those that all got taken out by those 6-7 cars, well 10 in total at 2 different parts of the circuit. Hatzenbach, and of course a little further around at Flugplatz, a further 3 taken out there. But my printed old school analog entry list, but I make notes on in the old style way. It's covered in lots of accident and highlighters of so many cars. It's quite extraordinary. Almost got to move on to the second page. In fact, there are only 2 cars from the first page still in that race, or in the race. Two withdrawals, of course. We had the Manti Grello car, number 911, was withdrawn before the race anyway, and then, of course, before the start, after qualifying, P2 car, Team Advan Mercedes, was withdrawn. But it's now down to really Cup 2 and some of the other cars. A couple of things I did notice, by the way. We had, forgot to mention from qualifying, whether it still carries across into this race. I suspect it probably will. Code 60s for a little bit of speeding violations or breaking the code 60s was car number 80. The Plus Line Racing Team Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 from SP7. That will have had 45 seconds added to its race time. And I know there was one other which I saw and I made a note of at the time. And of course, and I need to say it now, I can't find it, but there was one more clearly further down the order. So far down, I can't actually find it, Johnny.
Shall I talk about something else?
Yeah, well, I know I found it. It's the 703 Kevin Sports and Racing BMW 3255. That also had a code 60 violation and had a 45 seconds added to its race time post qualifying. I forgot to mention that a bit earlier. A minor detail, but
indeed. Various drivers on the grid now being interviewed, including for Door Motorsport, who are often present with several cars, and Door, another crew that tend to favour Aston Martins. So Door Motorsport, yes, with Advantage GT4 that they have as the 169 car, so that's an entry into SP10 for Oscar Sandberg, Nick Wustenhagen and Phil Door himself. And that might actually be the only car. Oh no, there is another one, and it's another Aston Martin 179. So the sister car within SP9 for Nicholas Abrahamson and Olaf Hoppelshauser. So two Door Motorsport Aston Martins, both running in SP10, one with a 3-driver lineup, one with 2. Wet weather tyres are potentially there for anyone that wants to select them, because this has now been identified as a wet race. So it's a wet track, a wet race, therefore you are allowed to use wet tyres, and as such the slick tyre allocation still applies, but you always have to have confirmation from the steward of the meeting, from the race director, the clerk of the course, whatever you wish to call them, that wet weather tyres can be used. And clearly parts of the circuit are still damp in places, so that is an option. I don't actually know whether it was declared a wet track at the start of the race. Possibly not.
No, it wasn't. No.
So that means, does it not, that you couldn't have selected wet tyres anyway. So the most that anyone could have been on in terms of a grip level was a cut slick. Because I still, and maybe we'll never get an answer to precisely why there was that speed differential between the 3 Porsches and the 2 Mercedes that had shot off into the distance. A reminder that we are going to be starting this race at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'm assuming all of these interviews now with the GT tyres pilots are going to be in German. I know that is Beitske Visser part of this lineup as well. Mind you, Beitske being Dutch, she should be able to speak German as well. Yeah, that's an interview being done in German as well. Apologies, because it would be nice to speak to some of these drivers to get a feeling for how their day is going so far. Clearly, you can plan for a 6-hour race and then everything goes out the window by the end of the second lap, and much has to change. But I suppose everybody is in the same situation, and at least there is some thinking time for those that have to make the big decisions on the grid and on the pit wall. Their engineers calling the pit stops and when the driver changes are going to happen. But maybe this goes into the favour of some others now who are less used to longer races, 6-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour races. This becomes a standard NLS race distance now, and hopefully without the influence of weather, although parts of the sky in the distance are still looking cloud covered without them being necessarily gloomy. It's not dark enough to suggest there's any more rainfall on the way. But the weather bands have been working their way in from the west and actually mainly the southwest. some strong wind here today, so that is blowing the weather systems through the area rather quickly. And in the next few moments, in the next 10 minutes or so, we will have another attempt at a rolling lap. So one car out front from all the others, which is the number 9 car that was started by Hubert Haupt. I see no reason why Hubert will not take the opening stint for this one as well. But he also has in car number 9 as teammates Salman Ovega and David Schumacher. That's actually a Pro-Am car, and again, with all the pros now not in the race, i.e. Falcon Motorsports Porsches 3 and 4, the Herbert Porsche number 5, the Team Advan by HRT Mercedes, which didn't even take the initial start to the race. We have a couple of Aston Martins out of the pro category as well. So it's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility here for a Pro-Am car to win this race outright. And why not the number 9 Mercedes that starts from pole position? Some late decisions going to be made here on tyre choice, I would say, because there are still trolleys, and either the giant trolleys, 4-wheeler jobs, where the tyres go in one horizontal row. You can pick them up very quickly there, or their tyre stacks on smaller circular dollies, but they are being left on the grid until the last possible moment to make their decision, because now you can not only use slick and cut slicks, but also wet weather tyres should they be required. But it's going to have to be a brave team here who decides to go with anything other than a slick, because the track is too dry in too many places, I would suggest, Snowy, to think it any other way, really. Tyre choice, you've got to go with what the weather's doing right now, and you've got to go with what the track is doing predominantly, and that is not raining and being very, very dry.
Yes, this part we can certainly see the pit straight here in front of the main grandstand and commentary box area and race control bathed in sunshine. Can't believe that the race has had a delay because of that rain shower compared to now, but as is so often the case at Nürburgring, our colleague Bruce says frequently, "It giveth and it taketh." It's exactly what this place does. So it depends when it's on further round the circuit is the big trick. And because we've got radars and stuff now, weather radars, people can look at, teams can evaluate where it is and whatever. It's such a massive amount of topography and geography to cover that you can, as we discovered, you can be absolutely fine on the Grand Prix circuit, disappear off through Sabine Smith's curve, which is the hairpin mark at the start of the Nordschleife, get to Hatzenbach, and all of a sudden you're out of control.
Yeah.
And it's just like, where did that come from? Well, predominantly the sky, but that's what it does. And we saw it again at Flugplatz a little bit further around. Race control predicted that first and went to that and said it's actually wet there, that part of the circuit. And that was lap 1, so people could change tyres at that point. But they'll have all this intel, they'll have a little look around. We won't get to see that until we see some cars going round and get to see what it's like the rest of the track. And it's you've got to rely on that intel so much because looking at that there now on the start here, you'd be thinking, yeah, slicks, get on with it. But that's only actually the tiny part of the circuit. The Grand Prix circuit is so small by comparison to the entire Nordschleife, and it's the rest of it where it gets really tricky. And there's less runoff area the rest of the circuit as well. And it's ironic. The jeopardy changes completely. The Grand Prix circuit, by nature of all modern Grand Prix circuits, when did this reopen? 84, I think it was, the new bit. It's got a lot of runoff area. You might end up in the gravel, but towed out, or you can run wide if you've got enough speed. You can carry it through and get it over the gravel. You can make mistakes. You have a greater safety net, if you like. When you get to the Nordschleife, it narrows, and you're going a lot faster. So it's suddenly that changes completely, and you don't want to be on the wrong tyre on fast parts of Nordschleife. Not just for going off as well, but other cars catching you, as we saw earlier with Dynamic before the incident. Dynamic tapping the back of Frank Stifler because that Mercedes was apparently on the wrong tyre, suddenly slowed down, and they all got caught out by it. And it's unexpected because you tend to know your rivals, you understand them, their psychology, how you can race against them hard or not, can you trust them, and certain people will know that they can or cannot. You can, if I say door handle to door handle, I don't mean physically, but you know you can trust somebody. So when a car in front suddenly slows because they're on a different tyre you don't know about, it catches you out because like, what's he doing? And all of a sudden somebody else gets. So it's am I selling it correctly?
I think so. Yeah, no, entirely. But that relies on an engineer being not only across their own strategy, but also having eyes elsewhere. And the problem is that if a decision is made very, very late on, there'll be a number of cars on the grid right now with no wheels and tyres on them, and they'll be bolted on at the very last possible moment. So it's impossible to know what tyres your rivals are on at any one point, and you're having to judge the relative speeds, maybe from the camera coverage, as in, you know, those on the pit wall that do have access to the live feed to try and work out and feed back to their driver what tyres each other car is on, and purely from its body language. I forget, and possibly we have forgotten, that Bastien Bus had already been off the road before he clattered into the barrier. He'd massively overcooked the Vidal chicane because of its grip levels. Now, is there an argument to say, well, your warning was there, sunshine, and you know, why are you arriving in Hatzenbach at that kind of speed? But then again, as the race leader, you can't exactly be 50-50 kind of, oh, let's just see what the grip levels are like in here. He's trying to hold on to the race lead, and he's having to push like crazy, and just has to hope that there's going to be some sort of grip at turning point. But that is only really one negative of leading a motor race, is that you're the first to arrive on a scene that could have changed sharply compared to a lap ago. And the thing for me that there was very little that anybody could have done about that was those 3 and 4 cars back had the warning of those in front flying off towards the scenery. And even when you were in the seat of Alex Lynn, and then the car further back, Alexei Verimenko in his black Audi, they couldn't do anything about it either, even though they'd had probably a couple of seconds warning of how bad the conditions were. But you are fully committed, you know, several meters back, aren't you? And
that's the point. It's so easy to sit and judge in the comfort of a commentary box.
Oh, I'm very good at that.
Or being a sofa fan, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's so you're not in the actual situation, and it's an entirely different environment. It is bordering on warfare, some of it, because you're in a highly powered machine that's covering meters per second, and your thought process is you've got to try and keep up with that. And that's where experienced people, like, I'm going to quote Stifler, just because he's slightly older of the drivers, but and huge experience and hugely successful. So he's a perfect case study of. He's got that experience. So when those situations arise in a split second, and probably a nanosecond, they can draw on experience intuitively. And you can't buy it. That just takes time, and it's just that experience of what to do, how to react, and it's almost like I've been here before. So it's drawn from the memory bank and expressed. There you go. We do this. We do whatever, and sometimes back out of it. You know, and there's the age-old bit of if in doubt, don't.
Yeah.
Try and keep the car intact. The idea is, you know, there are no points for being in the barrier, sadly.
True enough. But then, you know, it is a simple matter of science in that the only thing that is in contact with the ground, or what should be in contact with the ground at any point, is those 4 round black things. And even if you did have wet weather tyres, I don't think anybody actually had wet weather tyres on at any point during that opening stint, or that opening lap, shall we say. But even if they'd been on fully grooved wet weather tyres, the cars had got up on the top of the surface of that water, and the phrase aquaplaning just takes you straight to the scene of the accident. So the rear is then starting to overtake the front of the car. You're trying to turn left, but the car is turning right, or basically going straight on, and you become a passenger at that point. There was some footage of Alex Lynn, a camera looking back at him from the dashboard, effectively, to his seating position. And he realised he was going off, but didn't really change expression, because probably thought he could maybe shave some of the speed off before hitting the barrier. Then there was the moment where he went back across the track and into parked cars that were already in the tyre wall. But the really frightening bit for me was that that was not the end of the accident. There were then more cars arriving on the scene and smacking into the back of his Porsche, and he needed to take his hands off the wheel, cross his chest, and make sure that he was in the safest position possible whilst all that noise and all that clattering continued on. And then thankfully it did eventually stop. But I mean, there were drivers trapped in cars because their driver's door, their driver's side, was wedged up against a tyre wall.
Well, Alex Latham couldn't get out of his car on the correct side. The car was, not damaged enough to open the door. It was just against another car. I think it was Stifler's, and he physically couldn't open the door. And I say you sit so low in these cars for obvious reasons of getting weight, centres of gravity, all that nice and down low, and you've got various consoles around you and in the middle centre there, and they're not the easiest things to climb out. Of course, they're fully caged. You're in a crash helmet enhanced device, which is cumbersome. And like all things on a racing car, they're designed to do one job explicitly in its window. They're not meant to be climbing out the other side. And I've had this once years ago in a GT4 car where the brakes failed and ended up in the barriers, and exactly the same actually at Brands Hatch when the brakes failed going into clearways, and it happened to be a motorbike meeting coming up. It was a test day, and they had all the tyres and conveyor belting out, which would normally be barriers, but for the motorbikes, which saved us, but the car went underneath into that and stopped against it was actually light damage, but no way could you open the driver's door, being left on drive, because it was up against tyres.
Yeah.
And it was then, right, okay, now the problem I had with that was the car was actually steaming because it had damaged radiators, whatever, but you think, is that steam, is that fire? Not something you want to be doing in that situation. It's not ideal. You want to kind of evacuate the area very quickly. Climbing out over the passenger side, it's something you just don't do. And I was slimmer and fitter at the time, and it's still thinking, this is like an obstacle course. We're going back to being in the army. This is ridiculous. Trying to clamber over all this, and bang your head on a roll cage. Lucky you got your helmet on still. And just thinking, it's absolutely bizarre. You never would get out of it that way.
No.
And it's just, I'm not saying panic sets in, but of course when there's smoke, steam, which is surrounding you, thinking, I really don't want to be here. It's not
for very long at all.
For very long at all. No.
But when your main exit, your expected exit is non-functioning.
Yeah. Just they've taken the tick out of the box. You're like, oh, okay, and then you've got to. But you've never done this before. Nobody practices evacuation from the wrong side of the car and whatever. Of course, certain cars now have hatches on the roofs, don't they, where they can extract through that way easier if it's damaged, etc. But it's an interesting side.
At Le Mans, I'm not sure whether they do it for every car, but certainly part of the scrutineering rules for maybe randomly selected cars is that the driver can get out within a set time limit on both sides. Now, in the open cockpit era, in an LMP2, for example, or indeed LMP1s of old, that was a heck of a lot easier, although you wouldn't want to be in a big accident that would keep you up against a tyre wall in one of those open cockpit cars. So it's now better that they're closed, however they are more difficult to get out of. And yes, you need to be able to do it on both the driver's side and the passenger side. The benefit of racing sports cars, I suppose, is that they're supposed to be two-seaters, although there's generally not a second seat alongside you. We are now seeing cars heading off, by the way, from their starting positions. So this is a second attempt at a rolling lap, bang on time at 1:42. But yes, to my knowledge, they don't do similar tests, similar time checks in racing like this for SP9 GT3 cars, yeah, it is a useful skill to have, getting out of a car on the wrong side.
Well, of course, in some formulas, as in Formula 1, the superlights category, it is, you have to evacuate the car, I think it's in 5 seconds.
May well be that quick, yeah.
Like, you have to be able to get out of that within 5 seconds. Yeah, that's part of it, an extraction of yourself. Just going back to tyre choices, Johnny, we forgot to say that in the early part of this break, between the red flag and our warm-up lap we got now, Arno Clausen was interviewed. He's in the number 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi R8, one of the SP9 cars still running. And his quote at the time, if you remember, to Patrick Simon was, "It was the decision of the team to change to wet tyres after lap 1. I was not convinced, but I'm happy that was the right decision, because he didn't go off and that car's still in the race."
True. So give me that quote again, because I was partially concentrating on something else. So it was a decision of the team to change on wet tyres after lap 1. not convinced. Yeah, okay.
But he was happy it was the right decision. So the team is safe. So usually it's the driver has final say, unless you say something completely stupid. Drivers have been known to do that.
Yeah.
And then the crew will just override you to say, no, you're not doing that. Because they may have some more intel that you don't. And that's where you've got to have that trust between driver, engineer, and team go with it. And that's you hear it so many times, sort of Formula One. Are you sure? Are we on the right tire with the right compound, whatever? It's exactly the same here. You know, you're going to be. We just don't get to hear that radio footage. It's exactly the same. So a driver, you know, we're just doing the warm up like now. The Grand Prix track is perfectly dry. That looks like a slick. Is it the rest of the circuit though? That's the key bit. And there's a lot more of the circuit to come yet.
It wasn't declared a wet race at the start of lap 1. I wonder whether that decision changed at the end of lap 1.
But that was just a change of tyres. No, I'm not saying it was declared wet, but it was actually, obviously, because they did. Remember, they declared it wet at Flugplatz, remember? On team messages, therefore that's an option, you can put tyres on. So his team, Equipe Vitesse, chose immediately to put him onto wet at the end of lap 1. Because the message, race control message had been, it was declared wet at Flugplatz, therefore you can put the tyres on. So it's perfect within the regulations.
And Arno would have driven through that sticky area of Flugplatz, because remember that those 3 cars that you read out, 35, the Aston Martin was one of them, 164 or 167 was another, but there were 3 in total that didn't even make it to the end of the second sector. So to show you how bad it was even at that stage. So this is not solely a lap 2 problem. It was already starting to manifest partway around lap 1, and Arno Classen was maybe against it at the time, but nevertheless Equipe Vitesse brought the car in, changed to wet weather tyres, and that will have taken him out of the eye of the storm anyway, because he will have then arrived at Hatzenbach when it had all kicked off. Not that he was in the lead in gaggle anyway, but he will have been grateful to have not been involved in any stretch of the imagination, and then to be on the right tyre as well. And one of the Mercedes that really struggled on that opening lap, which was the number 9 car of Hubert Hout, that at the very least was on a cut slick, I think, because it just did not have the speed of the Porsches around it, and maybe those Porsches were on a slick tyre and able to find a lot of speed down the Dottinger Hohe. Terrific fight though it was at the time between 3 different Porsches, one of the Falcon cars, the Nico Menzel car, the Dynamic GT of Bastian Boos, and the Herbert Motorsport car of Frank Stippler, and they were all ganging up on the Aston Martin all ganging up on the Mercedes of Jules Gounon, and Gounon maybe was on a cut slick as well and just not able to get the right amount of grip down the Dottinger Hohe compared to slick shod cars. Second group now being unleashed onto a Grand Prix track. Remember, just using part of that, as is normally the case for the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. I've kind of dropped the 6-hour bit of the race title now for obvious reasons, because we're starting at 2 o'clock rather than midday and racing for 4 hours. So still got the 6 o'clock finish local, but it'll be after 4 hours rather than 6. And I'm expecting, therefore, either 27, 28 or maybe 29 laps that we can complete this afternoon. Very dependent on how much more incident there is to come, and therefore how much code 60 there might be out on the racetrack at any one point to slow progress down.
So we're talking about driver numbers earlier of normally you'd think or you'd expect 3 drivers for a 6-hour race, 2 hours each approximately. We saw quite a few of those cars had 2 drivers in. Some of the top teams, the Falcon, they're out of it now. A potential favourite for this 4-hour version of the Ruhr-Pokal is, I think, 33 Car Collection Motorsport Audi, and that's got 4 drivers in it for 4 hours now. So you've got Alex Fontana, Klaus Krock, Florian Spengler and Johannes Stengel. Are they going to do an hour each, or are they going to drop one of those drivers off the rotor or not? You don't need to have 4 drivers, you can do it on 3. Interesting on that one. But I think that's a potential candidate for top step of the podium. I hope that hasn't jinxed it.
I mean, in hindsight, you could do this race.
In my humble opinion, shall we say?
In hindsight, you could do this race on two drivers.
100%. Yeah.
But you know, you will have brought 3, and in the case of Car Collection 4. So that's likely to be a driver change with every pit stop, and we've certainly seen that happen in the past before as well. Noticed some news in the week that maybe the FIA and the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, are toying with mandating 3 driver lineups in the World Endurance Championship moving forward, because for some 6-hour races, Cadillac, for instance, entering with just a couple of drivers. Other teams have done it as well, where the third driver may be elsewhere. So some of the Porsche crews have done that as well with their 963s. 11 minutes to 2, 11 minutes away from race start, and we could be on the cusp of a very unusual overall podium this afternoon. Certainly to get some of the SP9 non-pro cars up there, because we've barely got an SP9 Pro entry still in the race, in actual fact. So a chance for the Pro-Ams and potentially the AM driver lineups to shine this afternoon. Start Group 3 is now starting to build some tyre temperature, and on the faster sections of the Hatzenbach of the, not only the Hatzenbach but also the whole of the Nordschleife, for a chance to build some brake temperature as well, as the number 148 Porsche 911 GT3 car is heading now towards some of the quick stuff, Klostertal and Kesselchen, actually just a bit before that, heading for the lower part of the circuit. It's RF1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden with
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us,
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Cars in the various groups, there are 3 of them, although much depleted Startgruppe 1, and there will be some missing cars from the middle group as well, no doubt, but a big dent and various holes in the grid, sadly, for the key runners that had produced, well, a spectacular opening lap, and it was starting to get really intense for the start of the second lap, but that's when the rain arrived, and that's where, sadly, we have to wave goodbye to 6, 7, 8 of those key runners, and therefore it will provide a completely different result, this race, and maybe open the doors for the number 9 Mercedes, the Team Advan HRT car of Hubert Haupt, who will be starting that.
You're saying change the outcome of the race. Something else I hadn't thought of, which I need to go and delve into the regs for a little bit, or we'll get the race started before we do that. I know we're on the formation of that, but this is now a 4-hour race, but it's a 6-hour reduced to a 4-hour race. Therefore, it might only be half points in the championship. It may not be full points.
True.
So that would make a difference to how teams do their driver rota, because obviously if you don't take part in the race, you don't get points. So if it's full points, you might want to run. Let's take, for example, the car I just mentioned, gun 50 Vitesse of all 4 drivers. But if it's only half points, do you drop 1 driver and favour 3 because it's only half points? Because the point being, not there's any one driver that's any slower necessarily, but because if you're going to do a driver an hour each, that may not be optimal for strategy for the race. So if you can afford to drop 1 driver, there might be one sacrificial lamb, as it were, for half a point to get 3 drivers in, or maybe even 2. So they're probably all sitting there, they're flipping a euro to see which side it lands, to whether you put your helmet on or not. I suspect it's more technical than that, but you never know.
Well, there are some teams that can't be more technical than that, racing on a bit of a budget. In some championships, there's a 50% rule, i.e. as long as you do 50% of the initial allocated distance, then you will get maximum championship points. And we're obviously going to be, well, assuming we get to the 4 hours completed, that will be more than 50% of the original. 75% is sometimes another rule, though, and we won't be at that, will we? Because that will be 4.5 hours.
I found the regulation. If it's a 6-hour race up to 120 minutes, or 2 hours, and then no more, it's no points. 2 hours to 4 hours is half points. Anything over 4 hours is 4 points. So this is a half point race.
Good spot. So yes, we'll be over the 50% marker. Should be, as long as we get beyond the 3-hour marker. But we can't get to 75%, and therefore between 4 and 5 hours. So it's half points on offer. It wasn't an increased points ratio for a 6-hour race, though, was it? Was it the same amount of points you would get if you won a 4-hour race compared to a 6?
I believe so. Yes, yes. No points for the last 2 hours. No, I think you're right. I think it's exactly the same as a 4-hour race. I don't think it's any different.
I only say that because in the World Endurance Championship, the ACO Championship, there are more points on offer, say, at Le Mans compared to a 6-hour race.
Understood. I don't think that applies to NLS, but it's a very valid point. There's an argument to say it probably should do. Because it's another 50% distance, isn't it? That's the point.
Not quite. It's another third distance. Well, I suppose, yeah.
No, for a 4-hour race to a 6-hour race is 50%
You're
longer.
adding another 50%. Yeah, true. So you could do 1.5 points on that basis. But I don't think I'd be surprised, because 4 to 6 hours is not a big enough step in my mind. If you then get to a 12-hour race after that, and I don't know whether there's ever been a 12-hour race done in one slug around here. They've often been split races. Well, we have done 12 hours.
Yeah, I think so, yes. I'm just thinking also, because back in the day when I were a lad, all black and white and sepia, I know, but the 24-hour races at Spa and places, that you got quarter points at quarter distance and half points at half distance for attrition. So you could go out to, it was worth doing. So, metaphorically at 5 to 10, assuming it was that part of the race, 4 o'clock start, you'd make sure you completed that lap at 10 o'clock to get the points in. You'd almost lift and coast, dare I say, to make sure you got the points in the back for the team, as in, if you don't mess it up, any point in the race, but especially not this lap, because we get some points in, because it counts towards the championship. The things you have to think of.
Well, there's a time and a place to do a pit stop in those races. They do it in IMSA as well, and the longer distance stuff. Points are awarded after 6 and 12 hours. They used to do it in Spa 24. I'm not sure whether they still do. Might be the case that there are different stages of the race that are points awarding. So a very strong sense of deja vu. I mentioned this earlier on as well. It feels like we've been here before. That's because we have at a few minutes to midday this morning. And now we're a couple of hours later down the track, the other side of lunch, although has anybody actually had a chance to pause and get a bit of food on board? Maybe between the red flag and 1 o'clock, when the pit lane reopened to release the cars onto the Grand Prix track. Then the red light appeared at the end of pit exit. That happened at 1:43.5. And the yellows that were being shown at Hatzenbach and code 60s as well. Some of that is now clear. So we were being told about a code 60 that was on at Marshall Post 67 on the hats and back, but it's now clear at Marshall Post 68. So, but there is still code 60 in certain portions of the racetrack.
Yeah, 68 is the end of the hats and back, isn't it? So that barrow damage was further up on the right. Just very quickly, Johnny, before those cars just are at Tiergarten now before they come to the start, there is an increase for a 6-hour race, dependent on number of starters. Rule 24.1.1, if you want to know, sadly. And it is, if there's sufficient starters, it goes from 11 to 15. And 8 to 11 for second, etc. But obviously down at the bottom it's the same. Yeah, so just sorry. So 15 to 19, 11 to 14, 8 to 10. So there is a scale. So it's for if the top class is full. Now here's a point. If the top class is full, then you get 3 more points.
Okay.
But the top class isn't full, is it?
Not by any stretch
in this race.
Yes. Not by any stretch of imagination.
Is this classified as a 4-hour race or a 6-hour race? It was a 6-hour race. I think this. I would argue the point now that this is now being classified officially as a 4-hour race. They're at Tiergarten, and we're about to find out, Johnny.
One car on the front row. That's the Mercedes of Hubert Haupt, car number 9. Then it looks like we have a second row full of Audi R8s, because remember, if a full row cannot take the restart, and we know that is the case for the original row 3, because then we have neither of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, then everybody else can bunch up. The severely repaired 33 car starts on the inside of row 2 and has Arno Klassen alongside in a similar R8. Red light still being displayed, but now they are green. The Mercedes made a run for it even before those red lights changed their colour. But away we go then with Hubert Haupt out front of Alex Fontana in the number 33 car. That's the black-fronted Audi. Arno Klassen trying to dive down the inside to maybe muscle second place away, but he can't do it, and now has a Porsche for contention. That's Tim Scheerbart in the black, red and white Porsche that is the lead Cup 2 car, number 120. And Scheerbart is neck and neck, meanwhile, with the Black Falcon Porsche, number 148, the Team Losch car. And they're side by side, the two leaders in Cup 2. But it is SP9's first, second and third positions in the very early stages. Mercedes leading 2 Audis. And it's clean so far, Snowy. But I tell you, the fight we're going to be focused on for most of this 4 hours is that dice at the head of the order for Cup 2, and a chance to really put the microscope on that today.
Yeah, as you say, there's an opportunity here, should things work out, for a Cup 2 car to be on the overall podium, as in P3. Might go higher, but it's not. It's got more than a taste for it now, and I'd be looking at that if I was in one of those Cup 2 cars, say, right, can we get this on the podium? But of course, it's been a long day so far. It's been a long weekend on many levels for all the teams and crew and everybody involved at the Nürburgring this weekend. So now we finally get down to 4 hours of glorious racing on the Nordschleife in the sunshine, with 3 SP9 cars only at the front. How often have we ever said that before? Not even with low entry do we get to only 3 cars. Starting Group 2, just coming up through Tiergarten. Good to see the Dacia Logan at the very back of that, as in it's a fan favourite. It's in there still, just caught a glimpse of it behind the trees.
And the leading duo are still very much a going entity in Start Group 2. So it was a Porsche versus a VW Golf last time around as well, making sure that the gap between them side to side is sufficient, because you have to drive right through the grid hatchings at the start of the race. And Ben Leuchter made a real nuisance of himself in the early stages. These are the 2 AT entered cars, as in alternatively fueled cars. And it is one of the Halders, possibly Michel Halder, who drives the 320. Benji Leuchter in the treble 3. He was able to muscle his way ahead in the early few corners. Can't do that through the right-hander at the first corner. And then 3 left-handers coming up in the Mercedes arena itself. But Halder fending off the treble 3 Max Cruiser VW Golf. Then comes Bednarski in the 962 car. 962 is the early Cup 3 race leader for Joshua Bednarski. He's sharing with Moritz Oberheim and Lucas Daugard. But also in that early fight for Cup 3 is 959, the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport entry for Grosser. Is Fabio Grosser, sharing with Heiko Eichenberg, amongst others. So some great pedigree in that car through the years, racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And then in third position in the early stages is Matthias Beckvermert in his 4 Motors Bio Concept Porsche. So 1, 2, 3 in Cup 3, the Porsche Caymans all together. And it looks like it's 9:59 now with the early lead. There's another VW Golf in the mixture as well, which is another alternatively fueled car. So Max Cruiser Racing entered 2 VW Golfs. One is the GTI Club Sport 24-hour, that's Benjamin Leuchter, and the 10 car, which is a GTI TCR. And a quick look through the entry list to tell me who started that. It is Hochwind, so that will be Timo Hochwind, who's in VW Golf number 10.
Officials' timing was almost perfection there, where the code 6 at Hatzenbach was just removed as the starting group went through. Start group 1, so it's absolutely clear green track all the way for the start of this 4-hour version of our original scheduled 6-hour race. I still need to establish officially whether this is regarded as a fresh 4-hour race, therefore the points, or is it a 6-hour race reduced to 4 hours. There is a subtle difference.
I wonder whether the 148 car now leads Cup 2 as well at the end of Sector 3. So 148 has been started by Tobias Muller, and Tobias could well have squeezed ahead of the early pace setters in Cup 2. We've got a very quick pit stopper in before the start of the race from start Group 3, and also in is the Hoffer Motorsport BMW, but we're green for start Group Dry. That's one of the family Kroll, though, who bring the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2 down pit lane. And ahead of it, looked like one of the TCR cars making a very early stop. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a squeeze into the first corner in amongst this gaggle from start Group 3. Amazingly, everyone got through, but they were being pinched and squeezed. Something like 5 cars all abreast, trying to get down to, well, ideally one racing line, which is tricky, but a bit of understanding this early on in the race will really take you a long way. The 520 Toyota Supra having a good dice as well, which is in the VT2 for rear and 4-wheel drive cars.
Lovely little bit of psyching out going on there. The BMW that was to its left-hand side, you see coming out to the Mercedes arena where you go down the main with the GP track. There's a lovely runoff area on the left where everybody can exploit it and come up, but it narrows and narrows and narrows to a pinch point. The law of diminishing returns ends up being a bit of a gravel trap and then grass. So if you're on the outside on the left there, you've got to come back in again. And the Supra was just letting, I think they call it open the steering, was letting your Supra occupy quite a large proportion of that runoff bit to make sure the BMW couldn't get back, so he's going to have to make a choice of go through the gravel or back out of it, and entirely within his rights to do that. He's gone really wide, so why gain an advantage from it? So just he didn't push him wide, but it has actually dropped that BMW back 2 places now, which is he goes. This is the 505 entry going on to speed suspension now on the Nordschleife, put him back 2 places. He's got one of those back now, I think, between that and the Supra. But the little bit of psychology going on even further down the order. Racing is racing. It's still just as important to those guys, just because not at the front of the field, they're at the front of their class.
And speaking of the front of the field overall, well, the Huber Motorsport Porsche has been making some good early progress in the hands of Hans Wehrmann. Hubert Haupt looked to me to go through the Sector 3 split ahead of everybody else. So now in the very relatively lengthy Sector 4 portion of the lap. But I'm not expecting Hubert Haupt to be swallowed up by anybody who is nearby. The one to look out for is definitely the progress of Tobias Muller in his Black Falcon Team 48 Loesch car, number 148, and trying to keep tabs with Tim Scheerbarth, but I wonder whether he might actually be past Tim this early on. So a new race leader, yes, that confirms it. Tobias Muller, I should say, is now ahead of Tim Scheerbarth, who is matching Tobias in terms of outright speed through this 4th sector. One car that has lost a bit of ground is actually Hans Wehrmann in that SP9 Pro-Am entered Huber Motorsport Porsche, which is now heading on to the Dottinger Ruhr. In behind him is Ben Nagel in the Mulmer Motorsport car. but Tobias Muller making a break for it at the head of Cup 2. 1-1-2 squeaking through shot as well, who is Hendrik Still, who's had a cracking opening lap. And how about this for a fight in Cup 2 with the Mullner car, the sky blue and white to the right-hand side. Robin Cherzenowski will be involved in this as well in the Klick Versailles team car, and he gets the place, in fact, on the Mullner machine. So Cherzenowski up a spot. They're all in behind. That might be the Teichmann racing car, but the opening lap is led by Hubert Haupt in his number 9 SP9 Pro Mercedes. Then it's Arno Klassen for Equipe Vitesse in the Audi R8. And then it's Tobias Muller, who is the new race leader in Cup 2, as this Carrera Cup battle heads down towards the first corner for the second time. Gabriele Piana scored as the second place car in Cup 2 ahead of Tim Scheerbart. Then it's Henrik Still in the K. Kramer car. The K. Kramer racing Porsches are running absolutely together before this gap then back to a couple of Mullner Motorsport cars. One is Ben Bunagel in the 122. The other one is Arne Hofmeister in his 124 car. So Hofmeister, is that him on the outside? Yes, without the yellow door mirrors. So Hofmeister in 124 and Bunagel in 122. And they have between them the Max Cruiser racing car number 105. There, that is, on 105, has been started by which of its two drivers? Dominic Fugel or Marcel Fugel? We can't actually tell the difference. It's a guest entry for Family Fugel, but our timing screen doesn't differentiate between the D and the M, sadly, so we can give it our best guess. Now down the inside into the Vidal chicane, or in fact fending off the Fugel approach, was Ben Bunagel to hang on to 8th place in Cup 2, and very nearly contact there with the 25 car. For whatever reason, Hans Wehrmann is struggling a little bit, because that's actually an SP9 car, number 25, but Wehrmann is going at the same speed as a lot of these Cup cars in the early stages. And Wehrmann across the bridge. Race leader though, Hubert Haupt, might be glancing in the mirror thinking, is there anybody else in this race at this stage? Because he enjoys an 8.5 second lead over Arno Klassen. In fairness, Arno is in an SP9 AM car, the Equipe Vitesse Audi. And Arno has company, because right behind him, pretty much right behind him, is Tobias Muller as the Cup 2 race leader.
That's going to be, as you predicted, Johnny, it's going to be the battle of the race, isn't it? Bathed in glorious sunshine now, the Nordschleife. Hard to imagine the scenes we had just a couple of hours ago of those cars all just skating off at the Hatzenbach and taking out 6 of our race leaders effectively, all in a matter of seconds at the same place. Such is the nature of this place. And of course, it's a 4-hour race, which is, we say, is a standard NLS round to us. And that may change back again. To think we were talking just a few hours ago of potential of, would the start be delayed because of fog? Because you couldn't see so much in on the qualifying parts of the circuit during qualifying. Quite extraordinary scenes. This Cup 2 battle, so it's Muller that's at the back of that at the moment. They've dropped a place, haven't they? So the fastest lap of a race so far, what have we got? Hubert Haupt has run an 8:16, which compares to Klassen in the Audi with a 8:25, so 9 seconds quicker. That's quite a distinct difference. Muller is in third place, my apologies, get it right, with an 8:25, just a few tenths different, and it's a little bit tight in that order there, but that is Hubert Haupt is a stunning time there. But of course, we've got to put this in perspective here. Our first few cars are, let me read the class order out to you: SP9 Pro, SP9 AM, Cup 2, SP9 Pro Am, Cup 2, Cup 2, Cup 2, Cup 2, alternative fuels. That's the top 10. Yeah. When have we seen that in an NLS race before?
Well, as I say, it is a chance for us to explore the other categories that often we don't get the chance to do. Focusing at the moment on the 800 VW Golf, which has been started by Florian Haller. And that car then in front of a BMW, a Porsche, the 980 car 980 is another Black Falcon example, being driven by Nils Schwenk, not his real name, but Otto Blanks in this car, along with Daniel Schwerveld as well. Schwerveld, I'm sure, has been in some other Black Falcon categories through the years. But an awesome opening lap for Hubert Haupt. What I don't quite understand is that Hubert Haupt is listed as an SP9 Pro entry, whereas on my original entry list, that was a Pro-Am car. Now, it has Salman Avega in that car and David Schumacher. Now, Schumacher surely at least a gold. But Avega, I'm not sure about. I'll have to look up Salman to see whether he qualifies.
So would he be
as a silver
or a bronze?
Or a bronze, yeah. But I don't understand the switch, therefore, because it was originally, Avega is a silver. David Schumacher, let's just double check on that. David is a silver. Okay, so that's 2 silvers so far. And Hubert Haupt probably dropped back to a silver, didn't he? Hubert Haupt is, now a bronze. Right, so a bronze.
How old is Hubert Haupt?
Hubert Haupt is 55.
That's why then, because that's why he's dropped to bronze automatically. It's an age-related thing. Yeah.
So, again, not quite sure why it's an SP9 Pro car with a bronze and 2 silvers. That should be more than enough to get you into SP9 Pro-Am, unless they have decided to be elsewhere. Now, a moment or two ago, there was a change of position as Alex Fontana judged his braking point perfectly down the inside of Tobias Muller to snatch 3rd position overall. So SP9 Pro-Am leader now ahead of Cup 2 leader and starting to stretch away. Alex Fontana not wanting to lose touch with Arno Klassen in these early stages. To be honest, Tobias Muller didn't look like he was wanting to fight that too much, because if anything, overly defending is going to mean that his car's going to fall back towards the clutches of the rest of the Cup 2s. And it's better, I think, to pick your battles, allow the 31-year-old Swiss Alex Fontana through, and for him to compete in his own race, and that will leave Tobias Muller with a quiet life behind. The beauty for Tobias is that he's toying with maybe a 2 or 3 second lead over Gabriele Piana, and he wants to try and extend that where possible. So a couple of Audis now occupying the podium positions, but it's theoretically the faster driver combination, as in a Pro-Am driver combination. On Klassen.
You remember that I mentioned quite a while ago, actually, the reset the 6 to 4 hour race. There were code 60 infringements from qualifying the 80 plus line PC Porsche Cayman 708 and the number 703 rate. By that is carried across his boys. The number 8 had indeed 5% penalty now, and we're still waiting for the 3-2. But that's still carried across, as I thought it would do, but certainly one of those cars is now 70 penalty. I believe the 703 is due at any point in the first. Just keeping up with all that movement.
Yeah, well, everyone do that. Because yes, there's a motor race in its rawest form, but there are various boxes to tick in terms of regulations through the course of today's affair. Tobias Muller crossing the line. Now, in fact, my timing screen is not yet updated because it's still showing the cars in the same order. I'll allow that to do it in a moment or two. Hubert Haupt and Arno Klassen. Yes, you've got Fontana ahead of Muller, which is the correct order at the end of lap number 2, Snowy.
Yeah, I've just got to say, sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but some days it just doesn't go right for you. I've just mentioned about the code 60 infringement, incurring a 45-second penalty for 2 cars, one being the number 80 plus line racing team car. That came in to serve it, would you believe, served slightly too short, got called back in again to reserve it. I mean, that's just, I mean, there's many things you can say about that, but I would just classify that as just plain unlucky.
Yeah, I mean,
I shouldn't laugh. Sorry,
when you get a penalty like that, you want to get it out of the way as quickly as possible, but you can so easily do it too quickly.
I can just imagine the radio comms need to come back and go, really? Really?
Come on. I've been penalised enough.
Exactly.
Did the two Audi switch positions a moment or two ago?
Yes,
Arno Klassen didn't have a great run through the first corner, and here is Alex Fontana on the boot lid of Klassen. And Klassen may just open the steering. Yes, that's exactly what he did.
Didn't defend it at all, did he?
I think he realised the game was on.
Quicker car, isn't it? Clearly. But also very sensible there from Klassen, because he's in a great position that he wouldn't ordinarily be, potentially, had the rest of these peers in that field, in that class, been there. So it's a long way to go. So why risk everything now at this point with, we're 19 minutes into a 4-hour race? Think about the big picture.
And they've entered into SP9 AM, remember? And I mean, therefore, their nearest rivals, they may not even have nearest rivals in terms of winning that class. Is there any? No, they are the only SP9 AM car now in the entry. Other cars at the start of the weekend included the Jutta Racing Audi, but unfortunately that was involved in the big accident on lap 2 of the original start for this race. A brief glimpse of Hubert Haupt in splendid isolation. He has now a 17.5-second advantage over everybody else, and it will have helped a touch that the Audis were battling amongst themselves. Surely too much for Alex Fontana in order to close up on, unless something wayward happens to this Mercedes. Already an uphill climb for Fontana to close that gap, but he won't care a huge amount, because again in SP9 Pro-Am, his nearest rival is the Huber Motorsport Porsche, which has spent much of the opening 20 minutes actually going in the wrong direction, losing places to so many of the Cup 2 cars. Michel Halder's had a good lap in the 4 Motors Bio-Concept Porsche, so an alternatively fueled car, and the 320 has just done a class best lap at the end of lap 2. It was dicing in the early stages with Ben Leuchter in his Max Cruiser Racing alternatively fueled Golf, but there are now 4 Cup 2 cars between Michel and Ben. Hans Wehrmann may be about to reach a point in the order as in 17th, where his race is going to take an upward turn, and he might be able to pull off a few overtakes there. Remember also in car 25 there are other drivers of maybe more consistency, slightly quicker drivers on paper. Those that include Joachim Tyson and Thomas Kiefer, who they may well be holding back for the later stints, arguably the more important stints. Kiefer is a silver rated driver, whereas Hans Wehrmann, I haven't actually checked this, but I would assume that Hans is a bronze, being put into that car to start off with. Yes, indeed, based in, or born in Hanover, and a regular here at the Nürburgring, going back, what, the last 8 years or so, when he took part in his first 24-hour race. That was actually in the Dubai 24 hours, and then the following year had found his way into Cup 5, the now extinct Cup 5 category here at the Nürburgring, exclusively reserved for BMW M235i's, as it was in those days. Into the base of the carousel, so Style Strecker departing to the left. Hubert Haupt, incredibly, is already into traffic, and these will be the tail enders from start group 3. So we're only on lap 3, but the Mercedes having to dart to the left and to the right just before the concrete section of the Caracciolo carousel. And that white and black with a little bit of mustard on the nose of the Mercedes. 17.5 seconds to the good, even at the start of this third lap. It'll be even more ahead, I would think, now. But Hubert Haupt cannot afford to be nonchalant and allow complacency to creep in, because this is where he really needs to have his wits about him. Slower cars, Hoher Act, and we're heading towards Wipperman and those really quick sections of the track as well. Brunchen just around the next corner. So caution still needed for the race leader, but Hubert Haupt could almost drive these sections with his eyes closed. You get the feeling he's done that many laps through his career.
Yeah, just a bit, as many others could. But it is strange to be calling this race, Johnny, with so many of the front runners. I'm just thinking straight off there: Gounon, Stippler, Menzel. Add in Alex Lynn into the mix of things we were expecting. Timo Glock. And it's, there was so much expectation on hand and it all got taken away from us by weather.
As much as I was appalled, of course, to see that many top-notch race cars that had taken all weekend to prepare sort of disintegrating in front of our eyes, there was also a little bit of me crying inside to think, what about the motor race as well? Because we are suddenly denied what would have been a real cracker. The way that lap and a bit had started to unfold, I thought, I have no idea what's going to happen next, and I was fully invested, and then that happened. So, but very little you can do about it now. Sometimes weather can arrive at the least time you expect it, and they will have seen it coming on the radar, but probably not to that extent. And those that were taking it slightly more easily, i.e. Hubert Hout, was able to hold his breath, breathe in, and get through it all. But it's meant that so many of the potential winners, and any of those cars that ended up in the tyre wall at Hatzenbach, could have won this race today. But it means that, yeah, not only will the podium and the overall result look very bizarre at the end of the season when we look back to it, but also we're denied a race that could have been an epic one. So our apologies for that. It's not really our fault, but I feel it from a fan's perspective, from a commentator's perspective, and particularly from a driver and team's perspective as well. So on to the Dottinger Hohe goes the 148 Porsche. This is the Black Falcon entry of Tobias Muller, 1.3 seconds ahead. So we should not discount Gabriele Piana, who is right there also for Black Falcon, but they are teammates, so there's going to be a little bit of line astern stuff, maybe, in the early stages, or is Piana absolutely desperate to take the race lead away from Tobias Muller here? He's really very close indeed at the end of the third lap, closer than I'd expected, especially considering the race start that Tobias Muller had managed to, the foundations that he built over the first couple of laps. Piana really late on the brakes and probably about a car length away from the back of Muller's machine in the braking area there. Where is Tim Scheerbart? Well, he's about 11 seconds further back, so I don't know what's happened to Tim in the early stages. It's about these two and only these two in Cup 2 in the opening few laps. Maybe one or two of the others have just got something up their sleeve about taking things relatively easy in the opening few laps, or is it just down to the traffic? They've hit traffic at the wrong time, and Tim Scheerbart massively delayed on lap 3 in the third place Cup 2 car.
Just because it's intriguing me, those 45-second penalties for those two cars, 80 and 703, which is the Plus Line and the Kevin Sports and Racing entries. I said earlier the 80 had if it didn't have any luck at all, it didn't have any bad luck, it'd be no luck at all, that it's had to serve its penalty, come back in again and serve it again, which it did at the end of lap 1, which would be odd to come back in again straight away. I'm surprised it got called back in. 703's got the same issue, which tends to point more towards it being a glitch on the timing. They've done that, both done exactly the same. I can't see both doing that. Serving a penalty too short, it's highly unlikely. So I suspect that may not have been the case. So 80 and 703 have served their 45-second penalties, and there's just a little glitch on the ticker there. So I hope that won't be too much of a hindrance to them.
Well, sometimes there is some erroneous timing, particularly when your timing pit stops. Race control.
It looks like something on the timing saying it looks like it's left the pits and then rejoined straight away, but it hasn't on those two cars. So I'm guessing that's a transponder type issue. Both cars have got exactly the same, which would be very odd.
Well, race control will have access to far more accurate information. They'll also probably have locked off cameras near or right on those timing lines so that they can account for when certain cars go through. 710 BMW about to complete a lap, and that is the BMW 325i that runs in the V4 category. And it's safely on to lap 4. So that is one of the Schmitzes, 710 Marco Schmitz, who drives with Leo Brown, and Niels Renken, Christopher Gruber, several cars in today's entry that aren't actually labelled as a team name. It's just 4 guys, 4 girls, or a mixture of both. Getting into a car, a pretty standard machine, as is the case with this V4 entry, the BMW 325i. A little bit of understeer there into the second left-hander on the Mercedes arena, but dealt with nicely by Schmitz, who now comes out of that tight technical start to the lap, which is bypassed entirely during the 24-hour weekend and indeed the qualifying races that lead up to N24 each year. I'm noticing at the top of the order that Alex Fontana came through and Arno Classen came through, but where on earth has the SP9 Pro-Am car, or the SP9 Pro car gone, which was leading the race, because that's no longer being seen anywhere. Now I want to make sure that that is not a timing glitch. We can't surely have had a pit stop already for said car.
This is the number 9 car, isn't it?
It is the number 9 car, but it's now being shown as 0 laps completed as well. So clearly that is an issue with timing.
Yeah, because according to the GPS tracker, which is not the timing, separate issue, sorry, separate system, it's currently flat chat on Kastelchen and Klostertal.
Right.
So it's moving still, but just not appearing on our timing screen. So there appears to be an anomaly there. But so that would put a Cup 2 car on B3 as we predicted. But I don't think that's right.
Just checking various other timing sources, and they are showing an Audi 1-2, but they're also showing the Hubert Hout Mercedes down in 99th position. No, that's the wrong Mercedes, beg your pardon. Car number 9 in 102nd position. It's definitely not 102nd, because that would put it behind some of the cars that didn't even take the restart of this now 4-hour race. So it's lost all of its laps for some reason. They will be put back manually, I am sure, in due course. So let's assume that that Mercedes is still there. Our scoring tower on our TV graphics is also echoing that, saying 33 leads and the 50 car is in second, but I'm pretty safe in the knowledge that you can insert Mercedes number 9 at the top of that pile and still assume that it is leading the race, even though we have some slightly erroneous timing data in and around, just to add to the complications of today already. And the Arno Classen driven Audi running then in 3rd position behind the number 33 car of Alex Fontana. Classen drives the number 50 Audi. Last sector that the Mercedes was being shown through was sector 3 when it did a 1:59. And that is right there. It's much quicker than the 2 Audis, in fact. So I'm still very confident that that car is continuing along its merry way with no delay whatsoever. Hubert Hout it'll be entirely unknown to him that he has gone missing on our screen. The 2nd placed Audi is still looking good in the hands of Alex Fontana. Not particularly easy, though, to tell you how those times compare without sort of scrolling up and down on the screen, because Fontana's done a 106.6 through the 1st sector, and Hubert Hout would have been even quicker than that, I'm sure. He did a 107.
Well, it's just coming through Galgenkolb now onto the Dottinghour, according to the tracker, which is independent, not the timing. So we'll find out in a few moments when it gets down the Dottinghour Tiergarten. Hopefully when it crosses the line with its transponder, it re-establishes itself at the top of this field. Say to drop from 1st to 102nd after cars that hadn't even started, that's a big old delete, isn't it?
Takes some doing, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's quite impressive. Well, it's coming up to Tiergarten as we speak.
Yeah.
Sorry, not apologies, it's on the kink at the moment, so just coming up to Tiergarten now. So this is our we believe, a race leader, number 9, the Hubert Hout pedalled Mercedes.
The issue is that it just has 0 laps to its name, so for some reason the lap counter has been reset on this Mercedes, even though the sector times were triggering perfectly. I wonder when it crosses the line here. Yes, it's now being shown as 1 lap completed rather than what we would have expected, 4 laps. So timing and scoring need to add an additional 3 laps to it. and that will put it right back up to the top. But there's a lot of crew members, even in the Haupt garage, HRT, going, why on earth has our Mercedes dropped down so many laps?
Still set the fastest lap of an 8:06.791 on that lap, so he's doing his best to catch up those. I mean, he has made up by 6 places on that lap, from 102 to 96.
Yeah.
Whilst race leading.
Yes.
Just leave that with you.
Very impressive. I mean, you've seen nothing about a penalty that might strip it of 3 laps, have you? I can't imagine that that's been done deliberately. Oh, Gabriele Piana's going to pit at the end of this lap. So he was in second in Cup 2, the second of the 2 Black Falcon Porsches that were running right together. And he's come in now after, well, only 4 laps, which is bizarre in itself. Why would that car need fuel when we know the Cup 2s are so good generally on fuel across the piece? And it's not unknown for a Cup 2 Porsche in an opening stint to do 8 laps. Also in on this lap is the Rettenbacher-driven Teichmann Racing Porsche. So that is Luca Rettenbacher for Teichmann Racing. Remember that the Cup 2s are split into Pros and AMs, and the 131 of Rettenbacher is actually an AM driver lineup. So also sharing that, the family Kiefer, and there are 3 Kiefer family members joining Luca Rettenbacher. We've got Stefan, Marius and David, all from Munich, and they drive in the 131 car, which was 7th, but they've come into pit lane also, presumably for fuel. I thought there was a rule, generally speaking, whereby cars, when you pit within the first 5 laps of the race, you actually can't take any fuel on board. And it is tyres only, unless they've started on completely the wrong tyres. But by the look of Piana's race start, he was the only Porsche elsewhere in Cup 2 to keep level pegging with Tobias Müller. So that doesn't explain why he's pitted at all, unless he's picked up some sort of issue. Maybe he can feel a vibration and want the team to sort it out. We have got confirmation, by the way, that the Mercedes number 9 is a transponder failure. Still leading, but missing on the timing screen. Yes, and it is in fact back now. So great work from timing and scoring to insert that number 9 manually. It's relatively easy to keep tabs on Hubert Haupt's progress because he's 30 seconds up the road from everybody else. And at least now our timing systems echo that. So Mercedes number 9 leading by 29.6 seconds over the 33 Audi of Alex Fontana. And then it's Arno Klassen in the number 50 car. There's only 7 and a bit seconds between Klassen and Tobias Müller. So the chance of a positional change there, with the Cup 2 Porsche getting ahead of the SP9 AM leader, the Audi, is still not yet over and done with. At least one new Goodyear tyre being put onto BMW number 508. Which is the MSC Adenauer car for Senior Schmitz and Andre Sommerberg, Sasha and Christian, Sasha Korter and Christian Koch, and 508 being an entry in the VT2 class for rear and 4-wheel drive cars. So Sommerberg, as a result of this early stop, slipping back to 11th position. There are a number of cars pitting this early on, only 4 laps into a 4-hour race, but normally you can go to at least 7 should you wish, and it remains to be seen how far the SP9s actually push this, because probably Hubert Haupt, under not a great deal of pressure, will be able to fuel save here and there and maybe eke things out to a crucial 7th lap at the start of this race.
Just think about the transponder issue for the Haupt car there. That may not be their fault, but it's race control take quite a view on these transponders working or not working, and it's it may not be the team's fault. It's a unit that doesn't actually sort of usually belong to them. It's supplied by timing people, but if it's not right, it's a massive thing because it's safety as well. It's where these cars are for speeding, penalties, that kind of stuff in code 60s, which is always about the safety of marshals and trackside officials. So it tends to be pretty clear-cut and black and white on the rulings of the transponder can fail and cause an issue, and it may not be your fault, but the view is you're not recording the data correctly, therefore you are deemed responsible, which doesn't always seem perhaps equitable and fair, but safety overrules everything.
Yeah.
So we've just got to keep an eye on that the house-driven car, that it doesn't manifest itself as being more of a problem, because they could be asked to come in and change the transponder, for instance, and it's like, really, we're 30 seconds up the road. Why should we have to do that? Because it's not our piece of kit. Unfortunately, rules is rules.
Down the inside, will attempt to go Fabio Grosser for the lead of Cup 3. This is on Joshua Bednarski in the yellow and white Porsche Cayman. In the end, there wasn't a way through. But how about this for a dice between the top two in Cup 3? They might be 22nd and 23rd overall, but they're absolutely nip and tuck into the Vidal chicane. There's a bit of traffic maybe to play off here as well, depending on what side of the road that BMW goes. Actually,
close the gap, hasn't it?
Yeah, but actually the BMW did entirely the right thing there. Went through the chicane and then immediately darted to the right-hand side to open the door for these two. So Bednarski for Avia WNS Motorsport, and then the first of two SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Caymans for Fabio Grosser. And how far back is the Horton car? That's 9:49, being driven by Harley Horton of the UK, sharing with Mads Grabson, the Dane, and they're in the A category within Cup 3 and also within Pro as well. So we have some cars in Class A, some in B, and within each of those I think there's the scope for them to be AM or Pro as well. Most of them actually entered into Category A. That will probably be down to the age of the car. So 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport is the order of the day for Cup 3. Yes, Harley Horton is just a handful of seconds back, 3.3, and he'll be wanting these two to slow each other up, which they're sort of doing in the early part of Hatzenbach, and actually now through Flugplatz, heading towards Schwedenkreuz. Bednarski in the yellow and white, the blue and white car of Fabio Grosser, and Harley Horton's probably now only 3 seconds adrift in third position.
Yeah, you don't want them to trip over themselves. They just want to hold one another up a little bit. So busy in their own duking it out, their own duel, that it gives Harley Horton the chance to catch up on it and join the party.
Because there's only one thing better than a two-way fight at the front of a class gaggle, battle, and that's to add 3 cars to the mix and more. Yes,
well, add 3 cars, make it a 5-way battle. Bring it on. Bring it on.
So Harley Horton with British GT experience from this year when he raced with Brakel Racing, but he's also been doing plenty of GT World Challenge action, mainly last year that was. A Ginetta Challenge racer originally from Stockport, and Harley's still only 19, so in his early stages of learning the Nürburgring. He did do the 24-hour race in 2023 in a Cup 3 car, and that was with GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing. So he's switched now to SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. I wonder whether through the splits we can work out precisely where he is. We're waiting for Bednarski, Grosser and Horton to all go through the split at the end of Sector 3 to get a real-time gap. Nobody else really from Cup 3 in contention, as now, very wayward, is the 650 BMW. That looks like it's right at the end of the lap as well.
It is as well, absolutely right. But no, not diving into the pits there, Johnny. And I'm just wondering if that's just that's the Adrenaline Motorsport car, isn't it? Yeah, the M240i. And I think he's just run wide there going into Tiergarten. Hasn't gone off or hit anything, although he must have kissed the barrier a bit because the driver's side mirror is now folded back on it, so he's kissed something, and yes, there are reference marks on the front left wing, so I think he's just run wide there and clattered the barrier. Yeah, there's also the same as the Audi had, actually, the number 50 Vitesse car, that had it scraped the barriers you saw all the way down the side, left the dive blades intact. I think this Adrenaline Motorsport number 650 has had a little connection with something more solid than the track, and got away with this, and that will have got his attention.
So I reckon second, this is Federico Braga, not initially listed as being in that particular BMW. I had him in 660, which is another Adrenaline Motorsport car. But I wonder whether 660's even in the race, in actual fact. Yeah, I can't see 660 as an entry, so they probably moved Federico across and put him into the blue 650 car instead. Federico Braga, originally from Argentina. And a tweak, therefore, to their driving lineup. 650 originally was going to have Sven Marquardt and Ranko Majatovic and Toby Goodman in it. It might be that those three are also racing this weekend. There's the lead change in Cup 3. Fabio Grossa getting a much better run through the Caracciolo carousel to get ahead then of Bednarski. I caught the tail end of that, so I don't know whether he did him on the brakes, slowing down for the sharp left-hander. Maybe Bednarski misjudged it and got out of the groove, so to speak. It's very easy to do that and find yourself on the asphalt, the less cambered section of the carousel. But it was the run out of the corner that decided Cup 3, for the moment at least, would go in the favour of SRS Zorg Rennsport. So talk us through this. They arrived into the carousel, Snowy, with the yellow and white car of Bednarski ahead. Oh.
Yeah, he's just run wide. Yeah. The apex has run wide of the carousel. That's a moment for you, because you've got in nice. You've got the turn in absolutely right, but it's just carried a little bit too much speed into the carousel, which is not something you want to do. For those that don't know, the carousel is severely banked. It's not just running wide. It's severely banked this inside line, which it's called the Caracciolo carousel, because Rudolf Caracciolo found that if you hook the left-hand wheel into a ditch at the side of the track there, then that was a quicker line. You could keep the power on more. So they made this ditch a feature of the circuit now, which is obviously the logo of the NLS as well. And he's just caught that and just run a little bit wide, therefore popped out of that. So it's a double whammy, not just losing mid-corner speed. He's actually popped out of the carousel banking and had to probably be on the brake as well and come out of it and had let the other car straight through behind.
Because the danger is...
And a gap now, look, 5-6 car lengths.
It spits you out at this sort of oblique angle.
That's the danger,
yeah, and then you can very easily continue at that trajectory and into the barrier.
Code Brown.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely Fans. Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Nearly 50 minutes into this year's Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. The other couple of cars that are doing very well at the moment are the alternatively fueled machines. There's actually 20 seconds that separate Michel Halder and Ben Leuchter now, but they will be not used to running as high up as 14th and 15th places. And that Michel Halder car, there are 3 other drivers to cycle through the Bio Concepts machine, the 4-Motors Bio Concept car. So Smudo still to come, Hendrik Boleslev and Matthias Bergvermert will be in that car, the 320 at certain points. But Hubert Hout's probably never had it this easy around the Nürburgring Nordschleife at Peter Snowden. He leads by nearly 37 seconds now.
Well, you say that, but it was also an investigation for a jump start.
You're kidding, really?
No.
They do.
You did actually say at the time, and I didn't comment on it, but you did actually say at the time that he got going before the lights went out, and I thought, ooh.
Yeah, I did say that. You're right.
So, yes,
and Hubert Hout's now in the pits, by the way. So
he's got a drive-through
for the jump start.
Yeah.
Well, that makes the race a heck of a lot more interesting.
We've also got 106 has had an accident at Hatzenbach, and that is our Maxi Cruise Racing 911 from GT3 Cup class. One of the Fugels aboard that, either Dominic or Marcel. Can't tell you which one of the two.
No, we can't, sadly.
Was not. They've also got 105, haven't they? Sorry, my apologies, 106, my apologies, completely the wrong car. 106, it's the Ralph Peter Bonk or Marco van Ramshort 911 from the same class, not 105, my apologies. So anybody thought it was 105, stand down, it was 106, my apologies. Broadcasting error.
It's fine, I'm full of, today's been full of it, mainly from my side.
I don't think so.
What I was about to say was...
That's code 60, by the way, sorry.
Race control were aware that the number 9 was starting on the front row on its own, weren't they?
Yes.
And they haven't sort of misread that as a jump start. Clearly not, because, as I said, the car seemed to go and start to pull away from what was then the second row, well ahead of those lights turning to green. We actually do have green lights displayed from the starting gantry, rather than just extinguishing the reds and then nothing else. The greens add even more points to the fact that we are racing. And yeah, Houpt had gone by that point. I don't quite know why. Wow, big incident now towards the end of the lap.
This is the 106.
106, yeah, the car you were just talking about, yes. So Hatzenbach, I should say. I need to listen to you from now on. You told me about the incident. You told me about the incident. So this is the tyre stack that took all of that abuse from the pile up in the opening couple of laps, or is this further along? The one thing that Hatzenbach is generally short of is tyre stack, so that it's pushed the tyres back considerably.
Well, it's rotated them round, hasn't it, 180 degrees, and they're a double stack, which are, of course, all the... So the tyres are usually, I think there's 4 of them high, which are bolted to each other, obviously laid flat. Then they're bolted through the treads, as it were, to the next stack, which keeps them all intact. They don't fly everywhere, so it does their great job of absorbing. And then there's conveyor belting over that, literally supermarket conveyor belting, turn 90 degrees, that then is also then bolted to that as well. But this looks like it's gone in on the end of it. Not too much damage on that Porsche, actually. It's caught the end of it. But what that's done is not necessarily they're actually 5 tyres high. You can just see it now, because there's a stack there of 3 laid on the side.
Yeah, when
so I said 30 tyres in a little group there.
When I push the tyres back, I didn't mean towards the arm car. I mean, actually the end of the tyre wall has sort of folded itself at least double. And therefore, where there should be tyres, there's now bare Armco. But the car has kind of taken those tyres with it So 106 is the Cup 2 car, as you said.
Yeah.
And a Ralph Peter Bonk at the wheel. You gave us both drivers, but I reckon it's Ralph Peter Bonk doing the driving at this stage, and that might be it, yes. That can't have been the drive-through that car 9 was doing, because they've done a driver change to put David Schumacher in, and you're not allowed to do that during a drive-through. So probably the next task for David is to do a lap and then come straight back into the pit lane.
Unless you serve the drive, it's not a penalty, is it? Not a drive-through, it's not a stationary. Because you serve it at the beginning of the pit lane, then go to your box. If it's drive-through, you can't. So a drive-through is come to the 60k line, observe the limit, drive past your pit at that speed, drive out again. That's the penalty. So you can't change that.
So at this point, I reckon Hubert Haupt starts to stretch his legs, and then a couple of seconds later, maybe only a second later, the lights go out. So you have to, well, it's Hubert's job. Now he's gone, in fact, at the point pretty much where Hohenrhein joins the Grand Prix track. Now, it's Hubert Haupt's job to dictate the pace. As soon as the lead car, the pace car comes in, you then have to keep the pace that the pace car has set, hence its name, and wait for the lights to change. Either they go out or, as is here the case, they turn green. But it's only at that point that you can hammer the loud pedal, and he'd gone well before that.
Well, it is, and rules vary. I need to check exactly what the rule for this race is, because in the UK and Europe, they sometimes have different regulations where quite often in the UK, it's you cannot race until you've crossed the start-finish line. So the lights may well go out, but you could be row 10, and you need to hold formation still as you go across there. So other people can go in front of you, but you've got to wait until you've gone over that line. Those lights may not coincide with the line, if you know what I mean. So you need to know on your track walk or whatever, you need to know where the start-finish line is. So the lights might be ahead or behind, so not be fooled by that gantry. Don't go on that. It's not a visual. It's a visual when they go out or to green, as you said, but they may not coincide with the line. Some places in Europe, you're allowed to go as the lights extinguish. So you can be 10 rows back and you can hammer it and gain a few places. But you've got to know your opportunity. That's why you have to go to drivers' briefings, because they will make it quite clear. And it can change also during meetings. I've been to Spa for the 6-hour historic meeting, and the 6-hour race is obviously its own entity, and then there's 5, 10, 12 other races which are under different rules. The pit exit's different, and they might be different things. So it might suddenly say no, it's not, and it can be a different series organizer that says we're not going to do that. So you've got to be very clear that you understand you attend the right briefing and understand exactly what it is, and it's down to you. But I think Hubert out there I think he slightly over anticipated. Racing driver's instinct.
It's easy to do, especially when you're on the front row and there's no one alongside you. But the weird thing is, regardless of when he decided to go, he was going to get a good start, because those behind him couldn't even draw level until those lights had gone out. So, bizarre moment where you're the only car on the front row, there aren't two cars there, and you get the jump start. The other further complication is that at some tracks, the start line is in a different location from the finish line.
Correct, absolutely so, yes.
And therefore, again, a track walk is so crucial, because where are they judging the start from? Because it's not necessarily where the checkered flag will be waved in 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever we have
for competitors, and people get tired of drivers' briefings, but that's always explained, and it's usually, I've found this especially abroad and in the UK, that part of the driver's briefing from the race director will involve slides. Those slides will show you very clearly with arrows or circled area. There's no way of mistaking where those points are, and it is for you, and that is start and finish and light gantry, pit entry, pit exit, where those lines are, 60k, and it is for you to absorb it, and there's nothing to stop you saying, can I have a copy of that please? Because they will just say, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Because it is down to you as the driver of the car to get that right, and if you don't, well, the officials have done their bit. So, sorry, there's a penalty.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. It doesn't matter if you're a world champion or you're nobody, but you've got to follow the rules for everybody else's sake.
Officials can control the sending of the message, they can't necessarily control the receiving
the message, yes. And drivers are drivers when all said and done.
True.
Yes.
They want to drive fast and as quickly as possible and win the race, but there are rules that you have to obey during that route to potentially success.
What does it say? There's assumptions are mother of all mistakes, isn't it? It's, yeah, you sit there and go, oh, I know that. That's the start line there, and it isn't. The finish line's another 100 metres down. And can you imagine that, backing off, just going, I've won. Somebody got steams past you, and you go, oh, that's fine, off you go. And you go, actually, that's the finish line down there.
It has happened many times. Yeah. When the finish line is the other side of where your pit crew is on the pit wall, and you cross the start line and go, oh, we've won, and then get absolutely swamped by those cars that actually have won.
Yes, and the pit crew send very Anglo-Saxon messages over the radio at that point, suggesting all sorts of things about you. Could you just given away a race win or class win? A result, whatever. It's just like, really, did you just do that? All that hard work, and then you mess it up at the end.
Always race to the checkered flag. Valentin,
but never twice.
Lachenmeyer, don't see it twice. No, that's also very bad.
Don't like that one at all.
Also very bad. No. Valentin Lachenmeyer in his VT3 BMW. So this is for BMWs equal or more than 3 litres, or up to 3 litres. And there's only one car actually in this category, the Kevin Sports and Racing car, for Guido Wietz and Jörg Schoenfelder, together with Lachenmeyer and his teammate Zoran Radulovic. Oh, problems now for the Audi though, the number 33 car. This is going to be the most bizarre podium going. I tell you, it could be a real standout result for years to come, because Alex Fontana has stopped. He was running what we thought in the lead for a spell when the number 9's transponder was properly glitchy. He was running second, and is it just dead stick, or has it been in the barrier somewhere? It looks relatively straight from this angle, but I am observing it from a great height.
I think it's just stopped, Johnny. I really do.
Unbelievable.
There's no reference marks on the track or anything related to that coming to a halt with debris up to that point, or grass or whatever. I think that's just stopped. And the fact that it just hasn't moved there, I'm guessing it's either had a transmission failure, or there's no oil, nothing on the track, so it's not an engine necessarily. Well, it might be, but it's not oil from the engine. It's not stuck anything out of the block or anything. But that just looks to me like it is just terminated its desire to continue forward.
Somewhere in that long fourth sector, I reckon Alex is it on your tracker? It was one of the public roads very close to the racetrack to drivers left, car number 33, and you're looking for it to be somewhere in the fourth sector, so that long sector before the Dottinger Hohe.
It's between Brunchen and Flansgård. It's on the run down to Flansgård.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's all that long sector. I mean, it's a very long sector, which does include all of that as well. So before or after Brunchen? After Brunchen.
After Brunchen.
So it's gone through the right-hander there.
So it's almost at Flansgård.
Yes. And yes, that right-hand bit just before Flansgård, and I hadn't realised that was so close to the public road. There's a lot of fans down there.
And it's also quite downhill at that point, which adds further to my fact that I think it's probably had some mechanical failure, demise, because it would be really quite easy to effectively dip the clutch and put it in neutral, as it were, pull those paddles back, whatever the sequence is on that particular car, and roll it onto the grass out of the way. And naturally, as a driver, if it's terminal, you know quite quickly. Again, this is what I call the Stippler experience type thing. I generalise, but you know when it's over, or it's certainly not going to continue at any point there. So your natural thing is to get it out of the way and not spoil anybody else's race. There's absolutely no point in doing that. So get it out of the racetrack and try and get it to a marshal's post, all of which are marked where there's a gap. They've got the thin orange line is for where they can park the car and it's pedestrian. A fatter one is the car can be pulled back behind the barrier, but you want to get it somewhere out of your way. So the marshals can do their job, and even if you can't work on it, then that's fine. You can do that, but you don't want to cause code 60s and things. And also, particularly selfishly, it's sitting on a narrow part of the track there. It's an expensive motor vehicle. You don't want to get hit by something.
No, that's true. Around a blind bend, can easily happen.
For everybody's sake, that person that might do that, and yourself, you're probably going to be okay, but they may not. So you just want a damage limitation all round.
David Schumacher's now taken the number 9's drive-through penalty. That was awarded or assessed, remember, when Hubert Hout was judged to have jumped the start. So Schumacher ends his first racing lap with a trip down the pit lane. That's dropped the number 9 car down to 11th position as a result. So that, along with Alex Fontana's Audi potentially crying enough just after Brunchen, means that Arno Klassen, an SP9 AM car, now leads this race overall. And Arno Klassen, who shares with Michael Heibrich and one of our favourite drivers, Lorenzo Rocca di Torrepadula, he's also going to be in the number 50 car later on. But they're leading, but it's only by 2.4 seconds, because snapping at the heels of the Equipe Vitesse Audi is the Tobias Müller-driven Black Falcon Porsche. So this could be quite a story in the fact that the Cup 2 car may, well, it's definitely in the reckoning to win outright here, but can it do it? There's another slow car at the very end of the Dottinger Hall.
320, 325, yeah. Do you know, in all my excitement talking about that, Arno Klassen out in there, I totally missed that Rocco, one of our favourite drivers, the driver's name is in this race. It's fantastic. And you got in there with it first, Johnny?
I did. I had to look it up to make sure I'd got all of the syllables in the right order. But Lorenzo Rocco, as he is down on the entry list but that misses the best bit, the Di Torrepadula bit.
But it's, oh no, that's that BMW that was coming down the Dottinger Höhe, that was actually coming out of Scharfentrans-Galbenkopf onto the Dottinger Höhe. With whatever issue he's got, he's moved over very sensibly to the right-hand side of the kink there, so to allow the racing line people to come through there. That's probably not been turned to a code 60 just yet, but again, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, getting cars off track and helping your other competitors out in, not causing a hindrance. Competitive racing, yes, but when you've got an issue, get out of the way and let everybody else get on with it. He's very sensible to the right-hand side to allow cars, the racing line through there, and then he can hopefully coast down to Tiergarten. Whether it can manage the ascent of Tiergarten is another question. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with that. I didn't see which, we only saw a head-on shot as well. Just quickly on that note, Johnny, just looking at the rules again, I'll talk about the start line bit and why the number 9 Haupt-driven car had got its penalty, which is the Team Advan Mercedes we're talking about there, is the starting signal under rules 13.5. The starting signal will be given when the red light at the start changes to green, yeah?
Yes.
That's 13.5. 13.6 is, once the starting signal has been given, i.e. green light at the start line, yeah? Accelerating as well as driving out of the formation and overtaking in the corresponding starting group is permitted. Now the starting line is quite a bit ahead of the gantry, as we report of the BMW M-Power gantry across the top there, but the point here, which is why he's got a penalty, Hubert Haupt, is he'd started to accelerate roughly in line with the pit lane entrance. So I would suggest that he's gone earlier than the green light, and that's why they've got the penalty. So it is effectively a jump start.
Yeah,
that's my interpretation.
That sounds logical to me. Was that the BMW 710 that was going slowly? Because its sector times to make its way back to the pits were rather slow in comparison to other 325i's. The other thing I've noted, looking at sector times, is that even though the 4th sector took 9, nearly 10 minutes, that 33 Audi of Alex Fontana is moving again. So it has got away from Brunchen and it's now got back into the pits. So we shouldn't discount Fontana's car completely. It has dropped down to 29th position, but the car collection Audi does appear at least to be back in the sanctuary of the pit lane, and it remains to be seen whether that car can rejoin. If they've literally turned it off, gone through a reset, turned it back on again, and everything works, then probably best not to ask any further questions and just hope that things keep going until the finish. It's not necessarily a very warm day, so that wouldn't go to explain precisely why the car has cried enough.
23 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, warm for the Nürburgring, and clearly temperature is producing some thunderstorms locally as well. The BMW that might be the 710 is going to go no further. It's gone through Antonius Bucher, Snowy described it going frantically from one side of the road to the other. Now they're in yellow flag zones, and this is the lead for the race, by the way. Arno Klassen up against Tobias Muller, so an SP9 car and a Cup 2 car, but Tobias Muller was prevented from overtaking Klassen. This is the end of lap 7. They're both going to be in at the end of this lap as well, because the Audi was definitely out of fuel, and I wondered whether the Porsche might be able to push on for an extra lap, but they've decided not to. So Tobias Muller in the 148 brings this in. Interestingly, Gabriele Piana is also due to drive this car. Remember, Piana is also in the 103 car, so if they are planning to do a driver change at this point, it can't be to Piana, because he's still on the racetrack, but in another car, the sister car at Black Falcon.
Now, there was a Hyundai going slowly there with its right-hand indicator on the approach to Tiergarten, which Klassen stuck behind, but there was a green flag. So I think he was a little bit slow to interpret that. He may not have seen the green flag on the right-hand side, blocked by the Hyundai, but from the other angle, looking back down there, I could see the green flag clearly, thinking, why isn't he going? Why isn't he clearing that car? But equally, the Porsche right behind us go, well, if he hasn't cleared, I haven't. So we've got to be careful there. And it's exactly the same thing. That green flag is at the very end of Tiergarten, on the what they've finally got the 2 bit from the end, isn't it? So I think you're just slightly unsighted coming up the hill there, and you've got to have clear sight of it.
Here comes the next gaggle of Cup 2 cars, and Michele Di Martino in the K. Kramer car has got ahead of Tim Shearbard, I make it. So they are actually displayed in the reverse order on my timing screen, but that's a K. Kramer car ahead of the Avia car for sure. Here's Robin Cherzanovsky in the familiar colours for Click Versailles. So in that sort of white, black and blue liveried car. And Cherzanovsky has almost on a tow rope next to him the 122 car of Ben Bunagel. But 124, interestingly, Arne Hofmeister is going to go around again. So Hofmeister thinks that there's enough fuel on board his car, as does Ben Bunagel, intriguingly. So that's both the Mühlner Motorsport cars who technically lead this race now. So it's a 1-2 for Mühlner Motorsport, because everybody else is in the pit lane. The big question for me is, are they able to do 9 laps on this amount of fuel? The fuel burn rate in a Cup 2 car is a lot less than it would normally be in an SP9 car, and I know that 8 laps are possible for for Cup 2 cars for the opening stint, but can you do 9? Can you do 9 is the next question. Well, one or two think that that's possible, and Mühlner deciding not even to split their strategy. They've kept both cars out for a 9th lap, and Bunagel leading Hofmeister by 5.3 seconds, whereas everybody else has pitted after pretty much 8 laps. So Arno Klassen, terrific effort from him to...
Wer bei der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie nicht selbst mitfährt, aber trotzdem ganz, ganz nah dran sein möchte an der Rennstrecke, der sollte unbedingt als Sportwart anfangen, denn dann arbeitet man wirklich direkt neben dem heiligen Asphalt. Wir zeigen euch heute mal, was es braucht, um als Sportwart anzufangen und wie ihr mit dabei sein könnt. Wir sind an Posten 44, das ist direkt vor der Auffahrt auf die Nordschleife. Marco und Andreas sind hier an diesem Posten unterwegs. Andreas, erzähl mal, was macht für dich die Arbeit als Sportwart hier so besonders?
Ja, das ist halt, du bist ganz nah an der Strecke, du bist mit den Fahrern auf Du und Du und winkst ihnen zu am Anfang, bevor sie auf die Strecke gehen. Und das ist einfach das Feeling, was du hier hast und was Spaß macht.
Die schönste Rennstrecke der Welt. Und die Typenvielfalt, Fahrervielfalt, der Langstreckenrennen, nicht so Kurzstreckenrennen wie eine Stunde nur und mit 10 Autos nur und so. Das macht mich für die Faszination Nürburgring aus.
Kai Rübenhagen ist der Leiter der Streckensicherung bei der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie in einem ganz engen Austausch mit den Sportwarten draußen an der Strecke, die da, Kai, natürlich nicht einfach so stehen, sondern auch die brauchen eine Ausbildung.
Das ist eine Eintagesveranstaltung, das heißt, man meldet sich dafür an, dann wird man ausgebildet und danach darf man auch an die Strecke. Wir vermitteln eigentlich alles, was dafür notwendig ist in dieser Schulung. Klar hilft es, wenn man vorher sich schon mal angemeldet hat und mal als Trainee, sage ich jetzt mal, an die Strecke gegangen ist, um zu gucken, ob das überhaupt da was für einen ist. Aber vom Prinzip her braucht man da keine große Vorkenntnis für.
18 Jahre sollte man alt sein. Was für ein Geschlecht man hat, ist uns komplett egal. Welche Hautfarbe man hat, ist uns auch komplett egal. Und Motorsporterfahrung, naja, der Motorsport muss schon hier drin sein. Ne? Also wenn man samstags morgens um 4:30 Uhr aufsteht, ja, dann muss man Motorsport schon lieben. Aber mehr brauchst du eigentlich nicht.
Kumpel von mir, der macht Intervention Car und der hat mich schon die ganze Zeit belabert, Mensch, mach das doch auch mal, das ist so super. Und da habe ich gesagt, komm, dann mach ich das jetzt auch mal, weil immer vor sich her schieben, weißt du. Ja, und seitdem Feuer und Flamme.
Wenn man Motorsport-Fan ist, besseres Feeling gibt es ja gar nicht. So nah kommt ja keiner.
Also seitdem ich 2014 angefangen habe, will ich eigentlich meine Wochenenden gar nicht mehr anders verbringen.
Wenn euch das jetzt angefixt hat und ihr mal dabei sein wollt als Sportwart bei der NLS und auf dem Nürburgring, Kai, wo kann man sich melden?
Ja, ganz einfach bei uns, sprich streckensicherung@vln.de, ganz einfache E-Mail-Adresse, dann geht das.
Und macht das sehr, sehr gerne mal, denn ich verspreche euch, viel näher ran kommt man nun wirklich nicht.
AM car that no longer leads. Cup 2 out front for Mühlner Motorsport. A Mühlner 1-2, Ben Bunagel leading Arne Hofmeister, but neither of those cars are in fact the 1-2-3, which is another entry from the Belgian squad. This for Leo Messenger. And car number 1-2-3 runs in Cup 2 as well. It's just made a pit stop and heads back out again in something like 9th position in category, but the order that is displayed on the timing screen, both online but also on our audio-visual coverage, is a tad deceptive because the 50 Audi is no longer out in front. That car has just made the pit stop. They took Arno Klassen out and Lorenzo Rocca in, Rocky to his mates, and the Equipe Vitesse Audi has, as a result, fallen down the order within Cup 2. It is an SP9 AM car, let us not forget. It will get back up there again when the various Cup 2 cars pit around it, but at the moment, a Mühlner Motorsport 1-2, Ben Bernagel in number 122 leads the 1-2-4 car of Arne Hofmeister, and I'm not sure too many fans of NLS would have predicted that as a leading 1-2 after an hour and 15 minutes of today's race.
I always think, or often think, that Lorenzo Rocca de Toro Padgett just sounds like a racing driver's name, doesn't it? It sounds fast. It's almost like Emerson Fittipaldi. It just sounds fast, doesn't it?
Yes. You have to be fast to get the name out in time. Yes. If he's embroiled in a side-by-side battle, that is.
Hence Rocky to his friends.
Yes. It's just the safer option, isn't it? Otherwise, it'd take you the whole time it takes a car to go down the Dottinger Hoor to reel off his full name. But we do like doing that from time to time. A bit like Ferdinand Habsburg, Ferdy to his mates, but he's got about 17 names in truth from the Habsburg dynasty.
Indeed. Mentored and managed by,
I should know that,
Jamie Campbell-Walter.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Excellent.
Well, there's a company, a group company for life, I can't remember the name of it now, but he and former creation teammates Nick Manassian have got a driver agency management company, and they look after up-and-coming rising stars and mentor them very successfully. And that's one of the Ferdy Habsburg's one of the main characters under the auspices of JCW, former British and FIA GT World Champion.
Well, Habsburg certainly was up-and-coming a few years ago. There's an argument to say he's very definitely arrived now at 27 years old and racing with Alpine.
Actually, he was on the Alpines in Le Mans, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
we didn't see anywhere near enough of those cars, both expiring, I think, around the 6 hour mark.
Same lap with engines.
Yes.
Issues, yeah.
Yes. There was a little bit of a question mark about their ability to do the longer distance stuff, but they had
But they've done that early in the year, haven't they? They've done it at longer races, well, longer than 6 hours.
Longer than 6 hours, yeah. Qatar. Yeah, true.
They'd lasted longer there, which was slightly odd, but
I think both got to the end of the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, which was the start of this month. Another race to come in the World Endurance Championship at the end of August.
Absolute speculation, but that's something like almost like an odd batch of fuel or something for both engines to go at exactly the same time, the same lap of a 6 hour race that have lasted longer. It just makes you wonder, is there something, what I'm saying is I'm not blaming the fuel company, I'm just saying, is there an external issue that's caused both to go almost exactly the same minute, effectively, or within 3 and a bit minutes, is slightly odd. It raises the eyebrow, shall we say, but let's not speculate. I'm sure there's wonderfully more qualified and paid people than me at Alpine that know exactly what didn't happen, and I'll be told to be quiet.
To answer my own question, the 36 Alpine, which was the Nick Lapierre, Mick Schumacher, Mathieu Vaxivière, they got to the end of the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, a couple of laps down from the eventual winner, as did the 35 car. So yes, both finished 2 laps down, but they did manage 234 laps each in the high altitude, or high-ish altitude of Interlagos. Brought you live coverage of that a couple of weekends ago. And 3 more races for the World Endurance Championship still to happen. Circuit of the Americas next over the weekend of the 31st of August and the 1st of September. And then 2 weeks after that, a trip to Fuji Speedway, round 7. And then it's the slightly increased points scoring round at Bahrain, the Sakir circuit in Bahrain, 1st and 2nd of November. We'll bring you live coverage of all of those 3 races here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. But back to the matter in hand, the top 2 in Cup 2 and indeed overall are pitting on the same lap now. They entered the pits 3.5 seconds apart. Ben Boonagel, Arne Hofmeister in 1.22 and 1.24, pitting at exactly the same time. This is potentially brave from Mullner Motorsport. There was the option, I suppose, of splitting the strategy, but they've chosen to have both cars matching one another stride for stride. We might be in stall now for a stint, maybe, for Alex Brundle in car 122. If not, it'll be Moritz Krantz. But whoever takes over the 122, they should still be in, well, I say in the race lead. How far away is the SP9 Pro car of David Schumacher in his Team Advant car? Remember that Mercedes has been put quite a bit further back on the road because of its drive-through penalty. So 103, Gabriele Piana. He didn't go around again, did he? 9 laps completed. I think he hasn't pitted. He hasn't pitted. So 103, Gabriele Piana, who's been in that car from the start. Did it pit earlier on though? Yes, it's made a pit stop already, so that's on a very different fuel strategy.
As we said, in a very early pit to change the strategy and put them out to sync with everybody else. Yeah, clever one.
So now all of a sudden that car should be able to do certainly 8 laps, maybe 9. 10 surely is a bit too much, but to flesh that out a little bit, Gabriele Piana pitted at the end of lap 4. I seem to remember I was asking questions about that at the time, saying surely he doesn't need fuel at this point, and I can't believe that he did. But I was also puzzled as to whether they were able to actually put fuel in that car at that point in time. There is a rule that stands at the Nürburgring 24 hours that means you can't actually fuel the car legally before 5 laps are completed, but they must have put fuel in Piana's car at the end of lap 4. Yeah, so it did 4 laps, and now reset the timer, and it should be able to go to 12 laps, maybe 13 at a very big push. So keep your eye out for car number 103. As I've said, the two in Müller Motorsport colours have made their stops now. Yellow flags are appearing back around the racetrack, including at ex-Müller. But the race leader is indeed, the former race leading car now has Alex Brundle plugged into it. So car 122 in the hands of Baby Brundle, and it is Peter Terting who takes charge of car number 124. But Gabriele Piana is even further ahead on the racetrack. Piana leads, I reckon, David Schumacher. Steve Yance will not be too far away either. So the spread is something like 13 seconds, first to third. And where is Rocky? In the Keep Vitesse Audi, he's a further 40-odd seconds adrift of Steve Yance in his number 148 Porsche. So it's a bizarre old running order, this, certainly compared to what we might have expected, but no less fascinating. Yes, unfortunately, we don't have the driving calibre as we would have expected, filling out the podium. But it'll be one to savour in the closing stages, and certainly when we look back on this race at the end of the year. 1, 2, 3 is the third of the Müller Motorsport cars. Ben Leuchter catching up with Patrick Simon now in pit lane. He with Max Kreuzer racing this weekend, and very often, in fact. Former World TCR racer. But Müller Motorsport may well have pulled off a blinder here. It depends how the rest of their stints go as to how this will pan out into, a perfect race result. Yes, it's one thing leading 1 and 2 coming into pit road, but the complexion of the race is going to change a few more times yet. And even though that SP9 Pro Mercedes had to take a drive-through penalty, we shouldn't discount that, because up against Cup 2 cars, there should really be no competition, particularly with somebody like David Schumacher behind the wheel now. As much as we were heaping praise on the shoulders of Hubert Haupt, David is younger. He's a silver-rated driver these days. As we mentioned, Hubert Haupt's actually been put back to bronze now because he's north of 50. But he's still very, very rapid for your average bronze. Schumacher should probably offer a bit more consistency here and there. Then again, Hubert set the benchmark with an 8 minutes 2.6, which still stands as the fastest lap of the race. And let's see whether David can get anywhere close to that in car number 9. Yellow flag still on the racetrack. Now at Klostertal, you tend not to have a small accident at Klostertal unless it's a car that's broken down, of course. Marshall Post 136.
Super fast part of the circuit.
It is.
So exhilarating.
When you get it right.
It's got that flow, and it's as you say, it can be a nanosecond wrong. And it's if you watch some of if you go onto various streaming platforms, shall we say, many are available. But if you watch only the in-car footage in your downtime, watch cars there following. There was some great ones from the 24 Hour, wasn't it? I think it was, where they had one of the Mercedes, which is the team it gets me, that's yellow and blue, isn't it? And he's being chased by a Porsche, and he just gets the right rear slightly onto the grass and gets it slightly out of shape. And you can see it doesn't really diminish speed. And the Porsche's just sitting behind, and he's flashing the lights to agitate him, obviously to try and push him into a mistake, which is not push him off, but try and get him to make a mistake and capitalise on it. But there's nowhere to really go by at that point. And the Merc just gets slightly sideways, and you can tell it doesn't diminish speed, but there's a flick of the brake lights where he's clearly just left foot braked to get the back straight again and get the car pointing straight. And to have the presence of mind to do that at that part of the circuit, that speed, with another SP9 GT3 car 2-3 feet behind you, it's the quality and level of these drivers, and it's just like, oh, that's not right, tap, bring it back, come on girl, we're going that way. And it's just like, yes, sexy,
just coaxing them in vaguely the right direction.
Come on, play nicely.
But you have to go with the momentum of the car as well. Ultimately, it's the science that will play out. But if you could do a little trick with the science and just gently guide it in roughly the right direction, then that is a massive incident potentially avoided.
And if you know the car well enough, that's where more seat time comes into play, is that you can, the car will talk to you. You know what you can and cannot get away with, because you abuse it and it'll abuse you back and just won't want to play. But I guess it's rather similar to sort of riding a horse at Olympic level and other eventing levels, where they understand one another and they can get things out of it. If you know your car, you can perhaps get away with things or understand what it will do. It's got no vices. Some people might just lift off there and it'd be a problem. But it wasn't for that. I need to then find out who that was I'm talking about now, rather than leave you all in the dark, don't I? We've got a very slow Peugeot, is it?
Yes.
It's the 821.
This is my moment in the race where I discover that there's a car in it which I didn't even know. Has often
coming to a halt as well, I think.
Has often happened in a 24-hour race. At about the 12-hour marker, I see a car for the first time. That I think surely they've thrown some more out in the darkness hours, because we lost a few at the start.
Well, so concerned were the organisers of NLS ADAC that you didn't know until yesterday this was a 6-hour race. They reduced it to a 4-hour race for you.
That's true, yeah. Hey, very kind of them. You didn't either, in fairness.
Exactly. I was going to say,
don't just land me in it.
It's a team effort, Palmer. Come on.
So we both arrived with as ignorant as one another, in truth. But that's great to have a 6-hour race, which actually has turned into 4 hours. We still finish at the same time. But at least everybody was okay after what was a horrible incident that started the race today. So many cars badly damaged. I don't think there were any write-offs as such within the tyre wall, because a lot of modern-day GT3 car these days are modular anyway. But they will certainly need a couple of days to fix up and get racing again. But yes, that Peugeot number 821. So again, there's been some changes for Family Net, because they weren't due to be in the 821 car. Oh no, they were. Beg your pardon, I've got the wrong line. So Jürgen and Joachim Net, together with Timo Bert, who are driving the 821 this weekend. It is one of those two Nets that I've mentioned, Jürgen or Joachim. But are they also in another car? Because Family Net appeared to be... and there's the Peugeot we've told you about. Yeah, they're also meant to be sharing the 510. So I wasn't entirely on the wrong lines there. 510 is not another Peugeot, and it's in fact not in this restarted race, so we need not worry about that now. But it was due to be an Audi S3, in fact, for Jürgen and Joachim Net, and Timo Bert as well. And they were going to race with Christophe Dupre, who I remember Christophe was actually at the wheel of said Audi during the 24 hours weekend, and he was the one that suffered that huge fire in the darkness hours at Brunchen, which set light at the very back of the car, and then gradually the fire worked its way forward down the right-hand side. But it also started to work its way backwards, where the fuel had dropped on the road, and the asphalt was slowly setting fire where the fuel had been thrown out the back of the Audi. So Christophe Dupre will be forever in my mind as the driver at the wheel of that Audi as on that particular night. But 510 not in the race today, though.
Yeah, it was the fuel rail, wasn't it?
The fuel rail.
Split and therefore left that trail. It did look remarkably like a firework, didn't it? Where you sort of set the fuse going up to the car.
Catherine wheel.
Any more damage to that, please?
Yeah, so I don't think Dupre is due to be in any of the other cars, unlike the three others that were supposed to be driving that Audi. Oh no, I'm wrong. The 511 car is potentially a Dupre drive as well. And do we have 511? No, that's not in the race either. So Christophe Dupre had potentially two drives, both in Audi S3s, and neither of them have surfaced, it seems. Yeah, no Audi S3s at all in today's race. We do have several Supras though, and the 172 is the Gazoo Racing Supra Evo GT4, running in SP8T. And currently at the wheel of that is Daisuke Toyoda. That's not Toyota, but Toyoda with a D. And a certain Kamui Kobayashi's driving that car as well. I totally missed the fact that Kobayashi is in today's race. But Kobayashi with his Gazoo Racing Lynx, piloting 172 at a later stage. And they're joining Herweg Danens, the Belgian racer, to make it a three-driver lineup for the Toyota City, Toyota Gazoo Racing crew from Toyota City itself. So their two Gazoo Racing cars are running nose to tail, 173 ahead of 172. And in the leading car of those two, they're not actually leading the class, they're second and third in SB8T, but Uwe Kleen is driving that, together with the other three drivers I've just mentioned. So Daisuke Toyoda and Kobayashi and Dardens could be in either of those cars at any one point. Kobayashi's not actually on the racetrack as we speak. He's somewhere in the Gazoo Racing garage or hospitality. Jimmy Broadbent, who is a well-known member of the RSL Collective, driving the 150 car yet again. And 150 is actually Jimmy himself leading SB8T in the Bilstein-sponsored BMW M4. Down through the gears and powering his way out of the U-bend, which forms the cut-through, with the Bilstein backing, with the Falcon backing, as most of the cars in the race do. In fact, they are an event sponsor. So you'll see the Falcon name emblazoned on the top of each of the wheel arches of all the cars. That doesn't tell you what tyres they're actually on, of course, with the exception of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, sadly no longer in the race.
Well, such a strong driver lineup they had as well.
Yeah,
I mean, to bring in two, they've got quality drivers in there. To add in two, superstars like Alex Lynn and Timo Glock there was such a potential for that to be extraordinary result from those cars. Don't forget, also Falcon, with the exception of one race this year, are unbeaten in NLS. So they really had an opportunity there. They're going to really
clean sweep bit, but not now.
Yeah, but not now. No, fortunately, Nico Menzel, Tim McLaughlin having an accident in the number 4 car in qualifying, was able to start the race, but Nico Menzel having an issue, and then getting a little bit further back before that was Alex Lynn, just no fault of his own, and in fact no fault of either, to be honest. Just on that, both the team cars taken out at the same part of the circuit at the same time is extraordinary. The only extenuating circumstances there are that there were so many other cars out of quality at the same time, which it was just entirely weather dependent. But how much water must have precipitated onto the track in a short amount of time to catch that level of quality of driver out so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, the clouds just dumped the entire contents, it seemed, on that part of the track all at once. So very difficult for anyone to have judged precisely what was going on there. You would have needed a spotter, probably on bank at Hatzenbach, radioing then back to the engineer to say, just drive through that part of the track at walking speed and careful that you're not cleaned out by anybody behind you as you do so. But no blame at all on Bastien Bous's shoulders. He was the race leader at the time, and you just have to assume, you go back to that word assumption, but you have to assume that the grip levels that you had a lap ago are still there, roughly speaking. Yes, you know it's raining. Yes, there's the need for the windscreen wiper. And Bastien Bous, bear in mind, had already been off the road before Sabina Schmidt's curve. He completely outbraked himself into the Vidal chicane, gone straight on over the grass and through the gravel trap. But that didn't lead to him abating the speed at all, because he's a racing driver. You put that out of your mind straight away. Oh, I'm back on the track. Right, keep going, and I'm off again. And so is everybody else. And that appears to be the end of the race for about 10 key runners. But one car that had been struggling on the opening lap, and we wonder whether that was down to the tyres that had been selected for Hubert Hout. Well, this car has since then had to take a drive-through penalty because of a start that was far too eager on Hubert Hout's responsibility. He's handed the car over to David Schumacher, and after a lap of competition, David had to come back into the pits to serve a drive-through penalty. But that number 9 Mercedes is now in front of all of its rivals, and Gabriele Piana, as I say that sentence, has come back into pit lane for the second time. So Piana, I wonder how many laps he managed on that stint. Remember, he came in after only 4 and has just done 7 laps. So it began on lap 5 and has ended on lap 11. So yes, when you include the 11th lap, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that is 7 laps. He could have done 8. So I'm slightly puzzled by that as well. unless they're already back timing the car to the finish. But normally the rule is don't worry about the end, just keep going as far as you can in each of the individual stints. The 103 seems not to be able to get the same sort of fuel mileage as we might expect from some of the other Cup 2 cars up and down the order, bearing in mind the two Müllner Motorsport cars, 122 and 124, they were able to do 9 laps on the opening stint. I also noticed that Peter Terting and Alex Brundle have now switched positions. They are separated by only 1/10 of a second, mind you, but Terting was slightly ahead of Brundle as they came across the line, but they will have been pretty much level pegging, certainly overlapping one another as they crossed the line at the end of 10 laps. And they're not that far away from completing 11 laps. They're both now in the Dottinger Hohe, both Terting and Brundle. So we'll wait to see what order they are potentially in. Rocky still continuing on in his SP9 AM car, leading the class. But remember, they actually led overall prior to the pit stop that then formed the driver change when Arno Classen got out. And I'm sure Arno Classen did not expect to be doing a driver change from the lead of the race.
No, probably not, actually. If you told him that pre-race, he'd have thought, seriously?
He would have snapped your hand off, wouldn't he?
I was going to say, he'd have grabbed it with both hands, as indeed he has. Indeed so.
And the new name into 103 is Mike Stursberg. So the Black Falcon car, 103, due, as I say, to be driven by Gabriele Piana and another car for Piana. That was the 148, wasn't it? I'm expecting Piana to drive at some point as well. But the complication with that is, of course, you have to make sure that one driver is out of the other car before he can take over the first car, if you like. So there's got to be that window where he's doing nothing in between, not least because of the rest time that is required. Generally speaking, it tends to be 50% of the stint you've just done, regardless of what car you've been in. You have to take half that time as a rest period. So Piana will be straight into that now, whereas Mike Stursberg, the first time we're going to see him in this race, has taken charge of car number 103, and he came in second position. Will have dropped places now behind Steve Yats and behind Christopher Brook, no doubt. Chris Brook driving the 121 car now in third position, which could soon be second. Both of the Gazoo Racing Supras in together. So is this the point that we see Kamui Kobayashi taking over one of them? He could get into either. And this is a fight for the honours in SP8T. So the turbocharged Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra Evos, 3 seconds apart from the 173 and the 172. And it's a rather kind of nondescript mechanical crew. Certainly nothing compared to the gang that arrive at a World Endurance Championship meeting to look after two GR010s. A little look out the window there from the incoming driver. So we have Toyota and Clean now in pit road. They're both going up on the dolly jacks, but not going into the garage, just being turned to their 45-degree angle, which will make the exit as easy as possible. But it's great, isn't it, even for an NLS race, that we're able to draw, you know, some world-class sports car drivers into some GT4 cars, essentially.
I think as much as anything else, it's the draw of the circuit. People want to race the Nordschleife. It's got to be, if it's not the ultimate challenge to a driver, it's got to be up there. Just to want to go and do it and then mind be successful at it, or have a class win. A class win is still hard earned. Just because it's not. We always look at the focus on the top step and the overall and whatever. But there's battles going on all the way through the field, and you're against your peers. And you win a class, you've still beaten some other people, and you've still done it.
In the main part, yes. I mean, there are one or two classes further down that sadly only have the one entry, but certainly if you're in SP8T and SP10, SP7, and we've talked a lot about Cup 2 and Cup 3, there are a decent number of cars in all of those categories.
We've got the MSC Kempernick Seat Cooper Racer going very, very slowly coming up to Tiergog. It's a 322 entry. That's just entering into the pits, but not just because of that. I think it's got some other issue. Arriving very slowly. I think it was already doing it 60k before it got to the line. Is it a left rear issue?
I think something's wrong with that rear left, yeah. It doesn't quite seem to be at the same angle as the rear right. Whether that's just a puncture.
Looks like it's got a bit more camber, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's slightly more straight, isn't it, rather than the angle of the rear right, which I assume is correct. So where's the attention generally going to be? There is a new tyre. I think it's a puncture on the rear left, potentially, rather than a suspension issue. They're going to turn this into a driver change anyway. Goodyear Eagles on all four corners of this Seat Coupe Racer. And Sheman to get out, and new driver in the 322 will reveal himself, or herself indeed, in a moment or two. So Sebastian Sheman, Florian Haller, Daniel Fink are the runners we were expecting to be in the 800 car. So has Sheman again changed? Yes, he has. So no longer in the 800, in fact put into this number 322 Cooper. There's been plenty of changes overnight, it seems, yeah. I'd expected him to be running in the TCR category, and the 322 is actually, what class is that car in? It's an SP3T, which should have had Jens Wolf and Andreas Tascher and Mike Unch. So Sheman either joining those three or maybe even replacing one of those three in the 322. The Supras are back in the race, second and third in SP8T. It's a class that's led though by Jimmy Broadbent's BMW. And that car, it's number 150. Jimmy's not yet come into the pits for this current cycle of pit stops. And who have we got? No driver changes, in fact. So still Uwe Clean in 173, and Toyota is in the 172 car.
Now, I've just got confirmation. I'd like to say from the organisers, and that is official, but it'd be unfair because it's actually on Twitter. It's from Ian McCarthy, one of our regular and reliable engagers, shall we say? And he's just sent me a message, which I thought was very kind of him, just saying, just got confirmation from the organisers that the point system hasn't changed and they're sticking with the 6-hour allocation for today's 4-hour race. Followed immediately by the way, from message, no friends in high places here.
Okay.
So as in, it hasn't got inside information, it is officially from the organisers. So thank you very much, Ian, and always good to have your input and engaged, and stick with us to the end, which is 2 hours and 15 minutes away.
And now a nice little dice developing between a couple of Caymans. Now, we know all about the 962, which is the yellow and white car, but it does seem to have been overtaken by the Dalgard-driven machine. Or is that no, that might be a car that's about to go a lap down, actually. Or is it?
I wish it was a 962.
962 race number, but yes, that's a very different Porsche entirely. You can see why they've chosen that number, though. Now, actually, that's 949, so it is on the lead lap within this category. Haven't led across the line, hence my confusion. But 949, driven by Grausen, which is another SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. And Mads Grausen from Denmark, and the Harley Horton teammate, therefore. I told you about Harley being not that far away from the leading duo in the opening stages of Cup 3. Remember, that was between the Avia car and one of the other SRS machines. Well, now Grausen, together with Harley Horton's efforts, have managed to get that car into the reckoning and potentially into the class lead now, ahead of 962 Dalgard. So the 962 car, earlier driven by Joshua Bednarski, now being taken over by Lucas Dalgard. That means we've got Moritz Oberheim still to come in the 962 car. The Seat Coupe Racer, which limped its way back, potentially with a rear left puncture. That is now being fixed, but Sebastian Schemann, who hadn't entirely expected to be driving this coupe racer, but he's now, and it was all going swimmingly until, sadly, this latest issue struck for car 322. He's back in the race, by the way.
Another one. It's got another issue. That's definitely because it's got. I know it sounds silly. I noticed at the pit stop there, it was having the rear wheels were actually white, and the front ones were black, as opposed to all four black coming off. So this is post. It's not a replay. This is post. It's pit stop. So it's got another issue. This is the 322. It's just coasting to a hold, isn't it? Is that Mercedes Arena on the right-hand side?
Yes.
It is, isn't it? He's got no drive. Definitely got no drive. Just coasting to a hold there. Just as our interviewer finishes with the outgoing driver of that car, he's now totally unaware that it's now also come to a halt 3 corners in.
Sebastian Schemann will be informed delicately that their car has stopped. You'll probably catch sight of it on a screen as well. Jens Wolf has taken the car over. They haven't even actually had time to put Schemann's name on it. So Utsch is there, Tasha is there, Wolf you can't see but because of the sunshine glinting off the side window, but Jens Wolf's name is there as well. And Jens Wolf is in the car currently, 322, with no fire in the belly, or if there is fire, he's not getting to the driving wheels. So they've repaired the rear tyres, but that clearly was not the issue. The 4-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen continues. This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
The number 9, David Schumacher-driven Mercedes continues to lead. We're on lap 13 of a shortened 6-hour Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, actually now a 4-hour affair, and it being 4 hours, although still carrying the same amount of points that the 6 hours would have done. We are reaching not far away from half distance, 8.5 minutes away from being 2 hours into this. Nose to tail between a couple of Cup 2 machines. No, I beg pardon, that's a 962 Cup 3 car. Now, right in the same part of the racetrack as the Cup 2 race. Not race leader. Oh no, that might be actually the 148 of Steve Jans that was earlier driven by Tobias Muller. So the green and white Porsche just ahead of what looks like the 962, which is, if not the Cup 3 leader, then certainly within that the right sort of area to be winning the race. It's potentially fallen back to second place now after a good move from Grausen earlier on in 9:49. So there's the 962 car heading onto the Dottinger Hohe. 962 now in the hands of Daugard, and as I say, up against the Grausen-driven 949, but also let's not discount the 969 Porsche, which is Rüdiger Schicht, and also being driven by Henning Eschweiler and Alex Fielenbach. Oh, and a fourth driver, in fact, Oleksiy Kikirishenko of Ukraine. Kikireshko, in fact, is the correct pronunciation. I'll have a second go at that. So Oleksiy Kikireshko of Ukraine in the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. 962 over the line to confirm that Daugard is in second position. So Lucas Daugard trying to hang on to the coattails of the Grausen-driven car. Mads Grausen, who hails from Denmark, in 949. There he is in that almost plum liveried car. It's a purple with the black front of that car, yellow door mirrors, heading out of the Mercedes arena now and down towards Valvoline, as it's called on a lot of track maps, which is the famous cut-through utilised for most of the NLS races, the right-hand hairpin there.
Well, I've just been watching 322 on the GPS tracker, which is not part of the official timing, just to be quite clear about that. Just to see, doing what we thought, going up through the RTL curve, which can then become the Vorsteiner curve or another beer or something else, as you say, depending on sponsor, that would be the RTL bit is. And the GPS tracker is moving this around all over the place. It's actually quite hilarious to watch it because it's had it going from where it was stationary to onto the Nordschleife, back to where it was stationary, into the back of the paddock, back to the Nordschleife. It's now back into the paddock. You've got to see this, Johnny. Look, it's just moving around. Look, entirely of its own. It's going everywhere. So I'm not really sure where 322 was going. The point of watching it was not for this interest, was to see if the car made its way back to the cut-through to be able to rejoin the end of the GP circuit, not during the Nordschleife, and if it was going to go to the pits and have whatever function fault it was cured and restart the race. However, I'm not really sure where it is at the moment, apart from somewhere in the proximity of the Nürburgring pits.
I think the complication may be that it's on a flatbed and therefore triggering the tracker all ends up.
I don't think it would have got on a flatbed that quickly.
Okay, well maybe on the end of a tow rope at least. And it may well have been towed, therefore, to the paddock. The Müllner Motorsport Porsches are crossing the line together. And what order are they in this time? Alex Brundle ahead of Peter Terting. So Alex with the yellow door mirrors on the 122, ahead of Terting in the 124. And there's absolutely nothing between them. They are 6th and 7th within class, 8th and 9th overall. Brundle's got a little bit wide there, whereas Terting took the more conventional route through the third element of the Mercedes arena. And Terting has certainly a long look up the inside into the braking area for Valvoline. Dabbing at brakes again from Brundle. That car's not behaving quite as neatly as the one behind.
I would say Terting's got a more stable, more obedient car under him than Brundle has at the moment.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. And to further complicate matters, they're going to hit some traffic, let's hope not literally, in a moment or two. But there's a couple of cars looking a tad slower than these absolutely rapid Cup 2 GT3 Carrera Cup cars, effectively. Remember, Cup 2 is another word for Carrera Cup, Deutschland, maybe. Deutschland is an entirely separate championship, but there is some crossover. And Brundle's not sure which side of the road to go here, so Terting almost overlapping. The last thing they want is to actually touch one another, though, on the hats and back, because that will take a very good result away from Ulna Motorsport. They're on a different pit stop strategy from a lot of others in Cup 2, which will take them a lap further into their stint compared to the likes of Fugel and Mike Stursberg for Max Cruiser and Black Falcon, respectively. It remains to be seen where Black Falcon and the Team Loesch crew are pitting within the hour. Are they on the same strategy? Now, they're pitting about a lap before. The one weird one, because Piana pitted so early on after only 4 laps, is the number 103. Because Gabriele Piana's now stepped out of that. He handed over to Mike Stursberg, whose current stint began on lap 12, at the start of lap 12, whereas Steve Jans, who leads the category, he's been in his car since lap 9. So there's actually a 3-lap difference there as to when the last pit stops were taken.
In fairness to those two in the Mulner cars, they came across Niklas Omer in the 944 number 718 Cayman GT4 car, and in his fairness to Terting, Omer was indicated to the left, which might just be you've caught it. You caught the indicator stalk. It's not like the road. It's not a indicate your intent, but you've also got to go with a bit of which way is it? Quite literally, which way do I interpret that from a driving point of view? And he did stay to the left, so I'm guessing that Omer had put that indicator on to say, I've seen you two coming. Brundle was unsighted and that couldn't see it because the Terting's car was so close in front, and thought, I've looked down the inside and there's that 718 sitting there, and it looked like it was read completely right by Terting. He went to the right hand side, and this was going end of the Vidal chicane through the Schmidt onto the hats and back, so just completely out of the way there. Terting got through, and Brundle get to chase him down there, but that car, sorry, the way round, wasn't it? Sorry, Brundle and then Terting, sorry, that way round.
Well, it nearly became the order that you stated, because Terting was very slightly overlapping Brundle as they crossed the bridge over the public road, as that kind of link road does between the Grand Prix Strecke and Hatzenbach itself. Very close indeed now for a couple of these Caymans. That will be 9. I won't say 949, but it's a 959, I reckon. And is that Mijatovic just in behind in car 930? Tricky to tell from this distance. It's one of the Adrenaline Motorsport cars, potentially, with the orange wheels. 959 was in a cracking battle at the start of the race with the Avia WNS Motorsport car. And it was started by Fabio Grossa. So, yes, that's Patrick Gruter now in the blue and white car. And therefore, a process of elimination tells me that's 930 right on his boot lid, which is the Mijatovic Cup 3 car. So 959 and 930 running 3rd and 4th, and absolutely together. Mijatovic, again, shouldn't have been in the 930. So that's been a late-ish change as well. Ranko Mijatovic was actually meant to be in the 650 BMW that we spoke about earlier on, one of many 240i Racing Cup cars. So he's got himself a tidy little drive in Cup 3 and is toying with a podium here. But the 930 car, well, both these, the 959 and the 930, probably a bit too far back to potentially win the class. It depends on which drivers both SRS, Zorg Rennsport and Avia are going to turn to for the 3rd of 4 stints within this category. We have just ticked over the half-distance marker, I noticed, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage of a shortened version of the 6 hours, the Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden with live coverage then from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, with a race-leading David Schumacher now pitting right on the halfway point. So they could potentially change drivers here. How many drivers again, to remind myself? It's 3, isn't it? The number 9 Team Advan by HRT Mercedes. So one of those 3 will have to do a double. It depends whether they're going to be back-to-back doubles, or are they keeping Hubert Haupt to complete the race, in which case Schumacher should get out now and Salman Ovega will take over. On the other hand, they might choose to just keep Schumacher at the wheel. Everything's going sweetly at the moment, and as long as David's comfortable, keep him in the car, and then Salman Ovega can do the final stint between 5 and 6 p.m. It is unusual to be running this late in the day for a 4-hour race, but I'll remind you that this was originally planned to be a 6-hour, of course, and then there was a monstrous accident involving all manner of SP9 cars, which has significantly delayed us. We had to go red flag. There was no other decision to be made on lap 2, only lap 2, and then effectively we pressed the big reset button, got all the cars in the pit lane, released them again at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and eventually started the race 2 hours ago at 2 p.m. Nothing again between the second and the third place cars in Cup 3. So Patrick Grutter soaking up the pressure here from Mijatovic, who will actually pit at the end of that particular lap. So we've done 12 for Mijatovic, Ranko Mijatovic. There's the scope here to do another driver change. But how did they work things earlier on? We had a shortish stint from his co-driver, who is, now bear with me because there have been some driver changes, of course, within that. It was Matthias Beck-Vermeert who did the opening stint in that Cup 3 car.
And it's Salman Ovega, it's gone out to the 9.
Oh, in the 9 car, so
Correct.
they did do a driver change there. Rightio. So that rather suggests to me that Hubert Haupt might do the final stint, unless they put Schumacher back in it again. But anyway, one driver's going to do a double. Might be a Vega, I suppose, depending on what his speed is like. Yeah, I'm still slightly puzzled as to why this car was entered. The number 9 was entered as an SP9 Pro-Am and now runs on our screen as SP9 Pro. But it makes no odds, really. They're winning their class either way. And perhaps opens the door actually for Huber Motorsport to take a Pro-Am victory.
Indeed.
Even though they're down in 10th place and doing a lot less good than they would have expected, really. I'm sure the 25 car's got a bit more speed than that. It's got more aero, certainly, than an average Cup 2 car, so it should be a lot quicker than through the corners. I'm just suddenly reminded of that penalty box that is still in position at the Mercedes Arena. There is scope for cars to do a penalty without actually visiting the pit lane. Do you remember us first discovering that a couple of years ago? And it's a section of the racetrack that you have to drive through, indicated by a dotted line. And if you're given maybe a 5-second penalty, as it were, if you drive nice and wide out there, then, I mean, it wouldn't be 5 seconds, it'd be literally a couple of seconds that you lose as a result, but it saves you coming into pit lane to do it.
It's kind of almost like a drive-through, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're only driving through one bit of...
Exactly, yeah.
Don't take the apex, take the widest possible line.
Have we seen people stop in that as well?
I don't think they've stopped.
No, because I can't imagine the organisers would encourage a car to stop on track, even be it to the right and safety. Yeah, that would be slightly odd. But we have seen cars go into that area. I need to remember what they were for. You're absolutely right. It is a penalty box, quite literally, not in a football sense. But what penalty can you safely serve in that area? Is my question.
Yeah.
It's a great idea to say you're coming out of the pit because there's personnel and whatever in the pit, so it adds jeopardy, so you can do it there, that's fine, but what could you do to serve a penalty in there?
Unless it's something like a track limits infringement, you were judged to have taken advantage by going off the road or maybe taking a position on a fellow car. But giving that place back again is reliant on the car that you've just overtaken still being close enough to take the spot back again. It's a very minor indiscretion. So that penalty box, I think it's used a lot in bike racing, that type of penalty in race, very much in race, because you don't even need to visit the pit lane. Is it worth homing in on this interview? I'm not even sure who is being interviewed here. Apologies for my driver identity. Oh, it's David Schumacher, which no doubt will be in German. So no, we won't pause for this. There are various members of the Schumacher family that I'm still getting used to. despite David's experience in single-seaters, and now, of course, finding his way into sports car racing, much like cousin Mick. David being Ralf Schumacher's son, and has raced in all sorts of single-seaters up and down the ladder. Began in karting, as so many do, then in Formula 4 for the United Arab Emirates Championship, Rasguera Motorsports. In 2018, Euro Formula and the ADAC Formula 4, and then into the FIA Formula 3 Championship for Campos. Never did race in Formula 2, not until this point, but found his way into the DTM Championship in 2022, and that was really the point where he turned to GT racing. But experience around the Nürburgring is relatively limited to this point. I think I'm right in saying he hasn't competed in the 24-hour race this year, unless he did it this year. He did do the Spa 24 hours last year for Winward Racing as part of the Gold Cup element of that race, and races with Mercedes team Winward in the DTM Championship as well. So Mercedes man through and through. Just handed the car over to Salman Ovega, and onto its 15th lap will go that car, leading actually by 1 minute and 3/4, judging by the time that those cars came into pit lane not too long ago. So the gap between them was significant, but bear in mind that we're comparing SP9 Pro pace with that in Cup 2 at the moment, so not a fair comparison. There's an awful lot of difference between their lap times. If I tell you that the best lap so far for Mercedes number 9 was actually set by Hubert Haupt, it was an 8 minutes 2.655 second lap, whereas the best Cup 2 lap so far is an 8.14. So in reality, that's a 12-second difference between best lap times, and that's 12 seconds every single lap. BMW number 1 into pit lane for some routine maintenance, and perhaps an all-round full stop for full service. Daniel Zils has just brought this Adrenaline Motorsport 330i BMW into pit lane. Does look like they're doing the belts up and also the safety netting for the new driver. And there's a little bit more work going on with the hood popped on this BMW. Maybe just doing a sensor check. It's all governed by a minimum time reference, of course, so it doesn't look like it's being done in a particularly hurried fashion, but that's because it's not, because the time
doesn't look very dynamic, does it? They've got the laptop.
Well, not so far, no. But there was a grin there from the engineer with the laptop. As I say, it's all being done at a sedate pace, but it might all be being covered by the stopwatch anyway. No.
Yeah, not to confuse safe pace being with methodical, which might be the right thing to do, as in it's a process. The laptop's now being popped onto the roof of the car, which is not the best place because they can often slide off and get damaged.
Well, you can forget that they're there as well, yes. So wave the car back into the race with the laptop still on the roof, and it wouldn't stay there for very long. Yes, this is more of a significant problem now, with driver change being done. So Zill's out.
Sorry, Johnny. We just had a close-up with the cameraman through the driver's window with the window open and the dash, and it's a dead dash. There's absolutely nothing illuminated. There's no sign of light in the dash. That might be that it's just turned off, but there's something. They're actually now working on it with them. No, that's not electrical. That's sort of almost like a plug socket.
I did wonder whether it was the spark plugs that they're addressing. So would it just not fire? An ignition issue, perhaps.
I think the laptop's safe for the moment. I don't think it's going to fire and go anywhere.
No. Although they're now doing bits up rather than loosening them. So
well, it's certainly something top end of the engine related. It appears it's sort of fuel rail, or as you say, ignition, spark, or something. That side is not doing a great deal. A lot of investigation going on. That way the laptop plugged in, because if it's a fuel measuring or metering unit, it will be something. The laptop will tell you what the error code is and identify it to that pot straight away, so the technicians go and have a look. But driver just gently shaking his head as in disbelief. Now, of course, we say this is car number 1. This is the championship winning car for the last 3-4 seasons.
May well be.
Yeah.
I mean, the team, yes. The driver combinations have changed over the years.
Now, it's been started, and now did it drive there under its own steam? I didn't see anybody pushing it, but it's now being reversed back into the box. But the bonnet's been dropped, obviously, for that. But it looks as if it drove itself forward for a minute there before they pushed it back. But that wouldn't make any sense to me as to why it would start and go forward and then be pushed back.
No, I think the rear of the car was slightly out of frame, so you wouldn't be able to see those on the back. As the race leader thought about going one side of an Avia Cup 2 car, then the other, and that could have ended in tears, with the Mercedes desperate to get ahead of this car and actually just put a lap on it. I think this is oh no, this may well be, it is a race for position, I beg your pardon, so that's why it's been so hardly contested. And Ovega did eventually find the way by Daniel Blickel in his number 120 Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche. So that was for 4th position. They've all crossed the line after their recent pit stops. The race is now led by a Cup 2 car, that of Steve Jantz in his Black Falcon Team Loesch Porsche, number 148, ahead of Lorenzo Rocco in his Equipe Vitesse Audi, then Chris Brook in his K. Kramer Racing Porsche. That colour scheme, which is almost like a montage. So certainly very striking, like an art car for both of the K. Kramer Racing cars today and for much of this season. 121. And then Daniel Blickel in his 120 Avia WNS Motorsport car. So Ovega has got ahead of Blickel to change that for 4th position. And on lap 16, how long is it going to take for car number 9 to get back up to the sharp end? Not that they are that bothered about that. Yes, they'd love to win this race overall, and probably will do, let's face it. But it's important, far more important, to get the maximum amount of points on offer in SP9 Pro. The other issue, of course, is that if there was a bit of thinking about changing category because it's worth more points, and I've seen this happen before at Le Mans, where in the GTE days, a GTE AM crew actually entered into GTE Pro because there were fewer cars entered into that category, and therefore there was a better chance of getting a good result. Now, the issue there is that the race restarted with far fewer SP9 Pros than would have been expected. And I'm sure they didn't change category in the interval between, although there was probably nothing stopping them doing that. Jumping up to race control and saying, you know how we were in Pro-Am at the start of the day, can we now switch to Pro? But the only slight problem with that is that all of the pros, all of the SP9 Pros have not been able to take the restart. So they're all labelled as non-starters, therefore there is only one SP9 Pro car in the race anyway, and surely that means the minimal amount of points on offer, even if you do win the class, because all you have to do is finish. You know, there's this sliding scale about, you know, the more points you get, the more you get more points if it's a higher subscribed
of course. Group. Yeah, exactly, which is only fair.
Yeah,
because you've got more competition.
But all of a sudden you're entering a category with one car in it, so you're going to get very, very low numbers of points. Are they regretting their decision now?
But that's the point, isn't it? You can win a championship, if you like, from, or certainly score highly in rugby by just finishing. And I was involved in a championship a few years ago where I remain miffed now, 30 odd years on, where the championship was won overall by another car who quite rightly read the rules, did nothing wrong at all, so don't blame him in the slightest, but read the rules. He was the only car in the class and chose a car, I think, that fitted that class. And rather than 9 points, like the old Formula 1 points of 9, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, rather than 9, he got 6 points. Right? I think, yeah, 7 points each time for finishing or winning, because he was the only car in the class. However, you got a point for starting and a point for fastest lap. So provided he completed one lap of the race, he was always guaranteed 9 points every time.
Fastest lap in category?
Correct. Yeah. So, so basically, all he'd got to do was trundle around, which annoyingly he did, quite a bit slower than everybody else, and was lapped sometimes 3-4 times in a race. but very cleverly picked up all the points every time. So all he had to do was stay out of trouble. He did finish the races, and at the end of the year, he got the overall trophy.
So you're automatically getting a point for starting the race.
Correct.
You're automatically getting a point for fastest lap because you're the only car in the class, so nobody's going to go faster than you.
Exactly.
And as long as you finish, you win the class, and you only get 7 points, but you've got the other 2 as well.
Yeah, and technically you could actually do 1 lap of the race and still be the class winner because nobody else will take it from you.
Right, there was nothing in the regulations that said you had to be running at the checkered flag, like Le Mans.
No, in fairness, he did completed the races to the end, so that slightly moral bit was taken away. But it was just maximum points every time, and it was guaranteed you'd get maximum points by finishing.
Yeah.
Which was, whereas the rest of us were in, sort of sometimes 15 cars in the class, sort of, scraping door handles, bumpers, roof paint, you name it, on the grass, not necessarily on the grass.
And if you won that highly subscribed category, what did you get for winning? 9 points.
Got nine points, but you weren't necessarily guaranteed your fastest lap. So you get your other point for starting the race. You weren't necessarily.
So there's the potential for 11.
Yes.
But rarely would you get that round after round after round.
Exactly. So the metric was you're unlikely to get the algorithm to get that. So the average of getting it was unlikely.
Yeah, it needed to be a bigger.
I digress.
Needed to be a bigger drop-off, as potentially this does as well. But
well, that's what I said. That was my point at the time, which I appreciate you couldn't change midway through a season. I absolutely get that. Rules are published, and a Motorsport UK or MSA as it was then. Quite rightly, rules are published, and that's what they should be. It should be the same across the world. If you set a standard and championship, that's it. They're published. They can be open to review, and sensible argument and change for the following year, but it doesn't always happen that way. But it's also racing, you know what you're going in for. But I used to find a bit more glee in winning outright. That's just my style.
811 in the pits. This is the TCE race leader, and driven by Dario Stanco, or indeed Armando Stanco. Get there in the end. Well, Dario's about to do the next stint, surely, because Armando is now chatting to Patrick Simon. And an eventful race, I'm sure, to this point for the Cupra TCR combo, family Stanco. But things are going very well for the TCR runners. There are other TCR cars in the entry, by the way. I make it 2 other cars. One of which was that Peugeot that was struggling so much, the Peugeot 308 towards the end of its lap. Struggling to get to the end of lap 11. Was it earlier on? No, it's got going again since then. So it managed to get to the end of that lap where we were homing in on it, on the Dottinger Hohe. And the team were able at least to fix the issue because it's returned to the racetrack. Quite a lot still changing at the front, including the top 2 pitting on this same lap. So at the end of lap, where are we? Lap 16 just completed?
Yes, lap 16, yes.
And Steve Jans is in, along with Rocky.
So our screen hasn't updated. That, in my understanding, should put 121, the Cup 2 Kramer Racing Porsche 911 GT3, driven by Brooke, into the lead at the moment. That would be Christopher Brooke, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Should put him into the lead of this, but because according to my tracker, he has gone through and is on the RTL curve up to Warsteiner, right-hander, or other German beers are available.
Yeah, but a quirk, sadly, of the timing system is that it triggers when Jans enters the pit lane and scores him as the race leader, but of course he's not going to go any further until he rejoins the race, and therefore the timing system will not reset until we complete 17 laps. So you kind of have to just keep a mental note of those that have pitted. And as you say, Chris Brooke, he used to drive Bentleys in the Deutsche Post livery, going back far enough, probably 7 years or so, when the Bentley was one of the cars to have in the SP9 category. Still no let up in the Mühlner Motorsport arm wrestle. And 1-2-2, still ahead of 1-2-4. Yeah, so Alex Brundle marginally in front of Peter Turting, but 0.3 of a second between them as they cross the line.
Well, Brundle's a class driver in pretty well anything, and look for the Goodwood revival back in the UK in September and see the Mini he's driving there. The livery he's just revealed this week on it, and it's very World War II, shall we say?
Okay.
It's an interesting livery. So Piana back in the Black Falcon GT3 Porsche out of the pits. That's the 148, the technical leader on the board, but of course that will reset in a minute. We just need to see if Rocco is doing a driver change in that Audi in a Keep Vitesse car, number 50 in second place. That's still currently pitted. So Terting keeping Alex Brundle very, very honest in its sister car, and I'm just wondering how long before we can get it. Can we get the other car there? Where's the next one? Next Müller Motorsport. There's only a gap there. That's in the pit now. 1, 2, 3. I was hoping we could have 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4. It'd be quite cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, oh yes, it would, to have them in number order.
Like we did at Le Mans in the 80s when the Porsches finished 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Yeah, well...
But they really were 962s.
Let's see whether there's enough time to do that bit of stage management. The 1, 2, 3's further back, isn't it? Oh, it's not that far away, though.
No, it's just pitted.
Ah, OK. Well, that will ruin it.
Yes.
Gabriele Piana's not actually driven the 148 so far. He was in the race earlier on, and that was in the 103.
Yes, of course, my apologies. Yes, I've just seen the name and gone, he's back in the car. Of course, back in a different car.
Yes.
Yes.
So the first time he's...
Not at all important, let's just gloss over that. Yeah, exactly.
First time he's been in a car that could potentially win the race, because the 103 is not having as good an afternoon, although it's still pretty decent. Mike Stursberg drives Piana's old mount. They're both Black Falcons, so Gabriele Piana's a definite Black Falcon pilot, but they're bouncing in between the two cars, and he's not the only one to be doing that today.
You know, I've actually had experience of that. It is the most surreal situation of starting a race in a let's say a different, if I say a lower category car, a car that you'd expect to be further down the order, like I say a TCR in here. It's not going to be as quick as a GT3 car, and leading that class and getting to half distance and jumping into a class leading car, having timed it perfectly, and rejoined. And of course, got into a car that then had a radio and all that the other car didn't have.
Right, yeah,
got into the car, got into the radio, plugged in, and got out and saw the car ahead and just said, right, you know, sit rep positions, whatever. And they gave me the gap to the car in front, and currently lapping at this and so and so. And then I just asked the most obvious question in the world, because I couldn't quite believe it myself. Was, is this for position? And they went, yes. You know, and you're P2. And you're like, oh, hang on a minute. And having to process that, it sounds so, because it's completely surreal. Because you've been driving a car for, I think at that point it was 40 minutes, 50 minutes or so, that was just running its class, doing its thing. You drive it accordingly and hand it back to its owner or amateur, whatever you want to do. And you're thinking, great. Jump in another car and your head's still with that.
Yeah, of course.
And one actually, the first car was right-hand drive, the other car was left-hand drive. So that was interesting. One was manual gearbox, the other one was paddle shift, and one was not on slicks, one was on slicks. So it was quite a thing. So I was processing all that and thinking, right, other side of the car, don't walk to the wrong side of the car. You look a complete idiot opening the door, and there's, okay, there's a fire extinguisher. Where's the seat? Oh, it's the other side. So made sure we didn't do that. Got in, and then all of a sudden it's and by the way, this is position, and you've got, you know, get your head down. You've got another 45, 50 minutes to go now. Oh right, okay.
Well, plenty of time to reacclimatise.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Yes, you'd make a great team manager. You really would.
Have you ever?
It's your job.
Have you ever, at the end of a race, needed to stand on two different podia?
No.
Okay.
That's a good one. There's one for the bucket list, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or indeed the same podium.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I've seen drivers that have finished, let's say, as in the winning car, and also in a car that finished third.
Yes.
And you have to kind of go, which step am I going to be on?
Yeah, that's quite cool. I never thought of that one. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I'm sure it's happened.
I love a bit of aspiration.
You've only got one podium from this race.
You've only got one life.
Well, yeah, that's
Enjoy
true.
it.
But you could be in two places at the same time, almost. As one of the Müller Motorsport's outgoing drivers is about to be interviewed by Patrick now. And Müller being from Belgium, there's perhaps more chance here for this to be a non-German speaking driver. This is Leo Messenger. Now, I know very little about Leo Messenger, brackets not his real name, and whether Leo speaks English or not. Rob, can we just home in on this interview to see what language it's being done in? Oh, it's vaguely in the distance. Yeah, not to worry. So Leo Messenger, in inverted commas, is sharing his car with Tobias Vasquez and Philippe Mimois of Finland. It might be Mimois, in fact, of the Scandinavian driver. So Frenchman Leo Messenger, or at least he's down on the entry list as being French and driving for Müllner Motorsport. This is an AM driver combo in 1-2-3, whereas the 1-2-2 and the 1-2-4 driving lineup are both pros, and that does seem to be echoed by their positions in the racetrack as well. Actually, there's even more credit to the drivers in the AM category to be not that far away from their pro counterparts. I make it under 90 seconds adrift of somebody like Peter Terting and Alex Brundle's speed. Is the 150 BMW still leading SP8T? Yes, it is. Manuel Metzger now at the wheel of this car, so he took over from Jimmy Broadbent during the last stop. Steve Brown is the third driver in that contingent, so 2 Brits and Manuel Metzger of Germany. And over the line will go the Bilstein liveried 150 M4 GT4. Another of the Cup 2 Porsches that was right up there in the leading stages has actually dropped a touch now. That's the Click Versailles team car. Robin Cherzanovsky started that, but that car has since lost a bit of ground, now in the hands of Scharmach. So that's Peter Scharmach. But again, I should remind myself that that's an AM lineup, so the 119 was probably always going to lose a little bit of ground compared to the pros in and around it. Over the line will go Salman Ovega, and that rather resets the field because it puts the number 9 Mercedes to the sharp end again. The good news for Ovega is that his nearest rivals, Chris Brook for K. Kramer and Daniel Blickel for Avia WNS, they're both pitting at the end of lap 17. So the number 9 car is absolutely romping clear with nobody really to take the fight to it, and that should be expected because it's the only SP9 Pro car in the race, weirdly, when we started with so many other cars. Remember that most of the SP9 Pros, with the exception of car number 9, were not able to take the restart of this now 4-hour race. So 48 was out in that big incident on the Hatzenbach just after midday today. The 54 car was the first car to arrive on the scene with the road surface absolutely sodden, and that put Bastian Boos and Adrian Delina out on the spot. And the other SP9 Pro cars that we lost, the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches 3 and 4, and the number 5 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Vincent Cole and Frank Stippler. We also lost 2 Aston Martins in the process, the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Example and the Valkenhorst Motorsport car. That wasn't actually involved on Hatzenbach. That was the first lap for Sami Matti Trogan at Flugplatz, because Flugplatz became very, very wet as well, really quickly. And sadly, the 35 Aston Martin was horrendously damaged. I mean, thankfully, I think Sami Matti Trogan was able to walk away, but what remained of that Aston Martin was being brought back on a flatbed, and it shocked you and I to see the 35 cars, because we didn't even think that was involved at the time.
Well, ironically, it was race control that reported rain at Flugplatz before anything else, before the Hatzenbach thing even occurred. It started there and obviously came back across in a matter of seconds, if a couple of minutes it evolved. But yes, that Aston very heavily damaged front and rear. So it was a very similar. We didn't see the scenes of that. We did the other ones. Those scenes we saw of cars literally just skating across the track, and it's that horrible sensation when you really are a passenger. And I think it's Alex's father, Martin Brundle, that often uses the phrase that you're straight to the scene of the accident, and it's actually far greater than that sounds. That sounds slightly casual, but it's not. What it really means from a driver point of view is that you literally have no control. It's not that you've got a wheel on the grass, or you've tried, or you've fought, or you've put steering corrections in. It's just suddenly you are quite literally a passenger going across what appears like sheet ice, whether it may be grass or whatever it is, and you just know instantly there is absolutely nothing you can do. And and obviously you're aware of the speed. It's not going to be a light one.
you become more aware of it as things evolve, I'm sure.
What's annoying is as well that it adds to it. I'm annoying is the right word, but it's the helplessness. You feel hapless. Is that it goes quiet.
Yeah.
Because you obviously lift off, so you haven't got the roar of the engine anymore. You haven't got that sound that's so much part of the car. These naturally aspirated big V8s and flat sixes and stuff we've got going around here. But you naturally lift off. You do that hopefully, as we saw with Alex Lynn, brace position, take your hands off the wheel. I didn't do that on my first shot. Have the thumb broken to the from that. You learn once. But it goes quiet, and it's ominous because there's that short delay, that short pause between it just going quiet, and you know what's coming, and it's a barrier. And then it's a complete cacophony of noise. If ever you have an accident on the road, crunch into something, or just back into a bollard or something in a car park, and it sounds. You get out of the car thinking, oh, this is going to be horrendous, and you've possibly got away with it, or it's a dent. Trust me, in a proper crash, the noise is just phenomenal. You get out still hoping the same, and then you look at it and think there isn't a wheel pointing in the same direction it left the pit box.
Yeah, so the silence before it is deafening, but also rather telling, because you know it's going to be...
It's not calming. I can assure you it's not calming.
It's going to be interrupted very violently indeed. Neither of the Gazoo Racing Supras, I think I told you at the time, had actual driver changes, so still Kamui Kobayashi is yet to take charge of either one of them. He could drive both, although not at the same time. And Daisuke Toyoda is in 172 still. Uwe Clean in the other car. Toyoda with maybe some signatures. Is this one of the first times he will have raced on the Nürburgring? He's an experienced racer from Japan, 55 years old, and actually, I beg your pardon, he's a bike racer by trade, so has come from Japanese motorcycle racing, Yamahas, Triumphs and the like, and maybe experiencing the Nürburgring the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the first time, in anticipation perhaps for a run at the 24 in future years. We will have to wait and see. Uwe Clean is bronze rated and has run in NLS on a number of occasions previously. Did the 24 hours in 2019, in fact, for Gazoo Racing, so Clean is much the more experienced on this particular track. Yes, an interesting move there to get Daisuke Toyoda involved, potentially for a crack at the Nürburgring 24 hours, maybe in 2025. I heard the screech of tyres not too long ago, and it was the 514 BMW.
Yeah, there's coolant coming out of the bottom of that as well. This is the 330i, isn't it?
It is a 330i.
There's coolant dripping out of the front of that, so that's has it gone off on its own, or has it caused? And there's no damage, but there's definitely there's coolant or something dripping out of the front of that.
And this is another car that is actually on Falcon tyres rather than just having the Falcon branding, because it has further Falcon marking there on the front bumper as well, which is often the clue.
This is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car, isn't it?
Yes. So driving it for this particular stint is Tim Peters of Belgium, joining Ugo Vincenzi, and driver from South Korea, Jeong-min An, and German driver Philipp Bayerli in the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport 330i. Hasn't hit anything solid, I don't think, although it's weird that the coolant is coming out of that car, so...
Unless that's what's caused it to spin.
Good point. So maybe a leak, and it's gone off on its own fluids.
Because it's the right-hand part of the V-dial there, isn't it? Maybe if it was leaking already, maybe it's run over a curb, split the rad, put water onto its rears, hit the gas, and it's gone. No, thank you. Physics still applies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just guessing, but it's...
Well, it's going to drive away, and there is an option here for Tim to either turn right or turn left. The brave thing would definitely be heading out to the hats and back, and that's precisely what he's going to do. Is he aware the car is potentially dropping fluid onto the brakes again, and much earlier than I would have expected? Might be regretting that decision now, because whatever was contained within that radiator or chamber you're going to be hard pushed to have much of it left by the end of a Nordschleife lap. But full marks for bravery, as I say. Manuel Metzger's just done the best lap in the SP8T category. So Metzger taking over the car from Jimmy Broadbent during the last pit stop. And running now on its 18th lap. Salman Ovega has just completed 18 laps, so 19 now being worked. And there is an hour and 24 minutes still to go. But the Vidal chicane is no longer affected by a problem as such. That BMW 330i has driven away, and the recovery crews can leave the scene as well. So Ovega leads, and what I wanted to give you was a lead margin, but so far Michele Di Martino hasn't actually appeared at the end of lap 18. So it's going to be well north of a minute, possibly more so now. And that's not to do with when pit stops are being done. Still, the two Müllner Motorsport cars are completely inseparable. I think Brundle's behind Terting on this occasion, though, yes. With the yellow door mirrors, that's Brundle's car. I'm 99% sure.
No, you're absolutely right. You commented on that earlier. I hadn't spotted that. Well done, Johnny. I was thinking the other way around, that Brundle must be thinking, give me a break. Well, he hasn't, because Terting's got ahead of him. He's like, really?
Yeah. So
do you know who I am? I'm sure he's not thinking that for me. That'd be very unfair to Alex, but there will be he's a very, very seasoned and experienced racer, and boy, does he know how to work social media as well.
Well, there's that too.
He's of that age.
I would imagine Peter Terting the type to be all over social media as well, but I might be wrong. Peter's, I'm just getting up to stretch my legs because I feel like I've been sitting down for quite a while. Little on-air bit of stage management.
I thought
there.
You were mid sort of Pilates class. Sorry.
Well, that's a good idea. No, I just felt myself going a bit numb, so I thought I'll stand up in the Global Broadcast Centre. There's a high roof in here, so that enables me to do that. Get the blood flowing again. That's not the case for, well, it's not needed for Brundle and Terting, because the blood will be pulsing through their veins, embroiled in this incredibly close fight between the Müllner guys. And they actually crossed the line, 3rd and 4th overall. I was right that Terting and Brundle were in that order. In fact, they've pitted. So they were so important because they were in laps, and therefore wanted to be as quick as possible. There will be an element of the two of them slowing one another up, but there's a podium on offer here. Depending on when the checkered flag will fly, because at certain times this looks like a very good potential result for Müllner Motorsport, especially if they can stay 3rd and 4th. But they're going to have to make this work for not just another hour, an hour and 21 minutes, and that might send the race away from them. It's that little splash and dash that they're going to need to get to the finish. Now, depending on where the overall leader is, of course, you might even have to bolt an extra lap onto matters for Cup 2. The leading margin, I can now tell you, is a minute and 41, nearly 42 seconds. And that's the benefit of being the only SP9 Pro car now in the entered number of cars. That's been the case actually from the start of the restart of today's race. But a mammoth margin for Salman Ovega. He probably just needs to focus on still going as fast as possible, rather than convincing himself, hey, I can make a few mistakes here and still get away with it. Needs to focus on every corner as he arrives onto it and not sort of decompartmentalize his thoughts. Don't think too far ahead. Don't think towards the end of this stint, let alone this lap, let alone this stint. And presumably Salman Ovega is planning to get out of the car at the end and maybe hand back to Hubert Haupt, if not to David Schumacher. Or are they just happy with Ovega's speed and the chance of getting a podium? I mean, last time around, Ovega's speed is actually very impressive. Last lap he did an 8:02.8, and the fastest lap that Hubert Haupt was able to manage was an 8:02.6, much earlier on in the race. But if he can continue to punch out low 8-minute lap times, they'll probably just choose to keep Ovega in the car.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, 2 tenths off.
Yeah, off Haupt, who's an expert.
Slightly.
Even though he's
potential understatement of the race. Yes. Yes, but never underestimate guile and age. And
No,
experience.
I know that, just sitting next to you every couple of weeks.
You're very kind. You've been drinking again, haven't you?
It's water. I mean, it's in a pint glass, but it's water.
I think we'll move on.
Good. Here's the Hooper Motorsport Porsche, number 25. Flattered to deceive a little bit, this car, although now that we've had a driver change, and it is Joachim Tyson at the wheel of car 25. Maybe its progress up the timing screen is starting to manifest. Joachim Tyson is bronze rated, but again with some experience of the NLS over the last 2 years. He's also actually featured with Herbert Motorsport going back to 2019 in the 24H series. He raced in Portimao in 2019 in the 24-hour race there with the German squad. We haven't actually mentioned a great deal about SP7, but the familiar dark green of the number 70 car comes into view. And this is Georg Goda in car number 70. They've been runners in SP7 going back to when SP7 was the top class for Porsche Cup cars. So good that that car that's turned into, to some degree, a bit of a classic. It can't run in the current spec of Cup 2 because it's an older shaped car, but they do find a home for it at least in SP7, and it is leading the class as well. Leading the 90 car, which is being driven by Robert Hinze right now. There's only well, just over a minute between the two of them. A minute and 10 seconds, give or take, between Goda and Hinze. But nice to see a modern-day Nürburgring classic still able to punch out the lap times, and impressively so.
Very plain colour scheme on that number 70 Porsche, isn't it? Of British Racing Green on a Porsche,
almost, yeah.
with a sort of a quite a subdued offset red stripe down. I was going to say down the centre. It couldn't be offset down the centre, could it? Contradictory, but left of centre, from behind right, looking from front of the car. But quite an old-fashioned colour scheme as well, more sort of 1950s, almost sort of railway colour schemes back in the UK, wasn't it, and other places. But an odd choice of colour, quite subdued. We quite often see very leery artwork on the cars these days, but that it's refreshingly different.
I think it's long-standing though as well. As I say, prior to Cup 2, we used to have just SP7, and that car ran regularly in the SP7 category and in those colours actually as well. So they've not really changed them over the years. Georg Goda's first Nürburgring 24 hours was back in 2014, so 10 years on, and still a pace setter within the SP7 division. Be interested to know actually where Georg ended up finishing in SP7 that particular year. I might be able to tell you by clicking that button. And the 70 car, oh, it's actually way down. In fact, did it even finish the race? No, beg pardon, it wasn't listed as number 70 that year. It was 63, I think. Yeah, there he is. He drove with Martin Schluter and Ralph Omer, who is competing today. Dirk Meister as well. They finished 8th in the end. That year, SP7 was won by David Jahn and Mike Rosenberg. Many of those are still racing as well, although in different categories today. That was the 42nd edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours in 2014. Next year promising to be in a very busy spell of the season indeed. Weekend after Le Mans and the weekend before the Spa 24 hours. So 3 highly important 24-hour races run back-to-back in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th weekends of June. Here's the VW Golf number 819. You talk about plain and understated liveries. Well, this is pretty much plain white from Max Kruse Racing. It is Kruse at the wheel of this car. And that is Max Kruse himself, sharing with Nico Otto and Marcus Menden, who was in the car the last time we checked. 4th position for this Max Kruse Golf that runs as one of the many alternatively fueled cars and actually 30-odd seconds ahead of Ben Leuchter now, who started like a train in the treble 3 car. In fact, at the first attempt at the start of the race, Leuchter got ahead of all of the Group 2 cars. He didn't have quite as good a start up against the Bioconcepts Porsche at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but Leuchter in the end has fallen behind this 819 car. So Max Cruiser Racing Golf's 4th and 5th in the AT category, but AT's actually led by still the 4 Motors Bioconcept Porsche, which is the Henrik Boleslev driven car, which was started by Michel Halder and has had, I think we've had a stint from Smudo, if not he's yet to come. Matthias Beck-Vermeer has certainly been at the wheel of car 320. What's happening in Cup 3? The race leader is in the pits, so that's Mads Grausen of Denmark. We have Lucas Daugard also in the pit lane. So Lucas making a stop in the 962 numbered Porsche in those easily recognisable grey and yellow and white colours. And could this be, I was going to say, could this be the final stop for Cup 3? Possibly, but
possibly an hour and 12 to go. Unlikely.
It might be a bit too much of a push. You need some quite a considerable amount of code 60, I would suggest, around a fair portion of the track. We are currently green, although that'll put the kibosh on it now. Me mentioning the fact that we are green, it'll change within seconds. It tends to. All right, here we go. Lucas Daugard, definitely going to be in English. Let's have a listen to Lucas if we can. Lucas Daugard chatting to Patrick Simon. The key thing he was saying partway through that was tyres, the fact that there's a risk of a puncture, and also just the amount of tyres that they are permitted to use.
You're trying to save tyres, you were saying, wasn't it? Yeah, save the tyres.
Yeah. Now, I don't know whether that's down to, you know, the allocation of tyres, or whether it's a kind of free allocation. You just keep chucking tyres at it because you're only going to do, well, what should have been maybe 6 stints today. It's turned into 4. So if you're entering a 6-hour race and it becomes a 4-hour race, then there's going to be no issue about, you know, having too few tyres. However, it's making them last across a stint that could be more than an hour, easily more than an hour in Cup 3. Let's just have a little look about what sort of time you're able to do in a regular stint for a Cup 3 car. So Grausen, for example, just done 9 laps, and that took him an hour and 19 minutes. So that's encouraging for that to be the final stop of the race. Lucas Daugard, about the same. So I think in a Cup 3 Porsche, you're probably easily okay for the end of the race here. Talk about an hour, generally speaking, for the SP9 runners, but a Cayman's nowhere near as quick as even a Cup 2 Porsche, let alone an SP9 car. So their fuel burn is less severe, and I would be surprised now if either the 962 or the 949 Porsches have to pit again. New drivers into each of those, by the way. Lucas Daugard, the man we were just about hearing from there, is out, and Moritz Oberheim takes over the yellow and white 962 car. And in the 949, the plum purple machine for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car, driver change there, which will put... that's a different driver, isn't it? I thought there was an extra entry. So we have Mads Grausen and Harley Horton, but they've been joined by a driver with the surname Simon. And it's not Patrick Simon, because he's busy interviewing drivers. So somebody Simon, he's now at the wheel of 9:49. But again, that's been a pretty late change to the entry list. I can't find an immediate driver that might be either. But we'll keep working on maybe past results from the NLS this year to try and get to the bottom of that. 502 is the GT Tyres BMW now crossing the line. That car is in third position in the VT2 for rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. So being driven by Fabio Pironi, who has the Japanese racer Masato Mitsuhashi, along with Luisa Kala and Marianne Moller in their GT Tyre Motorsport by WS racing car, number 502. Makes a great sound. Presumably that's straight six in the BMW, and it's about to be swapped by the overall race leader because Salman Ovega sweeps by on the exit of the Mercedes arena in the three-pointed star car, on the brakes into Valvoline, and exiting that at great speed as well. So 20 laps now done. I would expect maybe a 27 or 28 lap race for the Mercedes. So we are almost within the final stint, because it's the next time around, isn't it, that it will make a stop. But I don't think the final stint will need to be the full 8 laps. They'll get to 7 potentially, which would make it a 28 lap race in total. And all of that has to be factored into, together with where the leading car is likely to be on the racetrack when the clock hits 0, because it might be they need another half a lap of fuel. It might be that they need another full lap of fuel, depending on, if they cross the line with seconds to spare before the checkered flag is displayed. That will mean they have to go round again, although they have such a lead now that they could potentially back off down the Dottinger Hohe and take the race win that way by just easing off the throttle and making sure, sort of forcing the final lap to happen. That is the benefit of having virtually no pressure from behind, certainly not any immediate pressure. Gabriele Piana down the Dottinger Hohe, some traffic ahead. I thought there was only one car, but then it sort of separated into 2 because they were line astern. Piana likely to catch maybe one of them before the braking point into Tiergarten. No, not quite, or around the outside. Yes, he will go there because that produces the inside line then next. And Gabriele Piana, the Italian racer in car number 148, will take the Cup 2 lead because Mike Stursberg in the sister Black Falcon car has just made a pit stop.
Yeah, I was just trying to look up driver stints for us, Johnny, and it's just a little bit of a delay on my data loading, so I will leave that doing a little circle saying loading data.
Yes.
I was just going to have a look at the number 9 car and just see, try and get a steer on what might be happening there.
103 is into pit lane. This is the Mike Stursberg car that I talked about. We had a spell from Gabriele Piana as well, and if they are doing a driver change, then it's going to be Mustafa Mehmet Kaya to take over this car, driver from Turkey. And this is another AM lineup here at the Nürburgring.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Huber Motorsports Porsche towards the end of its lap, car number 25. This is the Tyson-driven GT3R. Salman Ovega leading the motor race though after 20 laps and leading by a mammoth 2.5 minutes. The fight is definitely on though between the Cup 2 runners, Gabriele Piana, who's been sharing his afternoon between the 148 and the 103 cars, the two Black Falcon machines. And Black Falcon could be on the cusp of a very good result here. They're currently running 1-2. And both cars, believe it or not, are on the overall podium, Peter Snowden.
I know, it's hard to believe, isn't it? But I think Alex Brundle won't be too happy about that, not being the first of those cars on the podium. And he's put a lot more seat time into this Müller Motorsport team than perhaps we realise, and I'm sure his contributions extend a lot further than just driving the car around, because he's a very analytical sort of driver, and he will deliver a lot of information in the process. But there might be reasons for it. Might be tyre strategy, fuel, etc. now, but I'm sure he's not done with these two yet. I was just looking at the driver's stint thing did load, by the way, the data. I was looking at forget the first bit. Haupt did 6 laps in this number 9 Team Advan Mercedes to start with, our lead car. Schumacher did 7 and 8 stint. And then, of course, Ovega currently, Yusuf Ovega is now on 6 laps in the car. So it's on it's predicted about now to come in with an hour to go, just coming up 51 seconds short of the final 60 minutes.
Tight between some of the Cup 3 cars as well. 9:59, which has been toying with a podium finish throughout, but that is now 4th in the hands of Heiko Eichenberg. 9:30 car, that means, has wriggled free, in fact, and that is in the hands of David Griesner, sharing with Matthias Beck-Vermeert and Stefan Kreuser in their 9:30 car. So Griesner hunting down. Oh yes, I was still trying to work out precisely who was in the 949 car now, because there's been a driver change there, many driver changes from the initial entry list.
The Team Rennsport car, that's Simon in that car?
Yeah, but what's his first name? That's what I'm trying to work out.
Oh, okay.
There is no Simon or Simon anywhere else in the entry list, so it's clearly something that's been a change late on. Now, what I'm hoping is that the qualifying results have been added. Yes, they have. Go on, do you know?
No, same as you.
Been puzzled by that.
Yes.
Most of the race.
It's Horton and Grafson, yes, but Patrick Simon.
Well, I wondered that, but I thought it was quite some talent to be jumping in and out of cars and interviewing drivers at the same time.
Multitask. He has the skill set.
Must have very long arms in order to control a radio mic at such close quarters as well. So Horton, it's Bjorn Simon, who is now driving the 949 car, and Bjorn has regularly raced at the N24 and within NLS as well. Bjorn, a name from Northern Europe, you would have thought, but he is actually German. And yeah, so that car, well, Bjorn's a silver. I wonder how his pace compares. Sorry, Bjorn's a bronze, is what I meant to say. And I wonder, therefore, how his pace compares to Moritz Oberheim. Last time around, there was a significant difference in terms of lap time, but that might have been Bjorn's outlap, in fairness. But 11, nearly 12-minute lap for Bjorn Simon, whereas Moritz Oberheim just done an 11:41. Compare that to the David Griesner time, which was an 8:47. Yeah, so both of those 11-minute laps were pit stops, whilst the top two made their what could have been their final stops. I think most likely to be now. So how long can they stay in those leading positions, and how close is David Griesner to muscling them away from those two cars? Because the 930 is definitely not out of things at this stage. Heiko Eichenberg has just done a pit stop as well, so he's about to complete his outlap for the first time. 2 minutes past 5, and the SP9 Pro leader remains Salman Ovega. How far away from a pit stop do we reckon Salman is then? Because we're now inside that final hour, so they could stop at any point now and then be able to make it to the finish. And I suppose the longer they leave it, the better it is, because you're pitting closer to the checkered flag, and therefore that's what the pit stop minimum reference time is judged by. No longer the stint you've just done, it switches with 70-odd minutes to go to the amount of time left to the checkered flag, and therefore if you can leave your pit stop as late as possible, the shorter amount of time you have to spend in the pits doing it.
So a couple of changes I think I missed, Johnny, which you may not have done. The two aren't necessarily connected. The Müller Motorsport cars, Alex Brundle has handed over to Moritz Kranz.
Yes. And Martin Rump has taken over the car that Peter Terting was driving.
Yeah.
So the Estonian racer Martin Rump, formerly with World Endurance Championship experience in the GTE era. Pretty sure he's raced in the European Le Mans Series of old as well. And Martin Rump, disappointingly, those two cars are now timed as 9.5 seconds between them, whereas when Terting and Brundle were at the wheel of each, they were barely more than a second, generally less than a second apart at every single part of the lap. But maybe that was a slight delay for car number 124 during the pit stop. But yeah, they've been separated out somewhat to the tune of about 10 seconds. So that fight might be about to settle down, sadly, after it's been thoroughly engaging throughout to this point. 21 laps completed by the team Advan by HRT Mercedes. Gabriele Piana in his second car of this race, although sticking with the same team. Started in the other Black Falcon car, now with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya at the wheel of 103. And Gabriele Piana, well, we'll wait to see where he is, because there are other Cup 2 cars ahead of him now on the road. Piana is somewhere in the third sector, whereas Moritz Kranz has actually just completed lap 21. And Piana is working lap 22, so nevertheless he will still be ahead of those dueling Mulmer cars when everything works its way out and untangles itself.
Some cars we mentioned about four driver cars. So the number 33 car collection, I said Alex Fontana, Klaus Koch and Florian Spengler have all driven that car, all French drivers. But we've got Johannes Stengel down to drive that car still, so that's the R8. Number 33, one of the few survivors of SP9. I'm just trying to trace where that is.
That nearly didn't.
I'm going to say,
it nearly wasn't a survivor though. Remember, it was stopped for a long time just after Brunchen. Florian Spengler, being shown as in 15th place. Driver changes taking place elsewhere in the pit lane. The Max Cruiser driven Max Cruiser Racing Golf, and Max has just got out of that car. So they're doing a driver change in car number 10. It's thirsty work in those cars that do not have air conditioning. But a chance now for Max to cool off and to be interviewed by Patrick in a moment or two as well. Ovega leading by 2 minutes and 50 seconds now over Gabriele Piana and David Jahr in the 120. So David Jahr sharing with Tim Scheerbart and Daniel Blickel in their number 120 Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche. Michele Di Martino in the K Kramer Racing Porsche in number 121. And Kramer himself just taken charge of the 112. So 112 now with Carsten Kramer sharing with Fidel Leib and Henrik Still. Now Henrik was supposed to be driving a completely different car, so I presume is he actually down for two?
Yes, he is. I was just looking out to do exactly that. Yes.
Yeah, the 112 is his new car, but he was still down to drive the 164. But was that one of the crashed cars on the opening lap? 164. I have a feeling that unfortunately that car bit the dust quite early on, and we were given a list of 3 of them that had all crashed at Flugplatz, either related.
Yes, 1 lap.
Or, yeah.
That's all it did, yeah.
And that was 1 lap in the race's former life as well, not included in this 4-hour race. Very close between 959 and the 819 Golf. So the 959 Porsche Cayman that runs in Cup 3, which is in 4th position. That's not I don't reckon is a challenge for position as such, because Heiko Eichenberg is a couple of laps ahead of the VW Golf. Heiko Eichenberg, I've combined both his first and surname there. We'll call him Heikenberg, shall we? 28 seconds separate he and David Griesner. But it's Moritz Oberheim who is comfortably ahead of Bjorn Simon currently. Oberheim in the 962, the yellow and white Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche, leading that deep purple coloured car for Bjorn Simon in the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche. And now the yellow flags are appearing at Adenauer Forest, which is the high-speed approach coming out of the Foxrohre, or at the base of the foxhole itself. And then the Armco barrier tends to give you a little bit more space. One of the rare areas on the racetrack where there is some runoff should you overcook it slightly. But at Marshall Post 100, clearly something has happened. And it's brief as well, because we're already back to greens. That was only about a minute or so that part of the racetrack was affected. Metzgersfeld as well immediately afterwards at Marshall Post 100A. But that's green once more. Great lap again from Manuel Metzger. He's comfortably the class of the entry in SP8T. So quicker than Jimmy Broadbent and others in the 150 car. And Metzger, who's a former race winner of this event, is really starting to lay down the pace now. Metzger, I forget now which particular year he had a blinding 24-hour weekend. It might have been something like 2016. Let's just have a little look. 2016, yeah, was the race win for Metzger, and as part of that lineup in the Black Falcon number 4 was also Adam Christodoulou, heard of him? Bernd Schneider, heard of him? And Mauro Engel,
heard of him?
Heard of him. And to be honest, in those days, Manuel Metzger was the one unknown of that 4-driver lineup. Nobody really knew how good he was going to be.
Sounds implausible, doesn't it, when you say it now?
Well, precisely. But, well, we're talking 8 years ago. We kind of thought, what's the deal with this kid that nobody's heard of? But they went on to win the race, and it ran to its full duration from memory. I say kid, he was in his early 30s at the time. But that was when he really broke cover. Won that bizarre Dubai 24 hours at the start of 2020 as well, which was pretty much a washout, and only ran to about 6 hours, 7 hours and 8 minutes to be exact, as I look it up. when the whole track, we talk about the Nürburgring becoming flooded on the second lap today. Well, I mean, you know, talk about the racetrack being under several feet of water that year at Dubai, and it was just impossible to continue the race. It was impossible actually for many people to leave the racetrack because the tunnels were entirely blocked with water. Onward goes the Mercedes through the troubled area many hours ago. Salman Ovega still hasn't made his final stop, I don't think. That car's stopped 3 times, so maybe it has. And they will have kept Ovega in the car on that occasion. And no, the extra stop was the drive-through, wasn't it, that Hubert Haupt did. So we haven't yet seen a final stop for car number 9. That's why it's displaying 3 rather than everybody else that has 2 stops completed to this point. So the question is, when should we expect this particular car in? Surely not that far away from the next and final pit stop. So again?
Number 9, lead car.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's on. I think it's got to be this lap because it's 8 laps in.
Okay.
You've done 8 laps.
I'd be surprised if you've done 8 laps, maybe 7 and a bit.
We've got 8 laps recorded.
Wow. Okay. Well, Vega's seemingly getting an impossible amount of fuel out of this car, as well as going rapidly. Did an 8 minutes and 11 second lap time last time around.
Just watching the helicam shot of that car now, I do not want that car to be slowing when you've just said that.
Yeah.
It is not that part of our remit, Mr. Barber.
True enough. So, the previous stint laps, yeah, 8 are displayed. Well,
yeah.
We've had some yellow flag laps within that though as well. I think there might be a bit of faulty data hanging around. It pitted after 6 laps, didn't it? Having done, I mean, it says 4 here, but that wasn't strictly correct. It did definitely pitted after 6. That's when they put David Schumacher in the car. He then effectively did a 1-lap stint, but that was because of a drive-through. And then it's shown us another 1-lap stint, but that can't have been right either. So generally we're on a schedule of 8 laps. But as I say, there's a bit of faulty information floating around here and there. The team will know, and the team will be expecting it in, I'm sure, at the end of this lap, whether it be its 8th or its 9th lap, and they'll be hoping for sure. Do you know why? I think possibly the car has just made a stop, because the sector 1 time is 3 minutes 51, when normally I'd expect a 1 minute through there. So yes, it's clearly been in the pits recently.
That would add up, because its tally is 24 laps. Okay. If you add up all the driver stints there,
yeah,
and its race is done 22 laps according to the timing, therefore it's on its 23rd lap, and the one with that first lap of the first race. So that would tie up with having done a stint already, and this being its out lap, not its in lap.
Yeah. But I still can't quite make sense of the fact that car definitely came in to do a drive-through, didn't it? So unless timekeeping have cleverly taken that extra pit stop away, so that we know that the pit stop column literally deals with pit stops rather than any penalties served.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gabriele Piana will have only done 2 stops, because those Cup 2 Porsches are much better on fuel. But yes, I'm going to say that this is an out lap, purely because it took 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes to do sector 1, and ordinarily it would take you about 67, 68 seconds to do that on a normal racing lap. Here comes the Toyo Tyres sponsored Toyota Supra into pit lane, making sure that it adheres to the 60 km/h speed limit in pit road itself. So Ovega leading by, it'll be less than 3 minutes now.
We'll soon find out, Johnny, because it's approaching Wipperman and Brunchen, which is, towards the end of the lap. Landsgarden, I'd say towards the end of the lap. It's well towards the end of the lap. It's not quite far enough round as I'd like to think it was, explaining it then.
But has it has it actually lost the lead? Because the lead was 3 minutes, and it's obviously spent a lot longer than that in pit lane serving this final pit stop. I wondered whether I saw Gabriele Piana's sector time being triggered before the Mercedes did. Now that shouldn't matter in the long run, A, because they're not even in the same class, but B, those Porsches will have to stop at some point, whether it be at the end of this lap or the one after that. As good as the fuel mileage can be in a Cup 2 Porsche, they need one more stop. 42.5 minutes still to go. So Gabriele Piana we're expecting in. David Jahn second in Cup 2 for Avia WNS Motorsports. And then the K Kramer Racing Porsche for Michele Di Martino in number 121 running in third. 105 is the car of one of the two Fugels. We've not been able to tell Dominic and Marcel apart all day, and that remains the case, I'm afraid, in car number 105, the Max Cruiser Racing Run Porsche in Cup 2. They qualified in 24th overall earlier today. Also a category best from the front-wheel drive V2T division, because the 491 car has just crossed the line with a better time than it's managed all day. The Team Mertens Motorsport Hyundai i30N. And that car is leading the VT2 front-wheel drive division fairly comfortably, actually, from a fellow Hyundai and also from Team Mertens. They're the bright orange cars, generally speaking. So Manuel Metzger, pulling to the right. So the 150 BMW is about to complete its final stint, or rather final pit stop of the day. Not quite the final stint. Manuel Metzger probably going to be retained as the driver there. Further confirmation that that indeed was the completion of an outlap for Salman Ovega, and we suggested that there would be no driver change there purely because of the speed that Salman was able to do. And he's just done a 10.56 as an outlap. Now, I'm guessing on very new tyres still, there is a chance to beat Hubert Haupt's earlier record. 8:02.6 stands as the fastest lap of the race, set by this car, number 9. But there is an opportunity for Ovega to go even faster in the final 40 minutes.
That would be quite phenomenal. 8:02.6 is, I mean, 8 minutes is the sort of halo lap time that ADAC always want these GT3 cars to not exceed. So we've seen that. I think the fastest we've seen in recent times was, I think, Nicky Thiem in a TF Sport Aston of a 7:53, I think.
Yeah.
Just because he could.
That was on that's on today's configuration.
Correct.
Track,
on an
wasn't it?
NLS round with a lap to go, and he crossed the line. If you remember, I think you and I are covering that one actually. And he crossed the line with about 12 seconds to go and didn't lift and coast, and just went to the last lap. Of course, there was enough fuel on board, but just enough to do a lap. And why did he do that lap at the end? Because it's Nicky Thiem and he could. But I mean, that was a little bit rapid to say the least, and exceptional. Most of the cars sitting at 8:02.6 is a phenomenal lap. I mean, frankly, much under 10 minutes round here is still quite a lap. But if Ovega could beat that, that would be quite something for the end of this. But it's we mentioned about Porsches being, especially the Cup 2 cars, being the class in the field today, given after the first race how many cars were taken out. Yeah, they're currently occupying second all the way through to 8th on the time sheets at the moment. Not only just Porsches, but all GT3 Cup 2 cars, which is absolutely phenomenal. We said we might see one on the podium. Well, at this rate, you might, if only got something down, you might see one on the top step of the podium. It's true. Not beyond the realms of possibility there. We've got just under 39 minutes left to go. So it's not impossible. I would have thought, it's 22 seconds, 21.998 between them. But I'm not wishing this upon anybody, but if there were to be a mechanical failure or something to that leading number 9 Mercedes, then you've suddenly got not one, but the entire podium being Cup 2 cars. That would be quite extraordinary. I don't think it's going to happen.
The other thing is there are Cup 2 cars on very different schedules, on very different strategies in this race at the moment, and it might mean that now this, I wonder whether this interview is going to be in German for Mühlner Motorsport. I think Bertie can comfortably speak German. Let's just have a listen in from Mühlner Motorsport. Yeah, as I thought, but Mühlner have been having a good race. As I say, they got off strategy from many of the other drivers fairly early on in this, and it means that they are potentially one of a group of cars that don't need to stop again, just depending on how much they can eke out the fuel, I suppose. But it's going to be nip and tuck. We potentially have to look a bit further down the order in that group of Cup 2s that you've just described, from 2nd down to 8th, and look for those that are the most recent pit stoppers, because they will have back-timed everything to when the checkered flag is expected. And Gabriele Piana and David Jahn, I'm fairly convinced, will have to make another stop. And did they come in on that lap? No, they didn't. But they may well come in at the end of this lap or the next one, which will give the race lead back again. I say give the race lead back again. Ovega's not lost it, as you described. 22 seconds the deficit, and that is in the favour of the Mercedes. But the order of Cup 2 is still far from decided, even though it's looking set in stone at the moment, because one or two of those cars still need to make a pit stop, and some further down could be fine to the finish. And it depends how much they're willing to roll the dice here with the remaining laps to go, because the last thing you want to be doing is just to be stranded out on the racetrack, or even just at Hohenrhein with no fuel, having done a slight miscalculation.
Tiny little bit of Aston Martin news, as it were, is that the 19th place, number 169 Dual Motorsport Vantage SP10 GT4 car, driven by Oscar Sandberg, which has set a new fastest lap for its class, an 8:38.0, and that's virtually a second quicker than the previous fastest lap in that class, so quite a jump there. And 10th place, number 50, that's Clarkson, isn't it? And they keep Larson in the Keep Vitesse Audi has just set SP9 AM fastest lap 8:13.9.
So that's still over 10 seconds slower than the best in SP9 Pro, but nevertheless sets the benchmark for AM progress so far.
And in his defence, 10 seconds sounds a lot. It's Pro, but 10 seconds normally in our head, we go 10 seconds, that's ridiculous. We've got to remember it's over the length of the Nordschleife and the GP circuit. So it's, as a percentage, it's probably somewhere like 3 seconds on an ordinary lap, ordinary circuit.
Yeah, you have to multiply it by
there's a factor, isn't there?
The amount of kilometres we're doing as an extra around here. Also a good lap for the Dual Motorsport Aston Martin, which for this stint is being driven by Oscar Sandberg, Frankfurt-based driver, sharing with Nick Wustenhagen and Phil Dorr in number 169. So yeah, Bernie, otherwise known as Bernhard Mühlner, who is the managing director of the team, based just a stone's throw away from Stavelot Corner, or Curve Paul Frere as it's known these days, at Spa-Francorchamps. They are literally a minute's walk or so from the gates of Spa-Francorchamps. And with so much experience, of course, in many different categories of sports car racing, including as high up as LMP2. But the Mühlner crew running 3 cars in today's race, all from the Porsche Cup division, Cup 2. And at the moment they're running 5th, 6th and 9th, but that could change yet further, depending on how many of those Cup 2 cars we have coming in at the end of this, the 24th lap. So the team ad van by HRT Mercedes of Salman Ovega is on the Dottinger Hohe now and has cleared off to the rate of 22 seconds. It'll be more than that, I would have thought. Yes, particularly as it's gained 5 more seconds through that long sector 4. So no holding back Salman Ovega, particularly in the form that he is in. I'd be fascinated to know what the lap time is here. It's an 8:03.3. So again, he's about 1.5 seconds slower than what that car is capable of. Hubert Haupt set the 8:02 much earlier on in the race, and probably before he caught any of that traffic, which does tend to curtail your progress, curtail any opportunity to set a quick lap time. But an 8:02, mightily impressive. An 8:03, considering the amount of traffic spread around the racetrack now, Salman Ovega will be turning some heads during this stint. Also bearing in mind that it's the second part of a double to end the race. And he is now at the hairpin bend, the open hairpin bend at Valvoline, and making his way back down the secondary section of the Grand Prix Strecke. So Ad van Bogen still to come, then the braking area for the faster version of the Vidal chicane, and then once more onto the hats and back. So half an hour to go. We'll have 8, 16, 24, 4 more laps probably from this point onwards. And a nice position for Salman to be in, because he keeps looking probably on those rear view mirrors, but there's nobody at the moment faster than him. So highly unlikely he's going to be monstered by any traffic. Nice feeling, I'm sure, to be able to think, all I've got to do is look out in front, keep an eye on where the slower traffic is, where I need to lap that with very little distraction from behind.
And that's where the gremlins get in. Into the head, because you can't be complacent. You've got to keep it on the black stuff, keep it consistent, and not, if anything, not slow down. There's a if you may remember, there was a motorsport cartoonist way back in the sort of 60s, 70s called Russell Brockbank. One of his famous cartoons is a series of frames, and it's looking into the cockpit of a sort of a Formula 1 Indy type car of the era. And the driver's clearly sort of turning one way at one point and turning another one point, and the speech bubble ahead, and it's always saying, you know, sort of 2 laps to go, rookie wins first race, all these little trophies and champagne and all this and dollars, and then the final frame is exactly the same picture with no speech bubble, and there's just bits of valves and bits coming out of the engine and stuff behind him, and the driver's eyes just wide. And it's just like, yeah, 1 lap to go. I always remember that as a kid. It was just like, yes, that's how it can all unfold. You know, as we saw on lap 1 at the other end of the race, didn't we?
Well, yes. Yeah, it's true. There's nothing stopping a similar situation happening at the end, I suppose. We will keep our fingers crossed that does not happen. But it'll only take a slight lapse in concentration. The pace of the racetracks is actually very good at the moment, because we've got both of the Milner Motorsport cars going faster than they've managed all race long. They've clearly found a window through the traffic as well. So Moritz Krantz has just done an 8:19.2, for example, in the 122 Milner Porsche. The sister car for Martin Rump's done an 8:24. And it's at 8:16.9 for the Titan-driven Huber Motorsport Porsche, which is, remember, a GT3R running in the SP9 Pro-Am category, but car 25 going quicker than it's managed to this point. Down the inside goes the 105, the all-silver 105 Porsche, which is one of the Fugels in the Max Cruiser racing car. But Moritz Krantz is applying the pressure now. The car that was earlier driven by Alex Brundle, number 122. And who did we have to start in this car? Leo Messenger. And intriguingly, on the entry list that was issued right after qualifying, Moritz Krantz isn't even listed as one of the potential drivers of 122. It was meant to be just the 2 drivers, Brundle and Leo Messenger. So clearly, even after qualifying, they've had a slight juggle of the driving combo. Is Krantz on the qualification list at all? No, he's not, interestingly. So maybe he was always meant to be driving the 122, and that's just a clerical error to have missed him off the list. But At least he's not on double duty though, so has been able to firmly focus on car 122. The 124, Peter Terting, who did the middle stint, Arne Hofmeister, who kicked things off. Martin Rump is now at the wheel of that car, who hails from Estonia originally. And those three drivers go together to make a Cup 2 Pro driving lineup. Gabriele Piana still scored as in the lead in Cup 2, and leading by 1 minute and 26 seconds. 22 seconds back to Michele Di Martino in his K. Kramer racing car, and then it is the Max Cruiser machine 105. But who will be the first to blink in terms of final pit stops? I mentioned that a number of the Cup 3 cars should be okay to the finish. Haven't seen any of those cars come back in again for a third pit stop. So Moritz Oberheim in 962, the white and yellow Avia car, leading by 30-odd seconds over Bjorn Simon in 949. And the 949 car spent some time out front, leading, not leading overall, because Cup 3 were never that good, but certainly leading their individual category. And Heiko Eichenberg in 959, running in third position ahead of Max Cruiser himself. So he's got out of a VW Golf as Cruiser and now into the 930 car. Quite a bit, therefore, for... Oh, that's, beg your pardon, that's not Max Cruiser, that is Stefan Cruiser. That would go some way to explaining it. So Stefan Cruiser in his Adrenaline Motorsport team Manhattan Wheels car. So Stefan Cruiser, David Griesner, Matthias Beck-Vermert and Ranko Majatovic in 930. Now, how close are they to the podium is the 930 car after they started to pair off a little bit, that gaggle, and he's a long way away now, Stefan Cruiser, nearly 2 minutes back. So Heiko Eichenberg is not for catching. 35 seconds between Oberheim and Bjorn Simon. Seems like it's in stone. But the potential changes in Cup 2 are there to be examined because of this varying degree of strategy, which was sent in different courses quite early on in the opening hour or so, or certainly in the opening half an hour, I should say. And it meant that certain cars were off strategy from others. Milner Motorsport, with two very quick blue and white machines, haven't been able to necessarily apply all of that pace to the timing screen because they were two cars that pitted very early indeed. But this is an intriguing battle with Moritz Krantz looking for a way by the Fugel-driven 105 in its silver colours.
Just slightly down the order, just something a little bit further down. 163, which is one of our SP10 GT4 cars, actually a Porsche Cayman of NEF or NEF Motorsport AG. Alexander Walker at the wheel of that. That's got a 65-second post-race, what, a 65-second penalty for something that's occurred in the pits, yet to be identified what it is, but the penalty has been applied. The reason hasn't yet, which is slightly odd. So there's something that's occurred. I'm guessing probably too short a pit stop. But 65 seconds is, unless they've gone out simply as that, 65 seconds is too short. But that's, you know, a minute and 5 is slightly surprising.
Yes, unless it's a second penalty and they've added a minute to it, so they were 5 seconds short, and because it's an incremental thing, maybe their second misdemeanor of the race, then you automatically get a 60-second penalty plus the time that needed to be served in the standard pit stop. Still nothing between Fugel and Krantz, 0.3 of a second. Krantz's speed coming off the carousel looked to be, if anything, slightly higher than Fugel, but one thing trying to catch that car and another trying to force the opportunity to get by. It's very, very tricky to overtake around here. You can get two cars, and in some cases three abreast through this segment, but you need some understanding to do that.
Got to trust the other two, haven't you?
Yeah, precisely. It needs to be a significant mistake as well. as in like the car in front running off the road. And with it being inside the final 25 minutes, then the defending car will be defending even more so than compared to, let's say, the opening 15 minutes when drivers heads-up driving might say, well, I'll just let him by because I'm only going to delay myself in these early stages. However, you try your absolute utmost now to effectively block the car behind. The question is answered regarding the Cup 2 race leader, because the 148 Black Falcon Team 48 Loesch entry did indeed need to pit again. But now with 24 minutes or so left on the clock as Gabriele Piana came in, this can be a relatively quick stop, pitting so close to the checkered flag. In fact, Piana is already back out again. They gave him, no doubt, a blast of fuel, but probably not any tyres, because they could do the pit stop on solely governed on the fuel, and they were probably set to lose more time than the stop clock would allow if they decided to change all 4 tyres. Maybe they gave Piana 2 of the 4, so maybe new rears or maybe left side tyres before sending the car back out again. On the other hand, Gabriele might have just said, you know what, I'll be absolutely fine to the finish. It's only another 2.5 laps or so. So just make sure that I stay in the lead of the Cup 2 part of the race and send me back going again. Now, was leading by a minute and 18 seconds. He lost just over a minute there. And it does look to me like the Piana car has slipped behind David Yarn. Yes, so we have a new Cup 2 race leader in the form of David Yarn in the number 120. So the red and white and black of Avia WNS Motorsport is now in front of Gabriele Piana. And there's going to be a split here as well, as the 105 car is desperate for a splash of fuel. So Fugel absolutely throwing the car into the pit lane. He did manage to get it stopped in time, I think, for the 60 km/h speed limit. But that will give the place now to Moritz Krantz in car number 122. Martin Rump will probably be close enough as well. And the question remains, do either of these Müllner Motorsport cars need to pit again in the final 20 minutes? To reiterate there, Moritz Krantz's name is not even on our graphic. That's how late his confirmation that he would be in this car was. But Moritz Krantz is definitely at the wheel of this car now and driving the door handles off it in eager anticipation of certainly trying to squeak this car onto the podium, maybe going slightly better than that and to win the Cup 2 part of the race. But he'll have to hold back Gabriele Piana, and we know for a fact Piana now has just made his final pit stop, so that is unlikely to happen. But we could still get maybe one of the Müllner Motorsport cars onto the Cup 2 podium. There is only one more car for Krantz to pass, and although he's unlikely to be able to do that on the racetrack, he might be able to do it if one of them in front has to pit for a final glug of fuel. Fugel back on the move. Be surprised if they didn't drive a change in the Max Cruiser racing car. That all-silver Fugel sponsored 105 returns to the racetrack, and after a reasonable spell in pit lane, that is moving again. I'm sure though, yes it has, it's fallen behind Martin Rump's car. So Krantz and Rump up to 4th and 5th places respectively. And will it end there? Neither of them are still on the podium. They need to get ahead of either Piana, of Yarn in his Avia car, or of Michele Di Martino in the K. Kramer racing car. And then the podium will take a very different look from what it is right now, Snowy.
Yeah, so I was just trying to get my system to update again, which is slightly frozen. We're talking the 122, aren't you? In terms of...
Well, the question marks remain about 120. When does that next need to pit? The 121 car might also need to pit, and I really don't know about the Müllner Motorsport machines. They went well off strategy very early on, and the way that Bernhard Müllner was very relaxedly speaking to Patrick Simon on the pit wall not too long ago. I just wonder whether he thought, I've got something up my sleeve here. We've taken our cars deliberately away from the well-trodden path. We've gone off-piste, and it might well glean some rewards in the latter stages, but really only time will tell. We've got 18 minutes left on the clock, but that might be even more depending on where the race leader is at the very end of this race.
True. So starting with the VAWS Motorsport car, the 120. David Yarn is with that. That's on. He's done 8 laps at the moment.
Okay. So he can't reach the end.
So he can't reach the end on that. Next one was the Muller Motorsport 122.
Let's do 121 first.
Okay.
Kate Kramer racing
Kate
car.
Kramer. Okay. That's got Di Martino on 8 laps.
So he'll be in probably at the end of this one.
Yep. Muller Motorsport 122 has got Maurice Krantz on 7 laps.
7 laps completed, that will be.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, that's
now,
tight.
122 has just done a... No, hang on, my apologies. Let me just get that to update. 1, 2, 3. Right. Meanwhile has done 8 laps, but just started another stint. So he's on an out lap.
That is
123 car.
Okay.
And the 124 Rump is on 7 laps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the Rump car and the now Moritz Krantz-driven car have been matching one another stride for stride, regardless of which drivers have been at the wheel, because Brundle and Terting, I mean, every single time they came around, they were virtually glued to one another. And very often, as they crossed the line, the decimal numbers that we were shown, the amount of time between each of them began with 0 and then a point, and it could range from anywhere between 1/10 of a second and 9/10, but very rarely was it over or equal and over a second. It's spanned out a little bit since then between Krantz and Rump, but well, therefore Rump, who may have been taking it slightly more easily on the fuel burn, could stand the best chance of not having to visit the pit lane again by the end of this race. But they will be working out precisely where the race leader is in comparison. As I mentioned, Gabriele Piana's just done a pit stop. Also, the Max Cruiser Racing Porsche number 105 may well be in a strong position as well. But with the race leader away and gone, you'll forgive us for not mentioning a great deal about Salman Ovega at this stage, because the number 9 car is in a very comfortable position. And Ovega sharing with David Schumacher and Hubert Haupt. Yusuf Ovega, sadly, without a drive today because of the number 6 Mercedes not even being a starter. And that includes for the race that should have started at midday and then was eventually red flagged after just over a lap. So it also means we haven't seen anything at all of Arjun Maini or Dennis Fetzer in car number 6 in the sister Advan by HRT car. But the number 9, that thankfully to Hubert Haupt, stayed out of all of that carnage and trouble in the opening 15 minutes, and that has put it into the box seat to take an incredible result today. Yes, they moved across from SP9 Pro-Am to SP9 Pro, so it still on paper looks like a pro car winning the 6/4 hours Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, although it's a 4-hour race that still carries the 6-hour points elevation.
Yeah.
But then again, it kind of doesn't, because we're only running to 50%. Is that right? So it's 6-hour points, but everyone's only going to get half of those because we're not running to anything more than 4 hours. So in the end, you probably end up with fewer points than you would have done had it been a standard 4-hour race. But that kind of makes sense, I suppose.
I think the thing to do there is wait and see the official points are published and see what's actually allocated.
Yes. But you did read some regulation that said that unless you get to over 4 hours, which we can't do now, then you cannot award full points. Into the pit lane arrives David Yarn, and also in the K Kramer Racing colours, all the way down at the far end, Michele Di Martino. Now, where's Gabriele Piana? He has crossed the line to begin another lap. So Piana is definitely in second, but more crucially leading the Cup 2 part of the race. Is Moritz Krantz close enough to either David Yarn or Michele Di Martino? Yarn's back in the race now to cement second position. Still no sign of Krantz crossing the line. So Yarn continues on. Piana leading Cup 2. Now across the line will come Martin Rump. Oh no, it's Krantz first. Martin Rump, who's got ahead of the Fugel car because Fugel pitted last time around. So Rump is indeed up to 5th position, or should be, once he crosses the line. And that will be confirmed in a moment or two. But they've got David Yarn in and out before Moritz Krantz could take the position away from the 120. So the order should still be the same. The only slight question mark I have is, has there been a change between Michele Di Martino, who came into the pits from 4th, and Moritz Krantz, who has now crossed the line in 5th.
Out.
There's Di Martino, and there is Krantz right behind. So that is a real battle out on track now. So Di Martino running 3rd, Moritz Krantz running 4th, and this is for the final step on the podium in Cup 2. 4th place overall.
Yeah, but Krantz is on 8 laps.
Yeah, but I wonder whether... Yeah, true. So he's going to have to pit, you're saying?
At the end of this lap, yes.
At the end of this lap. And...
So provided that intel is exactly right, then Yarn can let him through. Sorry, Di Martino can let him through.
He could if he wanted to.
And not risk anything, let him go through, knowing he's got to pit at the end of the lap, if the intel is correct.
And it doesn't pay Krantz at all here to hold back on the fuel burn, because they've given Michele Di Martino more than enough.
Yeah.
So he can dictate the pace, and the only thing Moritz Krantz can do now is try and force his way through, and then potentially try and slow Michele Di Martino up to ensure that this is the final lap for Cup 2. But the problem is it's all governed by the race leader anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not. It's nothing to do with the Cup 2 race leader, who isn't either one of these anyway. That's Gabriele Piana. So Moritz Krantz is caught between a rock and a hard place here. He's virtually out of fuel. And although Müllner Motorsport tried to send things off strategy and then attempt to back time things, what kind of lap times are they doing? It's well short of, as in less than 9 minutes. And we have 10.5 minutes still to go, so they'll get all the way around and need to do another lap. And Müllner Motorsport will have to pit both of their cars, therefore. And that will also penalise Martin Rump. So even though he's got ahead of the Fugel car, those places might switch back again. Ovega, on the flip side, will probably cross the line now with less than 8 minutes to go to ensure that this is the final lap for the race leader, Salman Ovega. He hasn't yet entered Sector 4, which tends to take about 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 15 maybe. So once that's all been done, depending on where in Sector 4 he is, he's just come through now. So in another 50 seconds time, it might be the anti-penultimate lap, therefore.
I'm watching Ovega, who's just on the Dottingerhöhe now with 9 minutes 20 odd to go, so he's going to have to either really take a steady lap or he's going to complete another 2.
Yeah, but with a huge margin, 2.5 minutes, they'll force this into...
I just meant that how it affects the rest of the race. Actually, he might have to. That's not a problem to him, but it's how it affects the rest of the race, particularly this Cup 2 battle.
But all the Cup 2 guys will be thinking, right, this is going to be on to the last lap now. We have to assume that this is about to start the last lap. He hasn't yet, Ovega hasn't yet crossed the line.
Just doing it now.
Okay. And he did that with 8.5 minutes on my clock still remaining. And 8.5 minutes is more than it takes you to lap around here, because he's just on an 8:08. But you can definitely find 20-odd seconds because he's got the insurance in order to do that, leading by 2.5 minutes. And why risk the amount of fuel that you might have on board? Better to ease off for the throttle, probably on the Dottinger Hohe. So keep your pace up for the time being, and then you can just blend out of the throttle in that closing run down the Dottinger Hohe to make sure that the checkered flag is displayed at the end of this lap rather than the next one. But if we were continuing at race pace, no doubt about it, we'd be onto a 29th lap. This is lap 28 being worked now, that we could easily get onto a 29th lap with the time that remains on the clock.
Right, it's coming to the end of the GP circuit, about to go on to the Wiedel chicane, about to go through Sabine-Smith's curve onto the Nordschleife, and as he does that, it's exactly 7 minutes 35 on the clock. So unless he gets a lot of traffic or they ask him to stroke it home, he really, you say he's got the margin, he's got the safety net to do that 20 seconds it needs, but it's what do you tell the driver at this point? Do you say, right, just throttle back, lift and coast is a phrase I don't particularly like, but we know what it means, as in just slow it down, short shift it, and etc. But the problem then is you need to be metronomic as a driver, and you get out of a rhythm, and that's when you make a mistake, and all of a sudden you're caught out by a back marker or something, and suddenly it's on the grass, or even worse, in the barriers, or as the touring car boys put it, in the bazzers. That's how they say it, apparently.
There was also a very embarrassing moment earlier on in the year when it was the double-header back in April, and the Sunday race was going all day long to... Now, I'm just looking at the result to remind myself, because several cars lost out in the end. Was it the BMW? Well, maybe that was the Saturday race, actually. I'll look that up in a moment or two. But the car that was leading worked out that if a bit of time was lost, then they could ensure that was the end of the race. And in the end, they totally misjudged it. Got the acceleration out of Hohenrhein. Totally misjudged that as well. Oh, I'm looking on the wrong date. That's why. And in the end, finished, I think it was second. It might have even been third. So a horrendous error. Yes, it was by the Lamborghini Huracan, the Red Bull team, right, yes. Lambo of Kelvin van der Linde and Jordan Pepper. And they eased back, thinking we can make this a 4-hour race on lap 28 rather than lap 29. And in the end, we're done right on the line by Laurens Vanthoor and the Kevin Estre Manthey EMA car. And the margin, unbelievably, when those places changed, was 42 thousandths of a second. So that's how quickly, a kind of stage-managed race end can flip around and not in your favour.
And Manthey, who had to withdraw their car this weekend after yesterday's incident in the paddock, are the only other team other than Falcon Motorsport to win an NLS race this year so far until today, because neither Falcon car are in the race.
Yes, that's right. So we know.
In fact, it's been a Porsche all year.
We know with confidence that indeed.
Yes, even we can get that right.
Yeah, it won't be another Porsche victory today, because basically all of them crashed together on the Hatzenbach at about 12:10 this afternoon. The most bizarre start to a race, but
now
nobody.
Krantz finally
Here we go.
pits.
Yes, well, he had to.
Yeah.
There was no way he could have completed another lap, and there's still 4.5 minutes to go. What about the race leaders' sector times? He's not hanging around Salman Ovega, so maybe keen to just do another lap, or are they going to just going to blend out the throttle on the Dottinger Hohe to ensure that this is the final one?
In fairness, Bunagel and Brundle both did 9 laps in that car.
Yes.
So it's entirely possible. They're sticking to that pattern. Krantz having just literally just come to a halt now. That's his 9th lap. Completed the 8th, was in progress at that point. That was his 8th lap. So,
well, fuel going in. There is an opportunity to clean the windscreen for Moritz Krantz. Martin Rump is also in, because he was on exactly the same strategy as the Krantz car. I doubt there's going to be a stopwatch on this pit stop, because it's all down to the amount of fuel that's going in. And the fuel nozzle is pulled, no extra time needing to be served, away you go. And let's hope for the best possible result. Who else has got through? Maybe the Fugel car, number 105, yet to appear at the end of pit road. Krantz is back in the race. Martin Rubb still waiting for his pit stop to be completed. Here's the 105 that might actually get in between the two Mullner Motorsport Porsches then. Across the line it will go. Rump is still yet to appear at the end of pit lane. 5th place in class riding on this, and over the line will go Fugel. Here comes Rump, the other side of the concrete wall, but Fugel will get the place. And now, as late as he dares on the brakes into the first corner, will come Martin Rump, and he'll see the all-silver Fugel-backed car disappearing through the left-hander on the Mercedes Arena sequence of corners. From a race leader perspective, 1:06. 1 minute and 6 seconds, therefore, through Sector 1 is an incredibly fast time. He's done a 1:04, nearly 1:05 through Sector 2, and a 1:59.6 through Sector 3. Will they decide to ease up a touch on the Dottinger Hohe, making sure that that part of the racetrack takes over a minute rather than the normal time we would expect, which is about 49, 50 seconds or so? Well, we've got to wait a few more moments to find out precisely what's going to happen here.
Well, race leaders at Schwalbenschwanz, the first part of it, the right-hander now.
Is that far round, is he? Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, so it's going to be another lap.
Not onto the Dottinger Hohe yet. That takes you 50 seconds. Waiting for the Advan by HRT Mercedes to appear there in just a tick.
I reckon it's going to be about 40, 45 seconds across the line to spare.
All right. Well, as I say,
I'll bet your house on that, 'cause I know you haven't got one.
He can afford to, he can afford to give that up, you know.
Exactly.
50. No, there he goes onto the Dottinger Hohe now. So the Mercedes powering his way down. There is no let-up whatsoever here. So unless it's all going to be done into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein.
I think once you made the decision, you've got to just stick with it and carry on and say, otherwise you're going to just make mistakes. It's one more lap. Continue the work as you've done.
Yeah.
You can cause more damage, I think, literally to the result and everything by trying to sort of manipulate the result.
Yes. Yeah, well, you'd want to try and do a little bit of lift and coast at various points around the lap rather than keeping it in the one final sector. And across the line. Across the line will go the number 9 Mercedes. Hubert Haupt looking up at the timing screen.
On the board.
You were bang on. You were absolutely bang on.
Your house is safe.
Thanks. Future house, maybe.
Yeah, well, I did.
So Hubert Haupt did have a look across to his engineer there, going, "Are you sure this is the right decision?"
Really?
Yeah.
I'm tired now. I'm sure he wasn't saying that.
Well, it's a good job that the curfew that we were talking about at the start of the day isn't at 6 o'clock bang on. It makes sense that we should be running until, well, 6:30 at the very earliest, because you've got to get everybody home as well as the race leader, of course. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the clock is at 0, and now Salman Ovega can enjoy another full lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He would like the rules to say, well, there's nothing wrong with you ducking it into the back of the pit lane via the Grand Prix track, but that doesn't count as a full lap, of course. So he'll have to turn left onto the Hatson back and hope that there's no drama awaiting him at some point around the Northern Loop. He'll be thoroughly enjoying himself, and I'm sure he's not really letting up in any of the pace either. No, it's another 1 minute and 6 seconds, which is not hanging around at all on the Grand Prix lap.
Yeah, just that bit. So you want to go and nip in the back of the pits there, as you say, to shortcut it, just to get the job done and get the win, get the victory recorded and on the scores on the doors, quite literally. But I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, and this is where the mind games can start to play. Making mistakes, or can I hear this? Is that a rattle? Is that a squeak? Is that something that I don't want to hear? And you have to not let that play on your mind. Just get on with the job. It's only so many corners to go, but there's also a lot of pressure on you at this point to make sure you do bring it home, because the clock has stopped. and you've got to, have what 6.5 minutes to go still of racing. In reality, this far, it's not like we say this so many times. It's not like an ordinary circuit here. You cross the line with 40 seconds to go. Okay, fine, we're done in 30 seconds. It's not here. There's still traffic, and just that back marker on the right there. Stay right. I'm coming. Oh, really? And all sorts of things start going through your mind if you're not tough enough. A lot of drivers will deny that's the case, but it does. I know otherwise.
Well, it's out of your control. Some of it is, at least, because there are other cars out on the racetrack. Now, you could say, well, that's the case for the rest of the race as well, the other 28 laps that we've already completed. Well, they were all essential. There is an argument that this final tour wasn't necessarily essential to do because of so much time in their back pocket. Darting up the inside of a BMW, which sensibly has its indicator flashing to the left. Now at Adenauer forced. So the corners are coming thick and fast, but that's the last time that he needs to negotiate the foxhole and the Adenauer forced S-bend. So another large section of the track done and dusted.
There's a classic example. Currently had a 330, so there's BMW. Massive speed differential, and as you come down to the foxhole, you've got the flick left and the flick right. Does the BMW stay on the racing line and take the apex on the right and move over to the left to the exit? And does a Vega sit behind him? And it's that moment of, it's more crucial on this lap than any, of what's he going to do? I guess exactly what did happen was BMW took his racing line, and a Vega just assumed that's what he was going to do and just throttled out a bit and then went to the right-hand side. But it can be that sort of, it can also be the case with a well-meaning lesser or slower class car can say, oh, it's the race leader coming through, I'll keep out of his way, and you can actually cause more of a problem because you go, oh, I'll stay to the right, I'm at the apex, I'll stay to the right and let him have the racing line, and he's not expecting that. All of a sudden the two are collected, and it's all of a sudden we're sitting there, two cars facing the wrong way going, it's the race leader.
Can happen.
Do like a bit of jeopardy.
Can happen, and in fact there are yellow flags on the racetrack now, but thankfully for Salmon Vega, it's all happened behind him at the Nordschleife transition. So Marshall Post 62 and 61, that's where the Grand Prix track becomes the Northern Loop itself. So I'm guessing at that left-hander Sabine Schmidt's curve that takes them onto Hansenbach itself, and the yellows are still out. So that will affect cars working their way through, well, the end of Sector 1 and on to Sector 2. Gabriele Piana's kind of in that area, and Gabriele will maybe have to ease off now through those yellow flags. Still leading in Cup 2, incidentally, and has a lead of 1 minute and 24 seconds, the Italian racer, over David Yarn for Avia WNS Motorsport. Nothing else likely to change in the Cup 2 podium positions after Michele Di Martino made a stop before Moritz Krantz. Now the approach to Hansenbach is affected by a slow zone, so any cars going through there could be affected as well. But the good news for Piana is that he's already passed that scene, but it could spice up maybe the podium positions in Cup 2, because David Yard's right in that area now, and Di Martino is only 19.4 seconds back, so that there might be opportunity for Di Martino to close up at least on the Avia WNS Motorsport car. Di Martino races for K. Kramer Racing, but has a comfortable margin over the late stopping Moritz Krantz in his Mühlner Motorsport Porsche number 122. Brunchen for the race leader. So the finish line not exactly in sight from this point, but some of the key places where potentially incident might affect the racetrack, not for Salmon Vega directly, but for other cars working their way through there. He's getting through all the important parts of the circuit. Flansgart will come next, and then when you get to the Schwalbenschwanz, you'll think, I really am nearly home at this point, as the car briefly takes off at Flansgart, and the Stefan Beloff S to come next.
It's hopefully plain sailing from this point. Hopefully.
Well, just the Dottinger Hohe, where you get plenty of warning of anything awry. Yeah, so kleiner carousel there. Then he'll head through the right-hander at Gaugenkopf and onto this long, long straight with a GT4 car that he'll make easy work of. It's an Aston.
That's what I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe one of the Door Motorsport cars. Then a quick adjustment maybe of the visor. He can afford to do that. Still a bit of adjustment. An itchy eye maybe in the cockpit for Salman Ovega.
It's the tears.
Perhaps it is that have begun already. Because this was a very unlikely result, I have to say, particularly as they entered as a Pro-Am lineup. It became a Pro combination. They're not quite home yet. There's a VW Sirocco now to negotiate as well, that bright red car. But they've managed to do that as well.
Light flashing there. Get out of the way. I'm coming through. Ready or not?
The car qualified in third position, but after an opening stint from Hubert Haupt, a single from David Schumacher, and then a superb 2.5 stints for Salman Ovega at the end. They were kind of the last SP9 car standing after the carnage at the original intended start of this 6-hour race just after midday. And after a red flag, a lengthy pause and a restart at 2 o'clock, it is the number 9 Mercedes of Team Advan by HRT who win the fourth NLS race of the season. What was originally billed as the ROWE 6 Stunden ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. It gets to 4 hours eventually, and that combination of drivers, Ovega, Schumacher, Haupt, are the winners. A little bit later to sink in for some compared to others maybe, but I think the penny is dropping, and the win goes to crew number 9. They stayed out of trouble, and they were even keen to engage in one more lap as well. And I've just noticed that the timing screen is purple for that final lap as well. So Ovega on low fuel was happy to risk not everything, but he was happy to risk quite a bit there to produce an 8 minutes 1.857, the fastest time that anybody had done in the race to that point, to make it a 29-lap race. Peter Snowden.
Finish with a flourish.
Why not?
Absolutely. I noticed he's doing that which George Russell which he could do at Spa last weekend, running off wide, doing all the pickup and getting the car up to its maximum, sorry, its minimum weight.
Yes. Well, that often works for ride height.
Yeah.
You have to pick up quite a lot of excess tyre in order to make sure that you're up to the required weight, as some have found in recent times. But yes, cars no stranger to making their way onto the grass sometimes to pick up some weeds and make sure that the roller will go underneath the car from all angles. Thunderous noise from the 6.2 litre normally aspirated V8 that sits not quite in the front of those cars anymore. It's well back in the engine bay, but it is a front engine car nevertheless.
I think the term they use is front mid-engined now.
Front mid-engined.
Yeah, they're so far back off, and the front of the engine is behind the centre line of the front wheels.
Yes.
It's all air ducting and radiators and etc. in front of that as well.
Yeah. Well, there's a big old hole in the top of the car as well, rearward of where the rear lights sit, in actual fact. If you were to draw a line from the back of that rear light to the other side, that's when this huge gaping hole that breathes in the cooling air. Gabriele Piana only now reaching the Dottinger Hohe as the Cup 2 race leader. He again has a comfortable margin in hand, 1 minute and 25 seconds as he began this lap. And Piana, who's been sharing cars today, his other car, number 103, has actually slipped back to 7th position. But Piana was right up there in his opening stint in 103. Then he had a break of about a stint before taking over this 148 car, the Black Falcon Team 48 Loesch entry. And Cup 2 honours then will go to car number 148, but they finish, crucially, 2nd overall, which is a sublime effort, helped no doubt by the amount of retirees we'd had before the restart. Steve Yantz and Tobias Muller will share the victory with Gabriele Piana, and the podium will be completed by David Yarn's number 120 Avia WNS Motorsport car. So that's the Daniel Blickel and Tim Scheerbart car that is shared with Yarn. And the podium will be completed in Cup 2 by Michele Di Martino in 1-2-1, together with Christopher Brook. And did we not have a third driver in 1-2-1, or was it just those two? The entry sheet would rather indicate that it was just Di Martino and Brook in the K. Kramer Racing duo.
Yeah, I think it was actually, yeah. I'll just check on the driver.
Just to make sure that nobody else was sneaked in at any one point. Here is the Avia car then. So the white and the red with the black wheel arches will cross the line now. And Christopher Brook, Michele Di Martino, those are the only two lamed drivers.
Yes.
So it's a double from Di Martino to kick things off. Then Brook did the middle two stints, and Di Martino will complete the race. That would have been tougher had they had the full 6 hours to do, and that would be the case with so many of the driver lineups up and down the order that had chosen to attack the annual Rover 6-hour race with only 2 drivers. But there were plenty that were willing to give that a go. Hubert Haupt then, with a grin on his face, just about. Still processing matters, perhaps. Still maybe denying the fact that he jumped the start, but he definitely had done. It didn't actually affect things at the end.
Definitely, you said Bernie Eccleston, he was always having a word in somebody's ear, which is a metaphor of he was giving instructions, and Patrick Smon just being approached by an official who's definitely had a word in his ear, and he's just sort of nodding, and Haupt standing there just going, wonder what's going to be asked, what I'm going to be asked on this one, and how do I answer? What's the best corporate answer?
Yes. Well, Hubert's going to chat to Patrick Simon now. David Schumacher to the left of Frame, which we will grab a sight of in a moment or two as well. And well done to Salman Ovega, who's to a certain extent been the star of the show. Yes, Haupt's pace is unquestionable, but the new kid on the block is Salman Ovega, who continues to go from strength to strength, and his brother Yusuf's not too shabby either. Sadly, we weren't able to see any laps from Yusuf Ovega today, and that was nothing to do with the starting incident this morning. In fact, the 6 car was out of the race even before we began the midday build-up. Difficulties in qualifying this morning. But the 22-year-olds, Yusuf Ovega, will be back for more in due course. Salman, we caught sight of, the 19-year-old kid who is reasonably new to racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but he's come out of the ADAC GT Championship and a champion in that, in fact, last year for Landgraf Motorsport when he drove the 48 Mercedes and shared that for most of the time with Elias Seppänen. And they made a perfect duo to come away with the main trophy last year. A couple of race wins along the way as well. And in fact, more than a couple, 1, 2, 3, 4 wins in last year's ADAC GT.
The salient point you made there was the 19-year-old.
I did.
Yeah, I've got older fillings.
So Salman's 19, his brother Yusuf's 22, and Yusuf's already a gold-rated driver. And next to be interviewed after a cracking race result in Cup 2 will be the drivers who have won Cup 2 as well. So they finished 2nd overall. I wonder what will mean more to them, the class victory or the fact that they've made the main podium. Tobias Muller being chatted to first of all. He did the opening work, laid the foundation, if you like. Steve Jans. And Steve Jans from Luxembourg, but will be speaking German by the sounds of things to Patrick Simon. And completing the lineup in the race-winning Porsche, Gabriele Piana. I think Gabriele's German is pretty good these days as well. Let's just work out well. He's actually got a... Oh, no, that's not Piana, is it? He had a German flag on his belt. I think he probably is Piana. Maybe not even with his own race suit on. Let's just see, Rob, what language this is in. Yeah, he's learnt German pretty well, so we won't stay for that either, but it's a wonderful result for the crew in car number 148. Black Falcon couldn't get the perfect one though, because eventually the 103 car that Gabrielli drove for a little while slipped back down the order. I think I've realised that he's wearing Noah Nagelsdijk overalls on Gabriele Piana. So new perhaps he is to Black Falcon's crew. They've got him driving 2 cars and they can't even supply him with his own race suit. That will change if the results continue in this vein, I'm sure. And in 3rd position overall, 2nd in Cup 2, as mentioned, it's the David Jahr driven car, or at least he brought the car to the finish, together with Tim Scheerbart and Daniel Blickel. Tim Scheerbart, mightily experienced in his Avia WNS Motorsport car as well. So all good for points in the Cup 2 division. Sadly for these guys, they don't get any more points for finishing so high up in the overall positions. But it is a chance to shine and to stand on the overall podium. Might even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this, unless, of course, they manage to bag themselves some SP9 drives moving forward. Cup 2 cars have often flirted with a great position at the end of the opening stint, but then have struggled from that point onwards. I'll give you a resume of how the other classes finished in the end. A cracking result in SP9 AM for Arno Classen, who started that car, the Audi from Equipe Vitesse, sharing that car with Lorenzo Rocco and Michael Heimrich, and Equipe Vitesse win SP9 in the AM class and actually managed a top 5 overall as well. SP9 Pro-Am is won by Huber Motorsport with their number 25 Porsche, and Cup 3 goes the way of the 962 Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche 718 came, and that's the yellow and white car of Moritz Oberheim in the closing stages. But it was started by Joshua Bednarski, and Lucas Daugard did the middle stints. Been quite a long day here at the Nürburgring. As I mentioned at the start of it, we're racing to some degree under a cloud because of yesterday's events in the paddock area. So our thoughts remain with those 22 people affected in horrible incidents in the paddock yesterday, and we hope that their recovery is as quick as possible. Thanks for bearing with us during the red flag as well. My thanks to Peter Snowden alongside. You'll be back for more NLS racing through the course of 2024. Also to Rob Lomas, who's been producing, and to Michael and Oliver as well on site. From me, Johnny Palmer, we look forward to the next NLS race in a few weeks' time, and we will see you for that on the RSL network. Bye-bye for now.